so hype, got no life, only ladders so I can hear them cry. Get boned, noobs to pwn, wrecking these nerds with my skills up sideways. Oh, I'm told, cold, keeping me busy, smashing face like always. Staying hype, getting sniped, and I'm like, easy fight, you're free, MMR. Do you want some more? Eat this power spike. I'm so high, max supply. He sucks so bad, I'm like, why try? Get out, don't pout, out of my game. This is a click, baby. No doubt, it's around. Beating you up while I drink my coffee. Staying hype, getting sniped, and I'm like, easy fight, you're free, MMR. Do you want some more? Eat this power spike. I kinda feel bad for this guy. It's gonna be hard to say bye, but back to the lobby with you. I've got 20 more games to do. Staying hype, getting sniped, and I'm like, easy fight, you're free, MMR. Do you want some more? Eat this power spike. Staying hype, getting sniped, and I'm like, easy fight, you're free, MMR. Do you want some more? Eat this power spike. I kinda feel bad for this guy. It's gonna be hard to say bye, but back to the lobby with you. I've got 20 more games to do. Staying hype, getting sniped, and I'm like, easy fight, you're free, MMR. Do you want some more? Staying hype, getting sniped, and I'm like, easy fight, you're free, MMR. Do you want some more? Eat this power spike.
biggest happy fanboy. The way that he cheers for happy even before the heroes are out of the altar. Even when happy does something completely trivial, like killing a grunt that has 100 HP left with death coil, Neo goes crazy. Happy, what a god! What a god! What a god! Fuck silver linings. Happy is such a god. Silver linings are for nerds. I fucking love Happy. I fucking love Happy. My name is Leo, and I love Happy. my TP? Shit, I'm blocked. Here he comes. Trees get chopped. Hold this base. Game's close. Fuck that guy. He's toast. Let's get that red before they do. Grab some heal scrolls too. Gonna show some value. Bolt kills, expo fast, lumber mill, shit hacks. Call the boys and quicks around. Build 6 towers or get clowned. Let's get that red before they do. Grab some heal scrolls too. Gonna show some human body you. Bolt kills, expo fast, lumber mill, shit hacks. Call the boys and quicks around. Build 6 towers or get clowned. Where I out micro and outplay my opponent and still lose anyway. Where's my TP? Shit, I'm blocked. Here he comes. Trees get chopped. Hold this base. Game's close. Fuck that guy. He's toast. Let's get that red before they do. Grab some heal scrolls too. Gonna show some human body you. Where I out micro and outplay my opponent and still lose anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to consecutive streaming day number 703. And to the second last day of the Super League group stage, everybody. The race for points is on, the race for playoffs is on, and who gets the best seeding? Those are the remaining questions in our $32,000 league. As we have 3 people eliminated already. So the relegation is clear from the Super League on. And now we'll see who makes top 4 to skip round of 12 in the playoffs and who gets what seeding and what will the pairings be for Thursday when playoffs are starting. Ipe, I want to say. Later also, Dach Inferno. And probably some show matches. I want to start this, though, with a huge shout out to a YouTube person. Because that blew my effing mind yesterday. It is rare that here we shout out YouTube, as we are mainly a Twitch channel. But I was done yesterday with the cast. And it was like evening hours. I treated myself a little bit with like a very nasty, fatty burger, some chili cheese nuggets, you know, stuff like that. Like really nasty food and a little bit of a cheeky drink I had myself too. And so I was playing some games on the side. And then I was ready to go to bed, actually. And thought, let's grab the phone, let's go to bed, right? And I saw this. How crazy. You just pick up the phone and you get a notification and you just got a $500 donation. How I don't even know how to Like, what can you say about that? At first, I was just watching the match between Kao and Elegant for not missing out a match, but holy moly, you guys are entertaining. Funny AF actually. Had some good laughs, less than 3. Bro. Shout out to the Black Bee. Freaking crazy, man. Freaking crazy. That is, of course, something incredibly special that happens maybe, I don't know, once a year, if at all. I really hope he put in the right numbers and it wasn't just a 0 too much. But yeah, this absolutely deserves the shout out. I always struggle to find the right words for stuff like this, but as YouTube is oftentimes going unnoticed, that was just amazing. That was so amazing. And that was the game where you know, all the buildings of the Night Elf players turned into Ancients of War and stuff. So it was good fun indeed. Did you order a new burger after this? No, I always make them myself because every single delivery restaurant here sucks. It's really bad, unfortunately. Anyway, our programming here today, it's Sock versus Labby, it's 40 versus Moon, and it's FoCuS versus LawLiet. With that, we have to take a look at the rankings to see what's possible. So as we said, happy... Oh, Mr. Remo Demo is already there. Look how focused he is. Look how focused he is. Wait, where Remo Demo? Boom. So, oh my god, look, he is so focused. Love to see it. Yeah, good posse vibes here, eh? Posse vibes. Happy guaranteed #1 in the Super League. Live and 1-0 contesting rank 2. There's actually a minimal chance for Lin to make top 3, but it's half a point. 1-0 has to lose 0-3, and Lin has to win both matches with 3-0, 3-0, and one of them is against Happy. So yeah, good luck with that. I think it's safe to say Life and 1-0 are top 3. Lin is still fighting for top 4, which would put him in the bracket with a Happy, but of course would make him skip round 1. Contesting that spot is 40, FoCuS, Labby, and Moon. We gotta be honest here. Things have to go bananas if Moon shall make it with 40 points ahead of Lin. This is very unlikely. But it is a possibility, so it has to be said. So now, as the clock strikes noon, Mr. Remo Demo, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, Neil. Thank you for asking. Good morning, everybody. I feel like it's still morning because I woke up not too long ago. Normally, I like to get up early, but last night I slept pretty much like shit. But I woke up just in time for our exciting games today. Our group stage is almost coming to an end today. It's going to be happening tomorrow. We're going to lock in the final decisions and get ready for the big playoffs soon.
What's with the scarf, Mr. Remo Demo? Is it one day of casting ruining your voice?
Don't get me started, bro. Don't get me started. So annoying. It was pretty cool.
Do you have a
last
hickey?
night. It was pretty chilly last night. No, I don't. You would have heard from your mom. No, I just got, I don't know if you remember, but I have had very sensitive tonsils my entire life. These motherfuckers in here. And I had a little brief stroll last night on the way back home. I didn't wear a scarf, and so my tonsils are acting up a little bit. It's not turning into a cold or anything, but yeah, those little bitches are very sensitive. So today I'm going to keep them nice and warm, and then should be all good.
Wonderful, wonderful. Treat yourself, Mr. Remo Demo. If you need some tea, go grab them. But we, of course, have...
I just bought the first water cooker. It's not... I don't even know what it's called in English.
Boiler, right?
Where you... Water boiler? Yeah, where you put the water in, and you boil it, and you make tea with it. I never had one in my entire life before. Okay, let's be honest, I didn't buy it. My mom gifted it to me. And so now I have one in the kitchen. I may make, for one of the first times in my life, a tea for myself later.
Mr. Remo, this is a topic that drives me nuts. Like, congrats on that gift. It's very nice. I, of course, have one for a while, and I use it frequently. But, you know, there's different cultures in this world, right? And we Europeans, I think we're very accustomed to that kettle. It's called a kettle. That is right, chat, actually. It's called a kettle. We're very used to a kettle. A little further to the west, there's a little pond, you know, next to Europe, there's a little pond, and you go further to the west, and then there's a thing called North America. And within North America, there's this one uncivilized country called the United States of America. They don't have kettle culture. Do you know how they boil their water?
In a pot?
No. When they want to make tea, Mr. Remo Demo, they take this little tea bag thingy, they put it into water, they put the mug into a microwave, and that's how they make their tea. Uncivilized swines.
That is very American, dude.
God damn it. Can't do anything right.
Doesn't it take forever to microwave like a full cup of water?
Bro, I don't know. I don't care.
Okay, I've never seen this before. I feel like, Neo, you might be scarred by a singular individual that has really ingrained himself/herself in your memory.
No.
I've never heard or seen this before.
It was a huge discussion during a stream I did with Carson. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I feel like we're getting sidetracked here a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. We got some games to cast. And we got some awesome games to cast, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. We got some banger matches today. We saw that yesterday already. Labby versus Sock. Hell yeah. Human versus Undead. Still many people's favorite. Moon versus Fortitude on the new patch. You know what? I was trying to get some opinions from some pro players. How are you feeling about the new patch? And I reached out to the humans first, and let me tell you, Starbuck is not feeling good about it. And I think 40 also made his voices heard already. Oh, the rifleman. On paper, only a 3.5% nerf, but oh boy, are they seemingly feeling the pain. I did some tests this morning, by the way, on collision size of units. If we have some time to get into it later, dude, it blew my mind.
There's just 3, right?
There is... Yeah, I guess they eliminated 48 or whatever it was, right?
Oh.
Yeah, but, you know, I used to think for years, that was the most shocking thing to me, that Fiends are bigger and fatter than the rest of the Ranger units and Tier 1 units. That is not true. They just look bigger, but they're actually technically the same size as Riflemen. That blew my mind.
That is fascinating how video games work in the below the surface, right? It's fascinating. Fascinating is also that we got this game started. We got a Korean derby, ladies and gentlemen. Dolphin Warcraft Super League. It is Sock versus LabyRinth, and we have to say, so far, Sock's tournament has been a bit of a disappointment, coming in as a tournament winner in Ancient of Wonders League. He's currently only at rank 10. This is his last game. He can still grab 5 points here. That would propel him to 36.5, but there's not too much room actually to grow. He can surpass Moon. He might be able to surpass Labby, but that's about it. Sock will find himself as a lower seeded player in the round of 12. There's no chance for him to make top 4 anymore. But for Labby, there's still room to grow. He has 2 series left to play. He can get 10 points still. And with the 10 points, he can make it to the top 4. So every map matters, as so often. And LabyRinth has to start things here. Let's go. Map number 1.
Rock to start us off. This used to be considered always the map where you cannot expand, but I guess things have gotten better there. Things have gotten easier there. On the new version where the neighboring red camp is now quite a bit easier to creep. And yesterday we saw Sock play a sick game here against 1-2-0. He had a bad early game and then a masterful defense. We were singing the praises loud and proud for Sock yesterday. Seemed like he was on the way to win that series very impressively, but then ended up losing on 2 maps that he should have won with some of the greediest play I have ever seen. But, you know, looking back, I feel like it was still very worth doing for him. It's just a show match, you know, not a big game. I like when players have the guts to limit test, to try to find out how far can I go with a certain strategy, how greedy can I be, how risky can I be, and so on. And I imagine there should have been some interesting nuggets in that game from yesterday. If you guys weren't watching, I will give you a brief summary of one of the maps. On Tidehunters, it was a quick expansion, followed by another quick expansion. Sock went for 3 bases on 40 supply, which looked insane, and yeah, that, for example, was a bit too greedy. But hey, we got some info.
We got some info indeed. Question is, will LabyRinth play it the same way 120 does? I think they are pretty similar in their approach to the game across multiple matchups. LabyRinth, though, expansion heavier. So we'll see if that's a play down the road. We start things with a Lich, and if you want to play expansion heavy, then that's rather tough on Turtle Rock. You can go to the back of the turtle, and this is apparently what LabyRinth is doing. Turtle's pretty good against ghouls, as they have spikes, so all the ghouls attack themselves a little bit. And this is also pretty pushable for Sock, but Sock is not in for a push and one base play. No, he wants to expand himself, so it's kind of like a gentleman's agreement. Let's do 2-base, 2-base.
It's not quite going to be enough for level 3 for the hero, so I wonder how this is going to be differing. Many times in the past, we used to see undeads expanding as far away from the human as they can, because they're worried about the water elemental timing attack to look for that cancel. But 120, Labby so far seems to have no concern about that at all. Can take out the first footy right here. A little bit more experience. Score of the Beast. Pretty unlucky, I would say. In the big late game fight, a decisive one, yeah, it can be good, but early game, it's much more about the hero power. More HP, more mana, I think here would have been much better. He goes for a cell, goes for the boots, goes for the circlet, and he's going to be the first to be aggressive.
Right on. With a handful of ghouls, with lots of mana for that one, Nova gets the kill pretty much right away, and of course contesting Sock while he's on the way to tier 3, to level 3. This little turtle spot here in front of the base could have get the kill, but the skeleton split nicely to the workers, 1 down. Sock pulled a lot and didn't lose any to the creeps, shout out. And with that, the expansion will come through. Is that the case for the undead as well?
Water Elemental summoned, Footy joining. This is a big moment right here. Is the damage sufficient? The Lich got enough kills for level 3 already. Lacking a bit right now for the next Nova, however. Dark Ritual might be necessary. The damage seems to be just enough, but the AM is taking some damage in return. Some healing is soon going to be necessary. Big cancel. Smart move here by Sock. Yesterday also saw him really well calculating the cancel oftentimes. But once you're behind in experience against the Lich, it starts to get a bit scary.
It is indeed. We got a little bit of support coming in from the stream. Thank you, Le Crestfallen. Hail Satan, my little lamb. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. X7 Tech with the 3 years. And Chaos Front with 61 months. So lovely. So nice of you guys. And we're now... I got my camera stuck. Shit. Happens sometimes. It's just locked in. I don't know how. So Labby, of course, takes a slap to the face. Sock in a pretty convenient position with that second base up with nice resources. What's missing currently is lumber.
Of course, no Shredder on this map, which is always a bit suboptimal. Lich now level 3, the Nova gets scary, the AM has no healing still, but I feel like Sock's positioning here is pretty good. Using the Water Elemental and some footies here, AM and some footies on the other side. You want to split against the Nova. We've now seen this many times, especially in that game on Turtle Rock yesterday. Ooh, there we saw a crazy Nova against Peasants. Also works very well against Footmen, of course. I think Sock is defending this really well so far. He's got a bit of an expo lead. Ideally, he would like to have a bit of a tech lead as well.
Okay, looking fine, looking fine. Archmage with his back against the wall, constantly pressured by skeletons. But overall, this Town Hall is under no threat. He can produce the peasants from the left-hand side and tech on the right-hand side. Tech for Sock will be ahead, with a nice little gold surplus to easily afford these workers. On the other side, Labby is distracting long enough for his own expo to be up. It's of course very close to the human base.
AM still has no boots of speed. He was focused on defending and then attacking. Didn't have really the time to easily go to the shop. Seeing the ghouls now towards his expansion once again. We all know the undeads love to go for a little peasant hunt. But that means the footy is returning from possibly the main base. In the main base, by the way, there's not too many peasants indeed. You mentioned them already. Power building the lumber mill right now. Still many more peasants have to be made here.
Yep, and lumber upgrade. Very, very, very important. Tier 2 has started. Graveyard is coming for Labby as well. It's a nice little back and forth between them. Nobody can really find big damage, except that one cancel that Sock got over Labby. And I would say, speaking for the shape that Sock is currently in, we touched on it before, his entire season, pretty bad and below average for his standards, but recent days and maybe even recent week, things are looking upward for Sock. He's currently the human player to watch.
Yeah, definitely. We touched on this yesterday as well. Seems like Sock so far the least frazzled by the new patch, the least bothered, perhaps you could say. Really looking good here in the early days of 2.0.4, right?
Correcto.
Yes.
We got a raid coming in, 150 raiders from Soul Ape, man. You wonderful, wonderful soul. I hope you found some beautiful Pit Lord games this morning. I'm still praying and wishing every day for a soon-to-come Remo and Soul dual cast.
That would be wonderful, just as wonderful as having
Double cast,
28
double
strength
donut.
on level 1.
Have a nice
Haven't
day,
seen any Pit Lord
everyone,
games
but
yet,
especially
actually.
Lynn.
Well, I guess since yesterday. Haven't had that much of a chance yet.
Well, time is limited. As for everyone, we got a nice little SimCity here. Labby is trying to wall this off a little bit with ziggurats. Tech is done. Then we'll see the DK. I think the heroes here are set in stone. The buildings oftentimes not set in stone. We were talking about this yesterday. Sock, double barracks. Yep, double workshop. Yep, that's the norm. But he is the one player to constantly go for Arcane Sanctums, and we don't really understand it. So maybe Sock was listening and learning from our teachings, or he's stubborn and goes for the Sanctum once again. That would open up the game a little bit for Labby.
I love the Sanctums. Love the stories. Love them. Love to see them. Love to cuddle them. Love them.
Wouldn't you love to see like a Griffin Aviary more?
What do you want with Griffins? Come on.
I don't know.
Storks have magic damage already.
Big true. Big true. We got a dono, €8.40 by Smokin' Jesus. Double cast, double the dono. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Blaze it, my dude. Blaze it. Just like the water elementals are blazing away, the ghouls, they're getting smoked in here. DK comes in, but of course not the greatest tank. And damage dealer, so he needs some extra weapons. Nice distraction by Sock in the main. Lich, though, made it to level 4. And, ooh, what do I see? Early Wand of Negation by Labby.
Okay, there was a little bit of water elemental harass in the main base right there. Wand of Negation, of course, was quite heavily nerfed with the cooldown increase, so you can't blast those water elementals immediately. But still, can be worth it at the price point, especially with
Thank you,
an expansion.
V2W.
That expansion for the Undead, by the way. Interesting build here with the slaughterhouse, with the towers. It's very congested. It's very difficult to maneuver here. If there's a fight there later, could make for an awkward fighting position. I wonder if we're going to get there. But we are going to get to high-level heroes, Neo, it seems. Because look at the Lich, level 4 already. And he is very often the star of the show in the late game. If the Lich gets level 5, he gets insanely powerful, especially with that mana battery from Dark Ritual. And very often the Archmage can't really keep up, can he?
That is oftentimes a problem. We'll see how he approaches things. Maybe with a little bit of Blizzard. I foresee a situation where, you know, the Fiends are behind the Nerup and the Spirit Tower, and the Archmage casts Blizzard on top of it. Oh, that would be gorgeous from the human perspective, at least. I like this one, Gyrocopter over the trees. It's like the perfect scouting position for a flying unit, right next to Labby's base. Like, and big armies here. Sock is not spending much time at 50 food. That was, I think, a little bit of a flaw yesterday. You want to be greedy. You want to use the no upkeep to full effect. But you also want to stay competitive. And at the moment, it's an arms race to an 80 food army in the first real fight of the series.
Yeah, I think it's also important to have just a decent army on the map to compete for caps. Yesterday we saw quite a few maps where the hero levels were just way underwhelming on MK and Pally in the late game. You need those guys on some levels. You would love to get AM4 as well quickly. Does he get it here? He needs one more creep for the AM, but should be doable here in a moment. MK 2.5 already. This is looking pretty good so far. I'd say we're looking at a quite even game as of now.
I agree. Lich has nice damage. Archmage also has some nice items here with more movement speed, more attack speed. We once again go for the Orb of Slow on an almost level 4 Archmage. We talked about this yesterday. Nice to have some crowd control. And Sok again going for this preemptive Sorceress. Remo's opinion on this is clear since yesterday. I don't know. Like, this Sorc is kind of designed to stop abominations, but it's designed to stop something that's not even there yet. It's like all these people pushing green energy because of that proposed climate change.
Don't even know what you're talking about, Neo. We are on Turtle Rock. The weather here has been constant for 20 years.
That's true.
Maybe we're like maybe this is like weather like in Game of Thrones, you know, where you have the same season for like 10 years at a time.
Hopefully
I
a
wonder
better
what
season
Turtle Rock
than
would
last.
look like in winter. Dude, that would be such a cool winter event from Blizzard, you know, if they turned all the maps into winter maps for like, I don't know, a month or something, optional.
Warcraft Champions tried that once. The community cried so loud that it was reverted in 2 days.
Yeah. Cool, cool guys. Nice that you would dislike the fun so much that we can't have those things. Very, very good. We have the first fight over here though. Supply looking quite even. MK level 3 this early is great to have, but also DK level 3 on the other side with amazing consumables, by the way. Invo pot, heal pot, mana pot, heal scroll that normally should win you a fight, but this fight seemed to be going to Sok.
Very well done, man, with the knights charging forward. By the way, I think I have to clarify, since some people don't get my irony, that climate change comment was obviously a joke. We are not getting much out of that Sanctum so far. I'm still baffled that this is his strat, but okay. No Abomination by LabyRinth. He skips that. No Disease Cloud either. He's going straight into Banshees.
Yeah, when you catch straggling fiends like this, I will grant the Sorcs are very nice for finding these kills. Even the Orb of Slow could do perhaps the same. My big issue with the Sorcs was, once the A-bombs were out, and then there's 2-3 A-bombs in front with Disease Cloud, tanking everything, very often the front lines are stable, you're not really kiting much, you're not moving much, and then the slow does hardly anything. It also is a bit of attack speed slow, I guess we shouldn't underestimate that. Pair that with Clad, and then maybe the DPS is lowered. Perhaps I can be convinced still. Certainly the results would help point me in that direction. Right now these exchanges are looking pretty good for Sok. He's making good use of his heroes, of his army, and also of the staff. So far only 1 staff. Would love to get to 3 staffs in the late game.
I would still argue that you don't see that much kiting anymore because of the slow, at least against 1-0, but we also have to say that for years, LabyRinth Fiend Control isn't as good as 1-0's Fiend Control. We see it over and over. There's another exit kill right there. It got better over the past year or so for Labby, but yeah, there's a clear difference in this art of Fiend Micro that 1-0 presents, and the good
mention
level.
happy. I'm gonna mention 1-0 but not happy.
Who?
Happy.
Haven't
You heard of
haven't seen much of Happy recently. 1-0
Right.
Fiends yesterday. So good.
You mean like 2 days ago when Happy played against 1-0 and they both played Phoenix?
2 days ago.
It was a forgettable series, right?
Dude, it was a banger series. You should all watch that. But 2 days ago, dude, that's like last year almost.
Asking for too much. I see.
I'm just getting
building a
old,
big
man.
tank over here. He's making. Oh, is he making a second chop? He's making second chop to get a double staff in a moment when he returns home. Love to see this. Honestly, second chop pretty cheap if you have some resources laying around. Got the item here. TP out. No heroes lost yet. There's the shop. Look at this sweet timing. He can region scroll right away. Pick up some more items. Sok is just looking tremendous right now.
What's the stock recharge on Staff of Sanctuary?
2 minutes. On the big item like Orb and Staff, and also Mana
Cool.
Potion, 2 minutes.
Yeah, we also saw a lot of potions used in the fights yesterday. So yeah, why not, man? Why not? Helps the human GDP a little bit. Really cool. Really cool inventories. Really cool heroes. Big armies.
Libraries as well. So much use out of this shop. This is so sick.
Dun, 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 dun. Capitalism. FTW.
Would love to see him go to the other shop as well and pick up another staff, maybe. But he wants to be in position right now to defend. He knows this right now is the focus of the map, and Labby is obliging. He's coming over. Sock is stopping production at 70 supply, though. Which seems weird. He's got lots of production buildings, but he ain't producing right now.
Now rifles are coming in. We've seen that same mix yesterday. We got fragmentation shards as well. The towers are coming up, but they're not there yet. Mountain King coming in with Clap Lich at 50%. Okay, Knights are struggling big time. Coil, but perfectly timed to get them with the staff that he just bought. Towers have also been cancelled, and LabyRinth ruining Sock's late game plan a little bit here.
I still don't understand the rifles. It is clearly intentional. Yesterday I was wondering, what is that, a misclick? What is the purpose here? Is this supposed to be additional damage against A-bombs? I feel like that's the only thing that makes sense, because against destroyers, gyros are way better.
Well, it's a bit of anti-air stability that also attacks ground, unlike gyros, but we've also seen gyros put to good use with landmines. I'm not entirely sure either. What I'm sure of is that destroyer pushes are always good. We do get more gyros now in this tech switch. Seems to take Sock a little bit apart here with tower down. One more gyro out. How many gyros do we have? 6 against 3 Destros. I'm not sure that's enough.
Yeah, he lost a couple of gyros there, flying them into the webs when the army wasn't there. That was definitely a mistake. Losing the gyros like that is painful. Losing the DK would be more painful. DK was slow in the front line, had to TP away. I wonder if Sock could have won this fight if there wasn't a TP. Perhaps that ancient question won't be answered. Could have bought a staff now, by the way, at the shop. On the pally, there's still some room. But you know, there might be still plenty of room for Sock to maneuver in this game. He still has lots of gold, but he's not fully maxing out that 80 supply army. At this point, it's looking like an intentional decision, as if he feels like he can hold and be able to set up a third base even with only 70 supply. And there's a important difference between 70 and 80, especially for a human army. I feel like when you finally round out that full 80 supply army, it becomes a lot more potent. But maybe now there's time indeed for these towers, because the next push again towards the human first expansion.
Off we go. DK very, very hurt. Got a TP as well. The nukes don't hit as hard because of the rune braces. The piercing damage of gyros look very, very good. Not too much web here. Fiends decimated. Pally level 3. The human heroes arrive at scary levels.
DK in trouble. Those rune bracers protecting him for the time being. The heal potion comes in just in time, trying to reposition into the back. MK signed to run out of mana here, but he has the big mana potion indeed still. The low night count now seems to be a problem. More reinforcements are expected from Sock. He's not producing units right now. Sock's not producing units right now. He played a great game so far, but you need some units, surely.
Mountain King in trouble! Avada Kedavra! Mountain King dead. The Paladin had the Holy Light ready. Maybe he was silenced though. Nice combo by Labby. The Fiend Micro might not be perfect, but the hero execution surely was. And you know, sometimes you can have 20 awesome minutes and got a good game plan, and you survive until the late game, and then Macro kills you. He had 5 production buildings. He could have had 10, 15 more food in this fight. He had the resources as well. He was just so occupied by fighting that he forgot the logistics.
Yeah, that seemed to be a bit of a mistake there, lacking on the macro, but I think Sock still won that fight. I think he's still up. He's certainly up in supply, and he's got a third base coming. 1 cannon tower is coming up there. I think there were some ghouls, again, involved to cancel some of these. But there was too many losses for Labby. Sure, he got the MK kill, which, by the way, could have been prevented with a staff. But hey, let's not be too critical. This is still an amazing game by Sock. And now an amazing position. He's got the strong hero levels finally. 5, 4, 3. That's wonderful. He's got really good items as well. And if this third base finishes, this is a winning position for the human.
Always funny to me when you say let's not be too critical at the beginning of the cast, and then the longer and longer the show goes, the more critical we get, Mr. Nitpick.
I don't think so. Do you think so, chat? No, no way.
Like that little voice crack there as well. But what's not cracking is this expansion by Sock. I think third base, oftentimes a win condition if the heroes are evened out. It's looking phenomenal, and Labby might have to go for a little bit of a Banshee Hail Mary.
Yeah, the noose is tightening around him, that's clear. I'm kind of surprised that Labby actually didn't go for a third base. The bottom left, for example, has been cleared for a long time. Behind the attack could have gone for it. Labby normally loves the macro, loves the multi-bases. Yeah, he's falling behind now, clearly, without that third kicking in. Dark Ranger, by the way, something that him and 1-0 both do a lot. I am less and less feeling convinced of. I wonder if Criplot might not be the better approach. That's something we saw a while back with Lich first, BK second, Criplot third. Criplot a crazy good frontliner and really good on high levels if the game goes long, which it tends to do.
But what if the opponent goes for Griffins then, Revo?
And it's Griffins, yeah, that's true. That's the one unit it seems like Soccer didn't build this game. He made pretty much everything else. Ooh, nice staff there as well, saving the priest. He's got mortar teams, rifles, knights, dorks. It is a colorful mix of army. Can they all work well together?
Oh, he's trying to get the Banshees in position. Here comes the possession with the new animation. Can he go through with them? No staff. That's 1 knight out of 3 attempts. Okay ratio. Not great, though.
That knight again, a little far forward, a little bit too far up front, I guess. Towers here, such a great help. And another shop. The third shop coming up for Sock. And again, a great position over at the expansion where he has to defend behind the towers, protected by them. Is Sock doing great here or what?
I think he's doing very, very great, especially if he has his eyes open and sees the right-hand side expansion there. Dude, Sock is building shops like there's 7-Elevens in China. Every other street has one.
And they even open on Sundays, unlike in Germany. Big Sag.
People have to rest, you know? Sound like
What about us?
Friedrich Merz. Oh, we gotta work more. We gotta work more all the time.
No, they don't have to work like every day of the week, but they can take shifts, you know? There's a thing called shifts where sometimes, some days you work, those guys work, some days those guys work. That's how it works. The work.
You think so?
Ooh, Pally!
Say, even without the staff, Archmage had the staff ready! Dodges it with the bubble. Well done. Lich is level 6, by the way, but that doesn't matter too much. Coil ready. Absolute slaughter in the middle. I love the cannon tower still. Holy Light at the ready. And pot now as well. So cool, this shop. Statues on the ground, that's a lot of supply, that's not doing much damage, but of course insane regen. Water Elementals also great damage. It's Hero, Arena on Turtle Rock.
It's always weird when the priests get disease clouded, then they just stand in the back and heal each other. That's really annoying for them, but it's gonna wear off at some point. And it's so impressive here for Sock. You know how much mana he's fighting up against on the Lich? Again, a moment ago, the Lich was absolutely out of mana. Eats one A-bomb, bam, back to full mana. That's so cheap. 240 gold to get 600 mana. That's the best deal you're ever gonna have. They don't have deals like that in the 7-Eleven.
Oh, another coil dodge by Sock, playing out of his mind.
Damn.
Love the Mortar Team Edition as well. Absolute beauty of human gameplay displayed by Sock.
Love to see Sock playing like this. When humans fully flesh out their tier 3 army, it's so beautiful. Sometimes it seems like it's a bit of a bait. Sometimes it might be better to just make 2 units and fully upgrade them. You know, a rather uncreative approach. Something that Fortitude, for example, was able to find lots of success with. But the great benefit here is, if you don't just purely go into mass knights, and then, I don't know, mass knights plus mortar teams, you're going to be very susceptible to being owned by banshees. Here we have very few knights, and then some breakers, and then some mortar teams, and some priests, and some rifles even. It's so hard to perfectly counter that army.
It is an example for the real world as well. Diversification is always great. And we go flowing forward through now to LabyRinth second base, second expansion, which he needs to stay competitive. And I don't know, man. Gotta keep the heroes alive. It looks a little desperate on the side of Labby.
This third base is not just a nice luxury, it is a necessity. Labby has to fight for it, Labby has to secure it. Without it, the game is lost. With 20 supply down, maybe it's lost already. DK again benefiting from the Rune Bracers here, running away back onto Blight. But there's no mining here anymore at the third.
Oh man, he's even confident enough to split some units to the Expo. The Knight is taking the Haunted Gold Mine apart. Classic FFA 4-on-4 play. We know that Sock loves these. Well, same for Labby actually. Knight falls for DK level 5, of course. A timely Coil Nova can always switch games if the staffs and Disease Cloud, Divine Shields aren't on point, but so far they've always been.
Big macro from Sock. What a cool game by him here. This first map now almost guaranteed to be his, with the more teams taking out the third. Peasants getting ready for, get this, Neo, a 4th base. What is this, Age of Empires?
I guess so. It almost looks like a StarCraft map at this point.
You know, on second thought, I know nothing about Age of Empires. Do they even have multiple bases, or is it just one huge base?
Yeah, I know everything about Age of Empires, but
Nobody knows.
I don't want to educate you now.
Chad, some of you must have been watching the grubby triathlon thing with Age of Empires. Some of you must know. Do they have one big-ass base where they just keep on expanding, like the metropolitan area of Tokyo? Or do they have multi-bases with, like...
I would
gold
guess that they have, like, one big base, but outposts? Because there's, like, gold patches, right? And
Yeah.
iron patches. They must have, like, outpost stuff.
Okay, they're saying it's just one big base that sprawls over the map. Oh, okay. I appreciate Say So giving in a little Amazonia flame in the middle of the cast, appreciating this map. And yeah, I think it's become a really good map with the changes. Back in the day, it was interesting, but very weird. Nowadays, I think also Turtle Rock, very interesting, very unique.
This is the old
I'm just
version,
waiting for
though.
the next WSB season where we have Amazonia coming back. Hooray.
Hooray. This is the old version, though. Still banger of a map, and especially in this matchup, man. This map was deemed unplayable, especially for the humans. Little sign that players just got a lot better. Lich getting his HP deleted again.
Oh.
Sick coil by Labby. Ultra last second. Now tower support for the undead, but is it gonna be enough when the human is 10 food up and the human army is better than your army?
Five's looking pretty easy for Sock right now. Hero levels are amazing. Army is looking amazing. I've noticed, though, I think for the last 10 minutes, he has not used a single watch element.
Doesn't want to feed the undead up
Destroyers?
anymore.
But he has gyros to counter the destroyers. I mean, isn't that a good bait to go for? And if they survive, some good damage?
What are the Banshees doing, bro? They're so far forward. They're so fragile. That's some donos here, Labby. One big mistake and Sock capitalizes immediately. Still, Knight's in a bit of a pickle here. Would love to see a heal scroll, but when to get them?
In the late game, by the way, if the human does it perfectly, the priests are also amazing against the Dark Ranger. A Dispel against the Silence can win you the fight, can win you the game. I'm less and less convinced about the Dark Ranger. Not the first time I say it. Of course, good synergy with the Lich, but I think not the perfect call here. Not the perfect choice for this crazy late game.
This game is 30 minutes now. It doesn't feel like it, man. It doesn't feel like it at all. Time flies by when you're having fun with some of the coolest late game scenarios that we have in the entire game. Approaching more ultimates, maybe LabyRinth going for one Hail Mary after the next. Get some casters in the back as well, but A-bombs falling, fiends falling, the Orb of Slow once again in full effect, and Sock now wants to chop Labby's head off with the DK FoCuS. Town Portal can still afford it, but the supply gap is growing and growing, and we now got
Level
mass
6.
teleport.
Okay, maybe that's a reason to finally spend some mana. I say, after he summoned a Water Elemental. He didn't have level 3. Alright, level 3 Elemental. Those are actually pretty good. What a sick game by Sock, by the way. Beautiful early game, playing it safe, taking little damage, moving great from early game to mid game to late game. Just, I keep being blown away. Yesterday, we were praising him so much in the series against 1-2-0. But there in Neo, we learned maybe we shouldn't praise him too much, because we saw some wobbles there as well, some throws in that game. Or is this game not over yet? Because we thought we were seeing a 4th base attempt. That's not the truth. It wasn't actually set up. No 4th base. It's only 3 so far. It's not that much money. It's not that much supply on Sock. But more than on Labby.
It is one base indeed for a couple of seconds as Labby is mining out now. There's still the bottom left-hand side that could be taken over. Isn't it fascinating how time is indeed relative? Einstein was right all along. If you watch a human versus undead game, it just flies by and 30 minutes are nothing. And in Night Elf versus Orc, man, 5 minutes can feel like an eternity.
That's why we need the Keeper back. You know what he could also do, by the way? Control magic. He could control magic the Skellies.
He could, yep, for sure. Lumber is there, but gold, I don't know. There might be better usage of that gold.
If that fourth comes up, which at the moment looks like it will, then there's going to be an opportunity here. Not many forces at all left. It all comes down to the Lich to win this game. Sniping one of the priests with a Coil Nova in the back. It's always the concern with these casters. Easy to snipe, easy to kill. Still some in the fight here.
Big damage numbers. Archmage 22k, Mountain King 22k, Lich 45,000 damage in 32 minutes. That's some high numbers. And yeah, it's one unit after the next. You don't even have to press forward too much. Mountain King, a little bit of a pickle here. DK far forward, getting caught, and there shouldn't be a way out. Anti-magic helps a little bit, but maybe one more Holy Light also not needed. The healer and the aura is gone, and that is the first win for Sock in a beautiful game.
Yeah, that was a master class. Extremely well done. Great late game execution. Also, with his own style here, delivering in the late game. Most other humans will be playing this more one-dimensional. We had 5-6 different units in this late game fight. Normally, it's either Night Gyros or Night Gyro Breakers, if there's Banshees. But here, Sock playing a beautiful mix, the army coming wonderfully together. Very, very impressed. Also some brilliant moves, aggressively forcing the expo cancel and so on, taking fights on his terms, always trading well, getting the shop at the perfect time, setting up the towers for the third base. That is wonderful stuff right now. So when Sock, excuse me, is showing up when the other humans are suffering right after the patch hit.
Exactly. This was Turtle Rock, though, a very unique map where expansions are not too easy to set up. Maps can change a lot in this matchup. Next one is Echo Owls. We'll see if we get a Labby special with the Dreadlord. Maybe there's always a small but existing chance. And there's also always more support by the Crestfallen. Thank you for the Euro. Just testing the delay. That's you could test a little more, I hope, If you need more evidence, feel free to continue as we are continuing with map number 2. Map pick, Labby, Echo Owls. Let's go.
You know, testing is very important, Neo. I learned that playing Portal 1 and 2. Now I'm curious if you ever played Portal 1 and 2, Neo. Did you play those games?
Nope, but I know that the cake is a lie just like the spoon.
Oh, bro. How can you play that game?
You didn't watch Turtles when you were younger.
Yeah.
You are
Also,
not in a position
shouldn't
to
speak.
criticize on anything.
Okay,
glass houses.
We're talking about games right now, though. And I must admit, there's also quite a few on my list still, like Elden Ring, like Baldur's Gate. But, you know, one day. One day.
Yeah,
Today, though.
you think?
Today, though, we are focused on the most beautiful game there ever was and ever will be. It is Warcraft 3, and I think especially when Soccer's playing right now in the shape he's in, it is hard to argue with that point. Can any game be more beautiful? Can any gameplay be more beautiful? I would say Labby will have to show some more beautiful gameplay from his side. Not to say it was bad, but it was simply outclassed. Sock so far looking way better, but it was only map 1.
Yes, it was like a couple of flaws here and there, like the Fiend positioning in some of the fights, the Banshee positioning in some of the fights. There was more potential. This is the top level. This is the super level in the Super League. And we're getting very, very close to playoffs. Who peaks at the right time? It's not the Dreadlord, I can tell you that much. It's once again the Lich. We're going from lots of multiple first heroes to pretty much only the Lich at the moment. And who can blame these undead players for going Lich?
Yeah, Lich is the way stronger late game hero. Also, makes for way more interesting late game armies. When we're seeing Cryptlord, it is, you know what a human army looks like there? It's Griffins.
Yep.
And Griffins.
Yep.
And Griffins and Griffins and upgrades. And Griffins.
Yep.
And upgrades and upgrades and Griffins.
Yep.
When facing a Lich, it becomes quite a bit more interesting. Mass Griffins then, not the best idea. Normally, because of the power of the level 3 Nova. I wonder if this is going to catch on with the other humans. Are they going to go for such a colorful army as well? It's like a potpourri of all the human forces. Except for Griffins.
Isn't it ironic that a colorful army is very black and white with Dryad Bears only? Because of the player, you know?
Yep. Don't forget about the Demon Hunter and Naga in every game.
Oh, sometimes it's a keeper though. I mean, you gotta add some colors into the mix. But yeah, for Sock and also Labby, The diversification of units is amazing. Also, timing shifts and unit shifts are are in this matchup extremely important. Are you going into destroyers? Do you have to counter with gyros? Are you skipping destroyers and go straight into A-bombs? Do I have to get the Sorks ready, or do I have to get ready for Banshees instead? Then Sorks don't do anything, but I need earlier staffs and earlier mortars. And then how do you counter that? Do you need breakers, etc., etc.? There's so many questions, and scouting extremely important to click the right buttons and do the right transitions at the right time.
At the moment, we're seeing something we haven't seen in the past pretty much ever. Level 1 Archmage Aggression looking for an Expo cancel. Oh, is the Watermelon out of range? Oh, it's out of range. 6 surround by Labby here. This could be a game-winning surround.
Lovely. That is not only the Expo save, that's also level 2. This Water Metal will expire, so no extra XP. But now we have a weak Archmage with very hurt. No additional mana for another Water Metal because that Brilliance Aura is missing. There is, you know, ghouls at the left-hand side as well. I think the offensive potential for Sok is extremely limited, and that level 1 Archmage, so far, not a recipe for success.
Yeah, that's a terrible start. If Sok doesn't get this Expo cancel, which it seems like he won't, he's going to be really far behind. Or might it be just enough? AM has the TP! Never mind, he's dead!
The Archmage got the GG, I think. He's trying, man.
What
He's trying
might
so
still
hard.
have the damage. Oh my god, the level lead here is insane, though. Oh, they got the damage indeed. Okay, there might be a lifeline, perhaps. But that's, that's not a good spot.
That's a very thin line. There was a cancel, but extremely late, so Labby didn't get many resources back. Can't set up the Haunted again, and there was a big delay because the ghouls are ravaging the Sok expansion. He got the Archmage back, thankfully, extremely quick and extremely cheap as it's only a level 1 hero. But I think that a Lich is gonna have a lot of fun this game.
Yeah, he's got the boots already, more and more. Dark Ritual as well. AM being stuck on level 1 for so long is really painful. I feel like the human creep routes will have to be optimized on the new patch. We see every human now ignoring the Merc camps, pretty much, because there was a nerf on the Shadow Priests. You know, I think they're overestimating the nerf of the Shadow Priests. Sure, you can't one-shot the Skellies anymore, but I would argue it's more about healing, really. But hey, it's a new patch, it's a new experimentations. And it is the human expansion, finished faster, but this Lich is going to have a great game. I am pretty sure.
I agree. A level lead. And Archmage didn't get a skeleton, didn't get a ghoul. He gets it now, or can he deny?
Oh, he knows exactly what's missing.
Well, I think the only thing missing here are the 2 Gs.
Archmage might be dead again if he eats a ghoul here.
Oh, ghoul block,
he
ghoul
wants
block,
it.
ghoul block. Meh.
You know, games like these, though, you learn very valuable lessons. The lesson here is, don't run in with the AM first when you don't see anything. Send the footies in first. If you had just waited a bit longer, just send in the footies first, Water Elemental after, would have been an easy cancel. But hey, you live and you learn, I guess.
Well,
How is he still level 1?
well, he's not getting killed, and there is denies.
Oh my god, we're 6.5 minutes into the game. This is ridiculous. Normally, AM gets level 3 at 3.5 minutes.
That was another deny, by the way. It's beautiful. The ghoul threat is over. Kudos to Sok for staying in this. It would be quite hilarious if Sok wins this game from this position.
Yeah, it would be funny also if Bacon started to jump out of the pan for no reason and turns into unicorns. I think it's rather unlikely, though.
You know, you gotta weigh all the options here. If something's possible, you gotta tell the people that it is possible, even if that's just 0.1%. And Sok keeps fighting, so we gotta respect his fighting spirit. Just like we have to respect the 99-month supporter streak by Korak.
Yo, Korak, thank you very much. 7 minutes 30 now, almost, with Archmage level 1. Ooh, we almost got nobody right there.
Almost. Oh, damn. Yeah, I mean, we do have a tech now for Sock. That is fine. We have a tech on the other side. Once again, have to shout out LabyRinth backpack. Love to see it. 2026.
Yes.
Year of backpack.
Thank God. Especially with Lich, it is so insanely good. With how effective Dark Ritual and also Ritual Dagger can be. Alright, Neo, he's gonna do it. We're only 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
AM is creeping up. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Hey!
Hey, brilliant Zora. Let's go.
You know, as we say in Germany, du musst die Feste fallen, wie sie feiern. Du musst die Feste feiern, wie sie fallen.
Nailed it.
If the ghouls consume the victim, the witnesses in the
Professional
crime
speaker.
scene, did they really did anything wrong?
Interesting here from Sock. Are we looking at rifles right now? We got double barracks early on the way to tier 2.
And we got another dono by the Crestfallen. If the ghouls consume the victim, the witnesses in the crime scene, that they really did anything wrong? Well, that is... I will not blame ghouls for what they do. Ghouls did nothing wrong. Sock did a bit in this game. Interesting that he has a backup plan for a horrible situation like this. I keep my thumbs pressed for him.
He's level 4 versus level 2 on the first heroes, Lich versus Archmage. It's not like one fast expanded and the other one pressured. No. Both fast expanded. This is a ridiculous setup. You know, if we could do resume from replay practicing, which would be so cool, then this would be fascinating to play in. If you wanna try to play and practice from being far behind, which is a very worthwhile endeavor and experience, this would be one hell of a challenge to play from as the human. There it is, Lich level 4 at 9.5 minutes. That's a good timing. When is Archmage gonna hit level 3, you ask? Anybody's guess.
Yep, it's that, you know, step by step. Sometimes you have to set small goals, you know. Sometimes it's maybe not about winning the map, but rather get some accomplishments along the way. Like you sign up for a Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup, you meet Starbuck in round 1. Just grab a couple of footmen, make that your goal, or nuke his Mountain King out of his shoes or something. That's probably the approach that Sock has taken. But yeah, we'll see. I have seen Undead Echo Isles games where the Undead was far behind. Like level 5 Demon Hunter versus level 2 DK. That happened. And then you know what? In the end, the Undead wins. So if Sock takes that as an example, maybe he can swing it around after some time.
The good thing is, if you build a huge tier 3 army, sometimes the hero levels aren't the all-deciding thing, where the army, relatively speaking, takes more priority. So yeah, with really good execution and really strong army, Sock might be able to do it again. He seems to have found the winning ticket for himself. The Arcane Sanctum is once again being added on, and Sock does have a big gold bank. Not that much lumber though, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to get all these upgrades this time around.
Yeah, that will be tricky. No shredder here either. Not a single shredder map just yet. Yours in the chat, by the way, says he would love to have a unicorn skin for the Archmage. I think that's a very interesting idea. You think, Remo, with my schnoz, I could be a model for a unicorn?
I think that is an interesting idea, Neo. I haven't thought of it before, but, you know, the measurements might be right. We just have to cut it off and put it on your forehead. Maybe that's, you know, maybe that's an improvement.
You think? I'm up for trying. If someone has the plastic surgery skills, let's go. What, I mean, can it be any worse is the question.
That's what I was thinking, you know?
Right.
I mean, there's only room for improvement, if you ask me.
Only room for improvement. Oh, God.
Kidding, of course.
Yes.
Kidding, of course.
Can I put the caster camera on? Do you have your fingers crossed behind your back?
No, I have one finger on the mouse and the other hand is also busy.
Uh-huh. Thinking of me as a unicorn, huh? Gets you riled up. I can understand.
Wasn't that this TV show with the unicorns that people were crazy for a while? What was it called?
Oh yeah, My Little Pony.
My Little Pony. Yeah, that always looked really sketchy. I didn't want to look too deep into that, but I do remember there was a fascination for a while.
I'm pretty sure they did some My Little Pony marathons at a certain island.
Really?
I think
okay.
so.
All right. Well, different strokes for different folks. Now the first serious attack coming towards the expansion. Oh, that's an unlucky timing. That knight getting caught right away. It's one of the important early units in this hold where Sock finds himself behind. Destroyer's gonna bust these towers real quick. No contest there, and Sock is looking absolutely not ready.
Nope. He also didn't do too much with the second Rex. We were speculating about rifles. Not a single rifle to be seen. Not a single tower to be seen. These gyros needs to be microed to perfection. And even then, we'll see if that is enough. No more mana on these Destros, though. And again, a Dark Ranger that doesn't do too much. And wait, is it a wait a minute moment? Oh my god, that was a sick AoE blast. Oh my god, the murder, the mass murder on the poor peasants.
In these early tier 3 fights, the Dark Ranger is amazing. As we move to the ultimate late game, end game armies, it becomes worse and worse, especially against Dispel and so on. But here, picking off footies, picking off peasants, more and more skellies, it is grande. That being said though, the skellies are somehow all gone. And wait a minute. Sock is somehow pushing him back.
Yep. What's going on?
Wait a minute.
It's a wait a minute moment.
No.
Yes.
No.
Let's go, Sock. Let's go. Destro dead. Second Destro.
This was an 8-minute Archmage level 1.
Who cares?
No.
Who cares? The human army is better than your army. 3 destroyers about to be deleted. Go, Sock.
What is going on right now? This, Yo, if Sock wins this game,
Yeah.
there is no hope for Labby today.
No, he was quite far ahead, wasn't he? And Sock, you know, rightfully staying in this game. Levels schmevels. Who cares about an Archmage? And Mountain King got to good levels. Paladin got to good levels. He might have to rebuild a couple of units, but the gyros are coming in once again. I think it's time to build another unit than these destroyers.
Lich level 5, okay. Still holding on to a 2-level lead, but it's about to be closed down to a 1-level lead. The level 4 AM will be indeed also very valuable. Love to have that Brilliance Aura for all the heroes, and in Sock's case, also the casters. Once again, he's building the colorful potpourri of units, which is going to be quite hard to counter. We have, for the most part, 2 max of each unit, except for the gyros, of course. They need to have a convincing number to dissuade destroyers. The destroyers are now indeed all, except for 1, gone. And we're moving into A-bombs.
Okay, and we have Sorks against them. We got some good claps against them. Going knights then as well. Time to optimize the army. We go for more consumables, I would guess, as Labby is still fairly rich. Now not anymore. Town portal, Invu pot. And the next push, we have a town portal on Sock as well. Gyros will be there, I guess, as well. Yep, perfect timing. And yeah, not gonna be too easy anymore for Labby to close this out.
I just got level 3 from the creep camp. That's huge. That Holy Light now, so much better. MK at the shop, clarity. He's got double staff already. Third staff could perhaps soon be added, but it's still not the case like before where Sock has that big bank. He can't afford all the things. He has to make smart decisions as to what he wants to invest into.
Okay then, bubble to keep the paladin safe and to not be silenceable, so we can heal that Mountain King up. Nice decision to keep the bubble on cooldown. We got the kiting game that you have to do as undead, but again, against Sorks, that is rather hard, and soon we'll put an orb of slow on top of that, and then it's getting even harder.
Good mana though still on the undead side. These fights will often come down to who's got more mana, more powerful spells to use. And right now it is looking a lot better for Labby. If you ask me, the power of the level 3 Nova is really starting to shine. The mass staff play has to make up for it.
And mad respect to Sock and the way he came back into this game for a little bit. Paladin, 50%. Mountain King far forward. There are like 8 food about to be wiped on Sock's side. Noise clap. But yeah, it's it's an even trade, more or less, with slight advantages to Labby, and Labby also with the 3rd base up top.
Scouted, but not really cancelable, I don't think. AM finally got to level 4 at 17 minutes. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, the mana superiority is just too insane now in the late game. Even if Sock did super well in that last fight, in the last big defense, the mana power, the hero power right now is just too hard for Labby. Even he can't mess it up with his field micro.
Can you stop putting a disrespect to Labyrinth name? Show me your Fiend Micro, Mr. Remo Demo, and then we talk again.
I'm not top 300 in the world. I don't have to have good Fiend Micro.
Oh, there's some good gyros here. Destro's out of the fight, and so are the statues. And this might be 2 more Fiends here. No more mana. It's the pendulum swinging back. But yeah, with Labby with that third base, would love to see like anything split to the top. But it's hard. You need every single unit in these exchanges here bottom.
Level 4 now looking really strong. He's got the mana potion. He can continue going for plays right here. Good silence there though, hitting the double. No priest there at the moment. Got one knight harassing up top. Labby, it's a kind of a mirrored position from the last game, where if Sok could hold the third, it was his game. Now, if Labby can hold the third, it should be his game.
So it's actually the opposite position.
Yeah, but it's, you know, it's the same on the other side. You know, we're all the same, Neo. We're all people. We're all, you know, looking for love.
Well, some people are part of the Night Elf Discord, but they are different.
I think they're also looking for love. They're also looking to complain. That might be the #1 priority, but I think they're also looking for love, you know. And they talk about a loon a lot.
True, true, true. Maybe they can throw a coin into the wellspring if they ever research it.
I don't know. We may have to wait for the next year. Lots of slow here now. But there's a TP, there's potions, there is no real danger here, and Sok is not going to try the last valiant effort. He realizes, okay, this game is no longer winnable with the third base. It was a bit futile. Game is tied up. Labby doing pretty well here. Sok, of course, with the big blunder in the early game. He is more aware than anybody else.
Yes, sir. It is a nice series, though. Gives us more games. That is a win for all of us. More time together, more time with you, more ads running on this channel. Ka-ching! And 3 more games, hopefully. Nice little back and forth, nice exchanges. Both players know what to do. It's about who brings it to the map the best. On map 1, it was Sok. On map 2, it is Labby. And now, who claims match points in this nice little best of 5?
Hammerfall gonna be the human map pick. We have, I think, more or less both been banging the drum for a long time for how important AM level 3 is, but with the shift away from a little bit of the power from the water elemental, as we know level 2 water elemental is a little bit weaker right now, it seems like there's way more emphasis on level 2 aggression, which has worked out pretty well for Sok so far. I wonder if this is going to continue to be the priority. Merc camps, I feel like Merc camps are being really undervalued right now. Sure, the Shadow Priest is weaker, but healing is still good. I guess he is available later. But there's no Shadow Priest available on this map. Hammerfall, while we have a lab, we'll have no mercs. Speaking of lab, maybe this time a shredder can help out Sok with the lumber economy.
Yes, sir. This is the first shredder map. We talked about this before. Good lumber management is, of course, always possible with lumber mill, upgrades, additional workers. But the shredder is just so much more convenient. So much lumber. It is quite expensive, though, but it pays for itself super quickly. 1-1, Hammerfall, Sok upper left, Labby bottom right. Let's go.
We got the similar builds once again being attempted. Ghoul opening versus what should be an Archmage. You know, quite a few years ago, when it was all about the Lich meta, we saw humans also playing a good amount of MK first. And it was a puzzling time, because sometimes it looked amazing, sometimes it looked kind of garbage. We saw it all the time on Northern Isles, which has moved out of the map pool in many tournaments. I wonder if there's something there to be done with the MK. But especially with now Shadow Priest being less viable, I don't know. Some interesting questions for the future, you know? Other humans also were playing Dark Ranger first, especially Infi was doing it. But Dark Ranger also got nerfed, so it seems like some of that is becoming more difficult now.
Yeah, I also think, like, not only did it get nerfed, but also people figured out how to play against it. Might be even more important. The star of the Dark Ranger was descending quite a bit before last week already. Fire Lord was then a thing for a little bit, but that was only the case versus Crypt Lord. Now we don't see Crypt Lords anymore because that get oftentimes countered by Griffins, except Happy for the longest time. But even Happy has accepted the ways of the Lich. So everything is always in constant flux, even without changes. So yeah, I've been hoping for Mountain Kings as well, but it is really hard to make work. They did manage to make it work versus Night Elf, but that is also a very different dynamic in the game, as you don't want the early expo that often, and you don't face too many units as you do against Undead. So different matchup, different tasks, and not always a one-glove-fits-all solution. But to cut this short, yes, I would love to see Mountain King viable as well.
And I think there's an option for it. Certainly map reliant. Maybe Last Refuge could be a good map for it. It's easy expansions, easy early camps, and then a later Merc camp. Some considerations for the future, maybe. What a sick block by this footy, by the way. What is going on here? That ghoul almost died to the block.
I unfortunately was occupied at the upper left-hand side, but yep, nice little threat. Everything that delays things in the early game has, of course, a big ripple effect. If you start the expo later, there's an opportunity to cancel it. If you march across earlier, you have a better chance to do damage, etc., etc. Especially in the early games, every move matters.
So it's a different approach now by the Archmage, as we see the great player lagging out. Okay. He's not going for the level 1/level 2 aggression early on. Bro, you lagged once. The etiquette is you gotta leave. What you doing, step bro?
Well, he's stuck in the black screen.
So AM seems to look for a level 3 creep route this time. Is he really staying in the game right now?
Well, he
How
probably...
come nobody's saying he has to leave? When I lag, everyone immediately says I have to leave.
Well, some people are liked more than others.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
I find out the painful way.
You know, is it really that painful when it's a bit obvious?
Just straight up isn't leaving. I can't believe it. Dude, he lags again.
He's a premium broadcaster over there in China. I can't just kick him out that way.
Yes, he's not supposed to be kicked out. He's supposed to leave on his own accord. Ain't doing it. Big Nova, by the way, got a steal right there on the creep. AM now, like taking a bit longer to hit the level up. He's got some good items here. Penta would be great in the late game, not so much in the early, I suppose. And the peasants are taking a little bit of a beating. Man, that steal was huge on the creep. AM still thirsting for that level up.
Levels are indeed a problem for the humans this early game. Ghouls might help, but there is again a deny. It feels like Labby hits a better early game rhythm on map 2 and 3 than he was on level 1. On game 1. And that, of course, builds a better foundation for what's to come. Sock in no real position to threaten the Haunted this game. Oh, that was me. Sorry.
Yeah. Had he gotten level 3 earlier, might have been a different story. What, Neo, you pinged? Better leave the game.
Accidentally, I would have had, I got butterfingered the alt button.
Really good steals, though. Lich also got this turtle right here. If he hadn't gotten those steals, we would be looking at a huge experience deficit. But now, he catches up on level 3. Very nicely done. And AM is kind of low mana as well, so you can't really play a big water elemental pressure. I would say coming out of this early game slightly ahead is Labby.
I agree with the level 3 Lich and this inventory for sure. Also posturing up forward. Every time the undead doesn't get the expansion cancelled, that's half of the rent paid already. But there is 20 seconds. No additional water elemental anymore, and also only one footman in the mix. I don't see a realistic chance to get anything done here.
AM is going to pick up boots, though, and he has really, really good items. Especially if he keeps these as well for the Mountain King. If you can keep the pendant for the mid-game MK, that's a ton of Stormbolts. But he is going to sell them, or rather buy something that is useful right now. And yet the AM is looking phenomenal. Taking brawls right here with Water Elementals and footies against ghouls might be really, really good. But of course, Lich is going to have to say something about that as well. Lich has nothing in terms of stats, so he is very outclassed right now on items.
That's correct. didn't do any big creeping here. Sock isn't teching just yet. We're approaching the 6-minute mark. This is kind of where you want the tech at the latest. So Labby, good levels, good expo timing, good tech timing. I think that is looking still quite promising, and Sock has some challenges along the way, but he's storming into the base. Love to see it.
Yeah, 4-foot is in the main base, threatening these acolytes. If this is supposed to be something serious, AM has to join. AM being kept busy by the Lich right now, so it's a little two-pronged attack right here by Sock, testing Labby's mechanics.
Okay, multi-screen macro necessary. 2 screens at the least. We've seen like 4 to 5 yesterday, so the games versus 1-0 clearly a nice warm-up for Sock in that regard. And similar to the game against 1-0 yesterday, man, these Novas hit him hard.
He killed 2 acolytes in the main base. That's a lot of gold lost, and some ghoul kills as well here and there. This is some very good economic damage that Sock is able to pull off here. Benefiting also from those strong AM items that the Lich really doesn't have.
Nice pressure indeed with the water elementals. Rising high. Tech is progressing as well. He also gets some ghouls undenied. Very good progress. Almost blocking that Lich as well with water elementals. Sock with good ideas. Sock with good execution. We talked about some challenges. Well, he's certainly solved this one. And everything is kind of even now, if not in favor of Sock.
Yeah, I think I agree with that assessment. Little lead for the Lich out of the early game, getting swung around towards a small lead for the human. Moving into tier 2 and the mid game. It's going to be time for the second heroes now. And I guess also the tier 3s being slowed down a little bit here, having to remake those acolytes, which sometimes players forget, but you must make sure to not. And I guess they are being remade indeed. And a small delay towards tier 3. Wait. Oh, altar! No altar! Oh, scratch that. That's a big delay.
Okay. He's shifting things with a super early temple instead. I don't dare to say it, but is he playing Necro Wagons?
Oh, that would be a sick call if you propose it so early. I haven't seen that in forever, but Labby seems like a player that might want to go for it.
Huh. I mean, it's not that big of a delay for the tech. He could still tech, and maybe he has the surplus of resources and wants to go Banshees later anyway.
AM level 4 now, MK coming out in a moment. This altar is really throwing Labby behind. What was a small deficit now looks like a rather big deficit suddenly.
Tier 3 on the way, Mountain King as well. Big mana potion, more water elementals. What are we doing with that temple? I guess it could just help with timings, with anti-magic shell, curse, all nice. But yeah, surely a nice setup. It is Banshees, so keep calm, everybody. No necros yet to be seen. On the side of Sock, double barracks, double workshop, everything as per usual, but the distraction and the harass continues. There's no real way for Labby to unfold anymore.
Sock is getting ready to creep the gold mine. Is this another 3 bases on 40 supply kind of game?
Ooh, should you really do that in this position? I'm not sure. I mean, Mountain King needs levels anyway, and why not creep what's close to your base and then move on to the upper right-hand squadron of the map. Could split the map in half that way, but yeah, it would certainly be very greedy.
Yeah, against 1-0 yesterday was a bit of a death sentence after what was a great early game. This wasn't the greatest early game, but a really good mid game. AM keeps the pressure up, keeps creating space. MK now level 2 already, full level ahead of the DK. Sock has been able to claw his way into a good lead here, indeed. Sitting at 50 supply still. Okay, there's no peasants moving over. Sock is not feeling as greedy here on this map.
Yeah. I want to echo what
Sapper, though.
Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. I want to echo what you said. This Archmage play by Sock is gorgeous. Never making anything, like, it's not wasting time at all. Where is this Sapper gonna go? For the shop?
Nerob.
Really?
And Kablooey!
Kablooey?
Kablooey, there it goes, bye-bye. And that is, again, more eco damage, forces the undead off the map, TP home. Can he trap the Archmage? No, he can. Just walks it off while the MK is creeping. This is masterful play, and Sok again looking to outplay his opponent here.
What a beautiful timing also. He's 5 seconds away from tier 3. Labby can't go for a third hero. Labby can't go for a Destro bust because he has no supply. He's supply blocked, and that is such a huge lead for Sok. Sometimes the solution can be so simple, just blow yourself up in-game.
In the video game. Yes, yes. MK looking good as well. About to level 3. He got some good items here. And this game, it's always fascinating to see how the humans play so differently when they feel secure, when they had a good early game / mid game, when they're ahead, and when they have time. Lots of upgrades coming in here. It is all upgrades right now. Even gyro bombs before we had gyros. Okay, we had one gyro.
We are getting more and more now. Yeah, there's no threat from Labby coming, like, at all. What can he possibly threaten him with? Also 9 acolytes. The Sok knows that he's getting further and further ahead. We get a Spellbreaker to flip back possible curse when the Banshees are coming out. I like everything that Sok is doing. Every single click.
Yeah, he greeted just enough. Now going into upkeep. If he's got 2 more minutes, he's got a fully fleshed out 80 supply army. Could then perhaps think about master training after. And kill level 3 early on. Wonderful. He's going for Clap, which is also the right choice for the late game. Speaking about the right choice for the late game, I think it would be a huge mistake to play Dark Ranger now. Looking for a strong timing with Destroyers and the Black Arrow, that ain't the thing. Crypt Lord could be a better choice, but it's going to be hard to level him. I think the best choice here might be actually Pit Lord with some Howl and some 28 strength.
Well, Seiso is of the same opinion. He said that during game 1 or 2 already, that Pit Lord is the best third hero choice. Definitely more tempo. I agree that Crypt Lord might just take too long. Not only is creeping hard, but also additional seconds, of course, as it doesn't jump out of the altar. I'm fairly sure we get the Dark Ranger, though.
Yeah, you know, people are creatures of habit, and the habit is to add the Dark Ranger. But I think the others should really take a hard look at what the optimal choice is. I don't think it would be Dark Ranger. I love the Crypt Lord, it's my favorite hero, but I agree, this game, probably not the right choice. There's just no creeps anymore. Not the right map for it, not the right game state for it. Pit Lord, I think, is the only thing that gives him a chance, really.
He's supply blocked,
ain't looking good as it is.
He is supply blocked again. No chance for a third hero. Goes for the Ziggurats once again. You know, there's a lot of different strategies in Warcraft, and sometimes it's about what hero counters the other hero, or what unit works better against the other, or how many bases you need to go for the crispest timings. And then sometimes the solution is as simple as, if you can't build units, I have more stuff. And that's the game plan of Sok. It's simple, yet beautiful. And that is not the right call to move all the gyros into the Fiends. Whoopsie. But apart from that, everything is fine.
Yeah. To be completely honest, not the first time we see this today, but that's one of the small few mistakes, among otherwise amazing gameplay by Sok. Even denying some footies, trying to perfectly round out his army. At least a successful prevention of the third base. And Sok must make sure, while this position is good, he cannot underestimate Labby. That has cost too many players, too many games, especially against Banshees. You have to have your wits about yourself. If there's some easy steals coming in, if there's a great position being found by the Undead, this is still winnable for Labby. We are talking about a level 5 Lich after all.
And possession, if you're, as you say, not sharp at all times, that can steal, 20 food away quickly. We do have double staffs again. We do have the fragmentation shards again. Sok's tech timings are awesome. Trying to go for a third base once again, putting pressure on Labby, who of course knows that this is another obstacle coming. And another obstacle for Sok will be Disease Cloud A-bombs, as we're working towards that. But yeah, it is really fascinating how Sok builds this army. Always the right answers, always at the right time, always able to fluidly shift into other units that are at that timing more important. And Labby needs a little bit of a miracle, but as you say, it's not impossible.
By the way, little move that I appreciate here, all the lumber peasants from the expansion went to the main base. So it means for a hold, he can call all those peasants to morph into militia. They might all get Nova'd, but they will still contribute a little bit. So min-maxing here, at the highest level. And again, it seems to be a similar position. A third base secured should win the game.
How good are the possessions and how many are there even? We are 14 seconds off of the cannon tower. We got one possession. The mortars blow them to pieces though. The second one gets killed as well. Stormbolt, Holy Light, not even using a single staff to counter the Banshees. This is so well done.
Yeah, and I mentioned the militia a moment ago. They are joining in here into the fight. Easy hold for Sock. Wonderful display once again. 2-1 on the Knights. That also goes for the militia. 1-0 on the mortar teams. Once again, a nice colorful mix of units here in this late game army. And now we get the towers up. And now the third base. Just a matter of time.
Remo, I have to ask one question here. Where was this Sock in the past 12 play days?
Missing. Lacking. Not here.
Not here. Very, very, very cool. Maybe he just needed a little challenge, you know? Maybe the old patch version for human was too simple for him. Wasn't really a challenge, and now he feels ignited again, peaking at the perfect time in the playoff week that we're in here at Super League. All undeads should be a little scared of what this guy is cooking up.
Worth comparing also Season 1 of Super League versus Season 2. Season 1, Labby, a gangster winning everything, especially the matchup against Human and against Night Elf really carried him through, if you ask me. And Sock was not close to the top, especially in this matchup. Sock was struggling. And what a switcheroo it has been. Sock really the guy to look out for right now for the Alliance.
Oh man, I remember Sock trying these Dark Ranger pushes. He was ahead of the curve when it came to Dark Ranger tower pushes. And he tried, and he failed so hard versus life. And after he tried, everyone else adjusted some timings and stuff, and Dark Ranger terrorized everyone. He was just ahead of his time. And I don't even know what his result was, like top 9 or something.
Yeah, very forgettable. Nobody knows.
No, nobody, except Stufka.
Maybe Sock even forgot. He was like, yeah, you know what? That wasn't my tournament. Let's focus on this one. And this one indeed is looking great. Of course, 40 was the guy to look out for in Super League Season 1. Also, Infi was looking amazing. Specifically for Infi, it's looking very different right now. Sock is here to pick up the mantle and show the world how it's done with Human, with his very own style. Now with an attack across the map. Better position here, you could say, for the Undead. One Knight already stolen. Could be another. Where are the staffs? Oh, Sock, you don't want to underestimate.
Uh-oh, the mortar teams are also torn apart with the DK diving deep. Sock doesn't like this at all. Banshees under pressure. Still so much mana on them. And Mr. Remo, I think we have a wait a minute situation here. We're praising Sock the entire time, but look at the supply. 84 food for the Undead all of a sudden.
Yeah, that quickly can happen. A little switch around in the supply when the possessions come through. That really shouldn't be happening, though. There was no hero in trouble that you had to staff out, and he has triple staff. None of them used.
Well, they lose value, I guess, like a car. So he wants to keep them fresh and clean. But yeah, lots of unit in production right now. Labby is hitting hard, is paying a lot of upkeep at the moment. Once again, oh, that was the stab. That was well done. Again, a game that goes towards the 20-minute mark, and it feels like it just started.
MK in a great position here for the claps. Can this be a better fight for him? Nova in the back, hitting quite hard. You know, the one thing that Sock doesn't have is heal scrolls. Maybe underinvesting in them, underappreciating them a little bit. Mortar teams and Clap doing lots of AoE damage. MK now low HP, has to be careful. Pally never got the level 3. That's really painful right now. He's lacking that level 2. Holy Light, but one more kill would be enough. Mortar team shells, boom!
Dude, I appreciate splattering units so much. Beautiful display of the strength of inner fire mortar teams. And imagine this being paired with the Blizzard potentially. Sock's army, Remo, is rifle mortars, and he might be winning.
It could turn into inner fire rifle at some point. AM level 5. Doesn't seem to be using too many water elementals here. Maybe a little bit of an oversight. And he doesn't want to trigger destroyers. Gyro count doesn't seem to be too good. Lich normally does so amazing against these armies. He needs to use more Dark Ritual. Being low mana here is not allowed.
Dude, these mortar shells is crazy. Just put the Banshees in a bunker. He's trying to dodge the shots. He's constantly moving them. But my god, Sock is playing whack-a-mole with the Banshees. The AoE is crazy. And Labby is completely falling apart. Of course, also the downside of only having 2 heroes, as he never built a 3rd hero, now comes in with the Dark Ranger. But I think for the Dark Lady, it's a little bit too late.
Like, even now, the Pit Lord would be a lot better. IMO. But okay.
Dude, against rifles, it would be so much better. And, like, Howl against mortar teams would be so much better. But okay. Okay. He can... Oh my god, he can still create some skeletons out of these units, I guess.
Yeah, he's got silence first, though. Hit it now on the heroes, but there's Invoke Potion to break it. MK a little bit low HP, low mana on the Paddy, but still got the Health Stone. And Sock is looking to be the deserving winner here. One rather big mistake getting those Knights possessed. But again, other than that, great showing here by Sock. That was the story, I think, all day. Playing amazing for the most part, with some small mistakes here and there on Echo Isles that cost him the game. But for the most part, he is the superior player here.
Incredible, man. He is 30 food ahead with a 1300 gold lead. Mortar teams pressuring that expansion. There was a water elemental. There was another sapper here as well, I think. Not entirely sure. 4 mortars wrecked that base. Oh, that Nova, though. Nicely exposed. That's 1 mortar down. Lich gets the coil. Dark Ranger very much exposed, though. And Mountain King so much more mana.
Big supply gap over here. 3rd base advantage now again with the human. This Haunted is taken out. The more teams with lots of damage. My goodness! Over 100 on max roll.
The militia come in to arrest the statues. Dark Ranger about to fall. Lich about to fall. There's one more invuln potion. Every Stormbolt is a kill. Denied by that Lich. Not even giving him that. Okay.
You use this level 1 hero. Get out of here.
Yeah. Nasty Nova all across. 25,000 damage on the Lich, but sometimes 25,000 damage is not enough. I would love to have a damage meter for these mortar teams this game.
Yeah, beautiful army mix for Sock here again, leading to victory. You know, many humans have been allergic to rifles against Undead for the longest time, saying they're terrible, and especially against a Lich level 5, it's understandable why the Nova is so strong, especially on the new patch. You know, many saying the rifles are unplayable. It is minus 3.5 DPS after all.
It's crazy. But Sock thinks patch smash and just creates beautiful army compositions and beautiful hero compositions, and using the full arsenal of the human tier 3, except tanks, I guess. He's just towering in his face now.
Yeah, time for a 4th base. What human game is complete without a 4th base? He asks.
I have no answer. Not a single one. Annihilation with the clap. Dark Ranger also getting clapped quite a bit. Of course, always a comeback mechanism is that Coil Nova, but Sock is too quick and reads too much, gets the scroll, and is getting out of here. Labby currently has 0 income.
You got a level 6 Lich and the Dream.
Yeah, that's a
Mana
nightmare,
battery,
though.
of course. It is a bit of a nightmare. But if he lands that Coil Nova, kills the Archmage, then kills the Pally, that is the one chance there is. So Sock should try to very much pay attention to the heroes. Looks like he is. He's got potions galore. I think he knows what he has to do.
I think so too. There's the Holy Light ready. The heroes always split, so they can't be caught by a single silence all together. There's a health stone, there's a heal scroll, there's a potion, there's a staff. Like, it's a nice fight again, but Sock now willing to close it out. Like, buddy, we do have another map to be played. I want to hit the gym late night, so let's hurry up. Mortar teams again take care of these acolytes. It's another cancel. There's one more Haunted in the budget, but I don't think it will come at the right time. Shredder shredding, and Sock is just building more and more towers.
Lich ate the A-bomb again, more and more Novas. But the priests are out healing the Lich. Damage, I mean. Yeah, it's just a little bit too much right now. Whenever you're doubling up the supply of your opponent, in this case even more, it is a pretty good sign. Sock just looking absolutely wonderful right now. It's hard to imagine Labby to turn around this series after what surely will be a map loss here on map 3. But let's not forget about Echo Isles. 1 or 2 mistakes too many, and there will be an opening.
Right on. Invo Potion on the DK keeps the Lich alive as well. Water Elemental damage uptime grande as always. And there is only one option. That's the GG. Sock takes the 2-1, gets the revenge from Echo Isles, a map that he could have won probably as well. Labby's chances of winning are slowly fading away. And it's not looking too great then for his chances to make it top 4. But yeah, against this Sockman, it's really, really hard to get individual maps.
Yeah, if Sock had been in this shape all season long, I wonder where he would have landed. Yes, this is very interesting indeed. The hero... Wait, what's that Batman saying again? He's the hero that we need, not the hero we deserve? What was it again?
That is a question for chat. It's good that you know Batman, Remo, after that big knowledge grab with the turtles yesterday. Are you looking in the
I have heard of Batman before, that's true.
That's very good.
I'm such a cultured person, Neil.
You are,
I know
of course, very cultured. Did you see the Grammys yesterday?
No, I hate all kinds of award shows. I never watch any.
All kinds of award shows. Mr. Remo Demo, have you not heard of the earlygame.gg year-end
All but
award?
one kind of an award show is, of course, what I was saying. The mic was clipping a little bit there. All but one.
Okay, because we are nominated as the best non-mainstream streamers of the year for the 3rd time in a row. And currently, we got a 100% win rate in early game awards. Whenever we were nominated, we were successful. And for us to keep it that way, we need your support. !award has the link for the vote. Also, our homepage has the link for the vote. We have some fierce competition, but we also have a global audience, and everybody can vote from every device, every IP once a week. There it is, earlygame.com. Let's go for the 3-peat, everybody. I want that award.
I guess knees.
Bless you!
Oh, thank you.
That was like a mortar fragmentation shard out there.
Oh, dude, if you could see the Dryad corpses down there, it's glorious.
Bro, do you remember little mortar team history lesson? Before Warcraft 3 started to get patched again with patch 1.29 or whatever it was, do you remember that fragmentation shards were bugged and were even stronger than they are now? Some people might not remember, so let me explain you how that worked. AoE damage has certain radiuses. So the center, the epicenter, is the most damage, and then the damage is supposed to get weaker the further you go outside. That was also the case, or that should be the case, with mortar fragmentation shards, but the geniuses at Blizzard confused the inner ring, where the most damage is supposed to be, with the outer ring, where the least damage is supposed to be, so fragmentation shards AoE always did full damage everywhere, and it was even crazier than it was now. Glad that was fixed at some point.
Yeah, I guess back then, many years ago, you know, before the Renaissance, we didn't see too much human tier 3, so I guess it didn't become too visible where frag shards was rare, but nowadays many frag shards, many damage, and many times of fun were had with mortar teams. I always feel like it's really exciting to see these siege units that can be so good in the late game mortar teams with the big splatters, maid wagons with huge value over time with Disease Cloud. If only the mortars weren't garbage. Blizzard, something to keep in mind maybe, but yeah, who knows, one of these days.
We got a little bit of support coming in. Thank you very much. Chocolade is love, saying nothing makes me more happy than a Neo Remo dual cast. Well, if that's the case, then maybe it's time to rename your account to Neo and Remo is love. Thank you very much.
Peace and love, everybody. In the real world, not in our video game, though here we are looking for war and craft. And on map 4, it's time for Autumn Leaves. I think this could be a decent Mountain King map, for example. We were talking about him earlier. Easy green camp, 1, 2, 3, get the levels, pretty easy to secure. Pretty easy also to look for aggression then across the map if it's natural versus natural. But there's still some development there to be done. Right now, nobody's really daring to play MK against Unit. I think there's also some recency bias and some bad experiences showing, because over the years we saw some MKs being attempted in the Crypt Lord meta, And boy, that did not go well. So maybe, you know, some healing has to be done first before the experimentation again begins.
Alrighty. Well, it's all in flux. I do have a non-related question to timings and strategies, Remo. As we were raving about mortar teams a little bit, you know I love that animation when the siege unit kills a unit that just explodes into blood and bones. There is this non-violence mode in Warcraft, right? That in certain countries is enabled by default and not changeable.
Yeah.
Do they not have this explosion? Because this non-violent mode is supposed to get rid of blood and bones. And this splatter animation is a lot of blood and a lot of bones.
Yeah, it's also when air units get blown up, right? They also turn into blood and bones.
Sometimes
but it's
feathers and bones too, with Dragonhawks.
yeah, but it's very subtle.
Yes.
I think they especially don't like it when something that stays visually apparent, like, you know, blood on the ground or the visual of a skull in the inventory.
Ah.
So I would guess that hasn't been changed.
Okay. I don't know.
Maybe it has to be reported to the authorities.
Oh, let's not. We need our gamers in China to be able to game. But someone has to think of the children, maybe.
What of the children? And what are these peasants? They are helpless as children. They're just looking for more kills here to hit that level up. One single kill is enough for level 2 after the first creep camp. Don't want to know about the Watch Elemental, of course. Would be an important deny. Sock hits it like he's hitting almost everything. A little bit reflective of Echo Isles. There it was AM stuck on level 1 for a long time. Now it's Lich. I imagine it's not going to be at level 1 as long. But this is, again, a solid defense that we're seeing out of Sock. I think though Labby is also pretty satisfied because his expansion finishing as well.
Agreed. We're gonna get boots soon with the gold tick now. More tempo, more movement speed, trying to outmaneuver a little bit. Left, right. Who has the better army position? Sock is ready with Water Elemental Footman on the left-hand side, Archmage on the right-hand side. Looks like a very sturdy defense.
Yeah, nice play. Like what we're seeing here on both sides. Human expansion, of course, finishes a bit faster. That is normal. Also comes at a greater expense, though. Especially lumber-wise, we see this reflected right now in the economy. Sock is way low on lumber. His tier 2 tech should be a lot later than Labby's, which is not great news for the human.
That is correct. There is a shredder pull possible in the middle if you have the resources, but to get lumber from a shredder, you need lumber, ironically. Otherwise, you're blocked in that regard. 25 seconds for the tower, and ghouls finally make it through, but none of these expansions get cancelled, so it's good news for Labby, I would say.
Macro mistake here on Sock. Those are oftentimes minor, but this time it's big. He's making no peasants from the town hall. That's a big error at the expansion. You have to keep spamming peasants. You gotta get that lumber up. You gotta get that tech timing rolling. Now finally making them. That's a bit late. This is gonna be reflected in the tech already. Labby is up.
Workers of the world unite. Not the case for Sock. They're a little bit on a strike, like the public transportation in Hamburg. Or in Germany, I think it is, right? Well, definitely in Hamburg. But yeah, Creepcraft, whoa! Shadow Priest Berserker on Labby.
I like it. This is going to be a big addition to the army, especially if Lich gets level 3. He's going to be able to fight very well. Sock always so amazing with the fully scout. Has the right idea again, what the opponent's up to. Has no option though to punish it right now. And Lich with it is almost level 3. Should be easy to get some kills for that level 3 thanks to Nova.
Level 3 indeed. Lich gets the best Night Elf item there is with an Ankh, close to level 3 as well. Piercing damage, good diversification of damage types alongside normal damage from ghouls and skeletons. This game, we do have a timely altar, so that will help as well. Will the base be under threat though? Sock, only half HP, but a lot of footmen.
I've not yet seen a Shadow Priest Dispel against a level 2 Watch Elemental. Get ready to giggle. Hold on.
Wait.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Come on. He's not using it. Come on, bro. Oh, 150 damage. Goddamn. Double Dispel for 300. Oh, the Lich got surrounded. Yo, nice item, though. Great item.
Indeed. Nice Nova there as well. That's the Ankh used. Did he use that Dispel? I'm not even sure. I was blinking for a second.
No, he did. Oh! on the Nova! Oh, big loss right there for Sock. He thought the Lich had no mana, but there's this thing called Dark Ritual.
That was quite lovely, I gotta say. Berserker gone, Archmage gone. Footy's still there. Can he go for Tavern Revive? Yep, thanks to Brilliant Zora, we will have mana in a second. Water Elemental is causing a little bit of a ruckus in the undead base. Most importantly, though, Alta was killed once again, so the tech is a little bit later. Archmage has some big expenses. Still got the lumber for the tech, but then a huge surplus of gold. Yeah, nobody really happy with the state of the game, I would say, but Labby in a better spot.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially the tech lead, I feel like it might be the thing that is making the difference here. This is going to be one of those games where the human can just go for all the upgrades and he has tons of time, and the tier 3 undead push is so far away. I think this one's going to be a lot tighter.
Shredder coming in. Yes, you say, huge level lead, man. Footy block, maybe, to enable some ghoul kills and weaken the tier 3 push. Lich is just pummeling this old man, though, with one Nova after the next. And both on the way to tier 3 with not much of a tech lead for anyone.
Labby already in upkeep. Not going for any big bank here. While we have Sock building a little bit of a bank. Low on lumber. Yeah, that shredder is badly needed. Oh, he doesn't even have a second barracks right now. Needs to get that up ASAP for the knights.
Okay. Tier 3 is still 80 seconds off. He's going workshops. Lumber is still kneecapping him, but the shredder will fix that in a bit. DK needs levels. Mountain King needs levels. Archmage is, I guess, fine with that level 3. And on Hammerfall, he played a beautifully roaming Archmage to constantly threaten the bases. I don't think that's really possible this game. Labby is also keeping good tabs on that AM to not allow too much freedom.
Rumble on DK, threatening the second hero. Oh, the cloak, though, nicely protecting him. Ideally, would love to trade footies for fiends right here. Basically, there's just not enough damage at the moment on the human. Stormbolt again. Death Knight is hurt. Reveal is there. If that had led to a kill, that would have been huge. But it's again more experience for the undead. Sock is falling pretty far behind on the levels. Not really loving this right now for him.
And not too much easy creep spots to take. As the middle is empty, the outskirts are still there, but his natural is also empty. He's going for the sappers once again, and this time he's pairing the sapper with Zeppelin. So, he has an opening! The Ziggurat!
Oh, shit! That's huge! And Akla is now also being taken out. That's a supply block as well.
That was awesome! Did he create this little gap there himself, or is he just punishing the ghouls cutting a hole into that forest?
Yeah, no, that was MI6 spy ghouls working for the enemy.
Aye, aye, aye. Double agent. If you ask me, one agent in the Warcraft scene is already more than enough, but that was a nice move by Sock.
Yeah, that's a huge blow, dude. That was a beautiful play. Buys him so much time. Not to speak of the gold damage inflicted as well. And now Sock might be able to take that supply lead, which he may need considering he's behind on levels.
Well, just like the Gyros, they came from behind with moves like this, and at some points they might be able to take over. We got Sanctum coming late once again. This time it might be punished. No tower. We got a little bit of a base race.
Not much damage yet in the human army. Peasants gonna be suffering here thanks to the Nova, thanks to the ghouls. Town Hall in trouble. Uh-oh. What is going on right at this moment?
Game of chicken. That's what's going on. DK has a TP. Archmage has a TP. Who responds faster? Labby is not responding at all. And this Town Hall, I think, is safe.
Committing with the damage. It's gonna come at a price. Those fiends might be falling. The militia from the main base a little bit late. The Town Hall seems to be going bye-bye. There's a TP, surely gonna have to be used soon. Labby, not sure why he wants to stay in here for too long. Maybe looking for that hero kill. There's no staff yet, indeed. As I say, Pally coming from the main base. So close.
Oh!
Just half a second off.
Oh my god! He comes in with Holy Light and Staff, 2 solutions to the problem, but in the end, both are a little bit too late. No, he needs a longer legs. A little sprint would have saved him. Shredder now also under attack. It's a bloodbath at Sock's former Expo.
Doesn't seem to have any units here to deal with this. Really, the water elementals have to do the most damage against the ghouls and against everything else. And the heroes here looking damn good. But the statues, that is the right target. Water elementals should go for the statues here.
Oh my god, this is a crazy, crazy game. We got more and more and more kills on both sides. Fiend saved. What about the ghouls? Water elementals almost taken care of, but now the Archmage is taken care of as well.
Where's the Pally?
Again, the Pally
Oh,
is not
Pally!
in position. GG. LabyRinth with the 2-2. We get an encore.
I think the Pally lost the game here. He could have saved the MK first. Would have been a better fight then. Dude, the Pally here being just literally 1 second too late. Might have lost that game. Crazy.
Sometimes, man. Sometimes you gotta come a little bit early. That would have been the mission for the Paladin right there. But it's so interesting to see also how close these games are. Sometimes it is about a little bit of positioning, 1 split second, and also decision making. What a decision by Labby to stay in that position. He let his Expo fall, knowing that he could be strong in that fight, and he was. And then the heroes dominated at some point. Brilliantly done.
And we're getting a 5th map, which is everybody's hope and dream. Absolutely a series that delivers. I would say Labby got a little bit lucky here on some moments. If some micro exchanges go a little bit different, Sok would have some better results here. Sok does look like the better player at the moment, does look more solid, but there is these small mistakes, Neil. Sok in good shape, but not in incredible shape yet. There are some errors that we're seeing here and there.
That is correct. And there's no room for error now on the last map of this series. As we go to Tidehunters, it's, of course, the decision who gets 4 points and who gets 2 points. With that result, Labby could get up to 40. That would give him temporarily the top 4 spot in the league, which is, of course, the direct qualification for the quarterfinal. For Sok, with the win here now, he would surpass Moon for rank temporarily for rank 8. No, for rank 9. Which would put him in the bracket with Happy. And I wouldn't mind seeing that. But yeah, whatever the outcome is, we'll see about that and then we discuss it afterwards. It is the final battle between these great players and hella entertaining players. Decision time on Tidehunters.
And there's going to be some important decisions as well to be made early on. I'm talking especially about creep routes here. Humans often like to go for the lab first if they think they're going to have no aggression facing them in the early game. Gives you level 2 right away and a big item and an option for a shredder. It is really beneficial. It's very risky though. If your undead opponent decides to play 1 base aggro and you're getting caught with your pants down, ooh, that would make for a bad early game. However, if there's one undead you can be sure about is going to be expanding, it might just be Labby. I think I would like to see Sok here take the calculated risk and go for the lab first. I feel like many of these games have been problematic because AM was stuck on level 2 for too long. I've been talking about level 3 AM creep routes for years now, and I love how Sok is able to play him well also on level 2 for a while, but I think this map especially offers such a great early game creep route to power up this Archmage right away.
Yesterday you were saying level 2 Archmage harass is the way.
I didn't say it was the way of the future. I said it is working out well the way he's showing it.
Ah. Okay, feels like a little flag in the wind. But yeah, I agree, man. Level 3 Archmage, to me, still the way to play it. Let's see if that is the switch up. He also tried level 1 harass. I think we can agree that we like level 3 and level 2 better than level 1.
Yeah, level 1 Garbo. You don't want to do that.
No.
We had the Acolyte trying to mess with the pull. There's always mysterious. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I think this time it worked though. The Golem used the boulder. Maybe it did work. Okay, Golem doesn't use Boulder, so still easy to go through here for Sock. And I hate to say it, but this early game item is going to have big impact. This can be a big swing in the early game.
Exactly. Room of the Magi, Subi Mask, all amazing. Ruined Bracers, okay, maybe an investment for the future. Lich,
You know what? Normally it's garbage in the early game, but I feel like against the Lich, it's actually okay.
Yep, I mean, the target can then be set to workers and footmen and water elementals instead of directly to the Archmage. But yes, less pressure on the Archmage is always good. That's more freedom for the Archmage, that's more offense. So, yeah, for sure, not a bad item.
Lich shows up with a nice scout. He's gonna kill the peasant up here, trying to build a farm. Very annoying for the human. That delays the building of the farm. Has to make another one in the main base, I guess. And Sock abandoning the creep camp after getting the item. On his way north, looking for a cancel.
That is Sock supply blocked here now, as he's not finishing that farm. Skeletons stand guard. And he's not building another farm just yet. Only now. Footman scouted that expansion. No sign of an expansion by Sock just yet. But that is guaranteed cancel with Water Elementals here with that level 2 Archmage. So far, both are disrupting each other's nicely.
How is Sock gonna set up the expo though?
With
He
ease.
could just use mass militia.
Yeah.
And then creep the gold mine that way, with or without help from the army.
And then it hurts him that he's supply blocked at the moment because he couldn't build too many peasants at the moment.
Oh, the creep's waking up. What the hell is going on here? Throwing ensnares, the little orange camp.
You know how it is to live with insomnia. It's the same for the creeps.
Poor guys. Better use some melatonin next night. Great timing on these ghouls, by the way. Anticipating the creep of the natural. Some ghouls and skellies here already ready for the pressure. Same with the Archmage looking for the next cancel.
Oh, this is multitasking required. Footman breaking through because the ghouls are on the other side. There's no wall here. Archmage level 3, guaranteed cancel at the top. Skeletons cause some kills here, but at least the expansion is free now. Archmage coming back in, has more mana. Water Elementals so strong. Yum yum.
He's trying to wonder, does he have to summon another Water Elemental? He's playing it safe, summoning another. I think that wasn't really necessary, but yeah, you need that cancel there. Otherwise, it would have been bad. Sock is teching! And it's scouted by the by the ghouls!
Ooh, that's crazy.
Really? Oh, man. I am not a believer in this one-base human stuff anymore, but Sock has impressed us a lot recently. Maybe he can make this work.
He can try tier 2 expansions. We've seen that from, was it, like, Sock played it like a year ago on maps like Springtime, which looked okay, but then I've never seen it anywhere ever again. 40 tried it, and against Happy it looked abysmal, but that was also because Happy immediately teched as well, and Labby, as so often, is not playing it like Happy. He's still trying to brute force that second base, and that might give Sock the opening to go on with the tech and then expand later.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, this looks to be most of the time one base all in. Oh, the Lich timing for the steal! Gets the level 3. Oh man, Sock. Yeah, this is looking very reminiscent suddenly of the series against 1-0 yesterday, where he looked so good for most of the series, but then gave some games away. I can't help but feel the same here, where he played so well, but making some crucial errors as well in between.
That would be horrible, man. Losing 2 game 5s in similar fashion. Now Labby is tacking, but also Labby has that expo up, so he got best of both worlds. Can't help but feel a little reminiscent to Rara Land 3, where Sock was in the winner's interview after the match against Soin. It was also a long battle, and Sock said, well, Soin should hit the gym. He doesn't have the endurance, he doesn't have the stamina. And now he is the one lacking the last breath in the final moments. Maybe he has to hit that gym even more than he already does.
Yeah, when we saw this one base all in quite a bit, it was against the Crypt Lord, and there usually the Crypt Lord ran out of mana, couldn't shoot from range, and then you could out-sustain, outlast the undead even in the push, even onto Blight. But now you're facing a Lich. Lich is going to be level 4 soon. He can always poke from range, he can do some good damage with the right clicks, and he always has mana. I think Sok gave up on this expansion too easy, if I'm honest.
Okay, we'll see. I'm hesitant to make any calls right now. We do have rifles. Oh, that Lich, man. Super close again. Nice Nova, more XP, 3.7. Got heal scrolls already. On the other side, oh, we got a tower. Yeah, is that a one-base rifle push in 2026? I guess it is.
A player's forces are under attack.
Is he pushing towards the main base?
Uh-huh. It looks like it, doesn't it?
Lich level 4. Yikes! +4 intelligence, baby! Okay, right now, Rifle's very good on the field against the ghouls, far out in the open. Has a bit more experience, another little item. Another little steal, though. Dude, this Lich with so many steals doing absolutely tremendous. Okay, then. Let's roll the dice. We are all in.
To me, this looks like a Himmelfahrtskommando.
This auto cancel is pretty big, actually. Death Knight delayed by a lot.
I can just build an altar here. It's a 55-second delay. Can maybe then, as he has spare resources, operate with wands a little more?
Okay, new potion. Waiting for that ivory tower. Where is it?
Well, not just here yet. He is eating Novas. The rifles are disappearing from the fight. We got a sweet Nova on the worker. Fiend still surrounded. Was able to survive a little bit, but not for much longer. Labby doesn't have much, but this powerful Lich might hold this almost by himself.
Both players at only 37 supply right here. The Arcane Tower now slowly coming up. Might even be in range of the main base. It's kind of close. Okay, Labby is hemorrhaging units like crazy right now. And he doesn't have a Death Knight just yet.
Oh my god, this Archmage is level 4. The Mountain King is super sturdy. All the workers gone, so he can't repair that tower. Was 25 seconds off, but that's free damage. Labby literally has a Fiend and a Lich.
There's reinforcements coming in quickly from Sok's main base, but he's still got a tiny army. Both have a tiny army here. And at some point, human units, human heroes especially, are going to run out of mana. Fiends coming out to stabilize.
Ooh, no proxy workshop for mortars to put pressure on buildings. Lots of vision for Labby with that sentry ward. Archmage putting on some pressure, but it's not an army that raises buildings quickly. Priest down, Mountain King hurt, potion on the Lich always. And then, of course, if units go low, the Lich just eating them. Level 5, turning into Superman.
Yeah, Lich once again proving here that he is amazing against these pushes, always putting out tons of damage as long as he has gold to sustain it. With, you know, eating units, eating skellies and all that.
A player's forces are under attack.
This doesn't look like a viable strategy to me against the Lich first.
I think this was a bit improvised.
I don't really understand it. He could have just committed to the Expo build. He got the Undead Expo cancel. He had the level lead for a long time. I think Sok underestimated his position in the early game.
DK is coming for more sustain. Mountain King can easily snack the Fiend, but I guess the coil is already anticipated here. 10 seconds off of the Arcane Tower. That might help a little bit. Repair. Oh my god, it's way too much damage. It's way too much damage on the undead side. These poor rifles, man, are getting killed one after the next. Fiends do a lot of damage to structures in progress, and sniping these priests as well. I think Sok is almost given up. We play like 2-hero Dota with a little bit of support, but yeah, that Lich is just a beast.
Yeah, a bit heartbreaking, isn't it? Sok played so well in most of this series. Outplayed Labby in much of this series. But there's something missing still. There's still some improvements to be made. This is not quite flawless yet. Moments of brilliance, yes, but a little bit shaky still in between.
Nice response by Labby also, not risking anything. He did so much damage on the right-hand side, forcing Sok into the tech, and there was no additional bases this time. No 3-base Sok, this time 1-base Sok. still holding on, still fighting. But a win could have gotten Sock to rank 8 and 9, which would put him into Happy's bracket. Maybe for the longevity of the tournament, it's even better for Sock to lose here.
Yeah, after tomorrow, we're going to know exactly where the players are going to be ending up on in the bracket.
This is over.
Players' forces are under attack.
And for the seed that Sock is in, if he can iron out these small mistakes, he's going to be a very tough challenge.
I agree. Labby, though, nice. He was not looking too fine in the first moments of this series. Sock looked to be in full control, but there were some adjustments, and Labby got used to it better and better and better, and did in the later maps fewer mistakes than his opponent did, and that oftentimes wins you the game. 3 maps for Labby equals 4 points. Sock kind of symptomatic for the entire tournament here, as we see. Lots of 2 and 3s. He got the 5th map loss versus FoCuS. He got the 5th map loss versus Lin. He got 1 5th map win against LawLiet, but then another 5th map loss versus Labby. He just wasn't clutch enough oftentimes.
Yeah, I would say especially the early season was not very impressive for Sock. To me right now, the takeaway for him is incredible ceiling, super high potential. One of the biggest outside of the holy top 3, I would say. But shaky in between. Not solid enough. Pretty frequent. Honestly, every 2 maps, at least, we see a big mistake by Sock that he has to stop making if he really wants to have a chance at getting close to those trophies.
Yeah. 100% agree. There is, of course, room for improvement. When it comes to playoffs, Sock will get a max of 33.5 points. LawLiet with a clean 3-0 could still surpass him. No, he couldn't, because the direct encounter goes to Sock. So it seems like rank 10 is more or less set for Sock. Who would that put him up against? I don't know. We'll have to see. LabyRinth, temporary rank 4, but Lin needs half a point to surpass him. 40 needs 1.5 points to surpass him. FoCuS needs a win to surpass him. Labby still not safe, but also Labby with 1 more game, as he has to play 1-0 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's very likely Sock is going to end up in 10th. Hold on, I'm looking at the bracket right now.
Do
which
it.
would... No,
Go
I'm not looking at the
Coward.
bracket. I clicked it, bro. 10th against 7th.
Okay, that is currently Kaho, but could also be FoCuS or Moon. That's a doable position for... Like, yeah, that's a doable match for Sock.
Yeah, I would say whoever he's facing. Human versus Org right now, for me, the big question, because there the hugest meta shift is happening right now. Over the last half year or year at least, it was all about pally rifles, and that strategy apparently now dead because of the nerf and because of the super strong Org counter. So humans have to make quick adjustments here. In general, I feel like humans are playing catch-up right now to find the right new strategy. I'm a bit worried for them how they're going to be doing against the Orcs in the playoffs, I gotta be honest.
I have to say, Remo, and maybe that sounds a bit crazy to a lot of people. I think if your opponent is FoCuS, you should still play pally rifle, because FoCuS is that bad against pally rifle.
That's a bit mean.
It is a bit true, I think.
Yeah, also, FoCuS tends to go missing a little bit in the playoffs. I would love to be proven wrong here. I would love for FoCuS to do amazing, get top 4, or maybe even better. We have seen some moments of brilliance by FoCuS as well in the group stage, but how many times have we said that? FoCuS looking great in the group stage, and then when the big games roll around, we have a bit of a different look. FoCuS, of course, is making the group stage. We'll see where exactly he's going to end up. He's going to be, of course, our last game of the day. Today, his last game of the season, where he's going to be facing LawLiet. But before that, we're going to have Moon versus 40. 2 legends of the game.
Right on. I will leave you alone for the introduction of this or some off topic, because I gotta pee. Be right back.
Nature calls for all of us every now and then. You gotta get the toilet runs in when you need. And don't forget, guys, it is also important to hydrate. So, in that spirit, I will enjoy some delicious H2O. That reminds me of Waterboy. Do you guys remember that movie from Adam Sandler? When I was a teenager, that was the shit back then. H2O in your system keeps you healthy day to day. Moon versus Fortitude, though, coming up next. Until very recently, I would have said 40 is the big favorite here. 40 has been looking incredible over the last many years. He has been the number one human right now. If I could steer OBS right now, though, I would direct you to the ELO standings. Maybe Neo is going to be doing it later. 40 has been dropping, boys. He has been a little bit in free fall. He was top 2 in the ELO standings for the longest time. If we look at the ELO chart, it's not much of a dip, but when everything is so close at the top, it is reflected in the standings right now. Happy and Lin and 120 and Life, all 4 are ahead of Fortitude. I think this is his lowest dip in a while. He has been vocal about the new patch. He's not liking it like many other humans out there. He seems to be struggling more than Sock, for example. We've been praising Sock so much these last few days. Ended up losing, unfortunately, quite a few of these games where it seemed like he was supposed to win. Like we said earlier, just not quite able to iron out those small mistakes that come to cost him often. 40 in prime shape. Oftentimes he doesn't make any mistakes, and he's able to will his way through to victory, playing very different stylistically from Sock, for example. He doesn't love the tier 3 so much. He doesn't love the diverse army so much. Normally, 40 is heavily focused on AM creeping and level 2 timings, heal scrolls, upgrades, and 2 or 3 units normally max per army, and then utilizing those with as much power and as much urgency as he can. He won his last 3 games. That was the Juki Cup and the Super League, including that game against Infi, where Infi off-raced as Orc, so there 40 seemed to know what to do on the new patch in the new meta. How much has the meta changed in this matchup? It was a lot about tier 2. Tier 2 pushes Riflecaster. Nowadays, is it going to be different? I'm not sure. I'm curious to find out with all of you.
Well, 40 is playing Archmage Paladin at the moment, which I don't really like too much. But yeah, you were touching on the ELO ranking, and you say a lot of true things, as so often, Mr. Remo Demo. But there's a little bit of nuance to this ELO ranking, which is a little under-discussed, I think. And I want to shed a light on it. Happy is, of course, number 1 with 2,700 something. He's far ahead. But while Fortitude has dropped some ranks, it's all extremely close together. Lin, 2,659. 120, 2,656. Live, 2,654. And 40, 2,646. So between rank 2 and rank 5 is 13 ELO points. That is a series or 2. So yes, 40 has dipped a little bit, and his performances at the moment are definitely not great. The second half of Super League was atrocious. It's also a sign of the others stepping up and the scene as a whole being way more competitive.
Yeah, that's definitely true. There's very narrow margins there between the few placements, between 2 and 5 in the rankings. I guess we could say it is kind of similar in the Super League. Number 1 Happy is on top, so I guess the ELO points do have some predictive value. Of course, they are derived from tournament results, so that makes sense. Fortitude, yeah, you mentioned his second half of the Super League, not that amazing. The first half was incredible. He held on to the undefeated streak for the longest. It was 6 wins in a row, but then loss. So 4 losses in a row with only 2 points. That was kind of crazy. What happened there? That was before the patch, by the way. No excuse there.
Exactly. Life and 120 took over. LawLiet and Lin decimated him. I don't really know what happened to 40. We saw that he often, like, he got distracted by his kid in between matches. The one against Happy, for example, had to pause the game a lot. Maybe real life is just busy at the moment. But when we know something about 40, that he oftentimes peaks at the perfect time. So it would be a classic Fortitude moment to now kick into overdrive and still go for a top 2, top 1 run.
It wouldn't even be too surprising for him to botch it today and then show up in the playoffs when it really matters. Fortitude wasn't really the big talk of the town in the Super League because he did make the grand final. I mean, season 1. But remember that series against Happy? That was so close, coming down to the wire. Map 7 decider, so tightly fought. It could have gone either way. It really was a meeting of the giants. And then poor Labby was waiting in the final, and I think he wasn't ready for whoever was coming. While his group stage was great, the performance then in the grand final was not the same. The performance after in the following tournaments was not the same. Labby there really on a generational run. Couldn't keep up. The point is, Fortitude, with one or two more things more going his way, could have won that series, could have won the grand final, could have taken first place, but it was just not to be. Forty there showed that he can be the big threat always in the big tournaments. I wonder now, with adversity coming his way, again, as he would say, Fortitude keeps saying, as long as I'm playing, Blizzard keeps nerfing human. He used to say, bring it on, whatever, I don't care. This time around, he's sounding a little bit more combative, you might say. So I wonder how much fire in his belly we're going to see again from him here.
Well, at the moment, there's a bit of anger in his belly as he can't connect to the Flow servers. Had a little smile on his face, then that smile has disappeared when the error message popped up. Technical difficulties, everybody. Stay tuned, but it may be in that time you can check if your Prime sub is available, because you can sub for a month for free if you have Amazon Prime connected to your Twitch account, and that would mean no ads for this month. And as it is the last week of Super League, you don't want a single ad interrupting the gameplay and your enjoyment of the best Warcraft 3 players in the world. Support if you can.
But his connection seemingly is still not being supported. Alright, gotta restart War 3 Champions a couple of times, and then we should have that rolling again.
Yeah, just brute force.
I saw, by the way, a couple of days ago, when we had to go to KK, you had to go to KK. KK worked for you again. How did that happen, by the way?
Mr. Demo, you know I am very tech savvy. I'm also a little bit of a hacker. That's why I'm called Neo.
Yeah.
And I did everything I could. I asked around how to fix that. I was digging into Chinese forums that I then translated with ChatGPT, and I found the solution. And the solution was, don't change anything, dude. Just do as you did before. It just miraculously worked again. Start the program, join the lobby, game starts, no problem.
Okay, well then, we pray to sweet Mother Mary and Jesus. By we, I mean me. That for me is going to be working as well like that in the future. Or perhaps the better prayer would be that we don't need it. Because, of course, War 3 Champions is the best platform, is the best server, is the best service, and the best thing ever for Warcraft 3 Reforged. And we are still mostly playing on War 3 Champions, and hopefully the connection's going to be working here in a moment.
As we say in Germany, toy, toy, toy. Which translates into French as you, you, you. Weird.
You.
Yeah, toi is you.
Ah, toi. Oh. Après ski, I see.
How's your skiing endeavor going with Goody, Sui, and Dondo? Is there progress?
Oh yeah, I asked Goody and Armin if they're down. I haven't actually asked Dondo yet. I forgot. Yeah, I think this year is kind of over though. You could go theoretically in March, but that would be pretty spontaneous. I think it's gonna have to be reserved for next year, most likely. But yeah, I want to get that going. I want to start a little skiing vacation trip together with the Warcraft boys. Question is where? Question is when? The thing is, I'm pretty close to the Alps. At least I'm closer to the Alps than to Norway. So maybe they should come to me, you know?
They would gladly do that. I can tell you can go not skiing, but ice blading here in Hamburg at the moment. Everything is just ice.
Ice.
Is that something fancy?
By the way, I think I may have cursed us because they're saying go to KK.
He can't connect to War 3 Champions, go to KK. Well, no problem for me, of course. If I remember the password.
Hold on.
It's somewhere in my Discord. Worst case, I'm gonna stream it to you. I didn't know KK is ready for the patch. Oh, but I streamed games before the patch. Maybe the patch changed things again. We'll never. Well, I mean, we will know in a second.
I can't log in.
I can't log in either.
Nice.
What does it say?
Okay, restart.
Restart what?
I'm restarting. KK.
Oh, it says, please enter a valid phone number. But this is valid. What the hell is going on? What's more important, 40 not being able to play or us not being able to cast?
It's a tough decision, but they both suck. Yeah. I can't log in right now.
No, me neither. Maybe, like, our accounts are both from the same source. Maybe we got banned.
Yeah, sorry guys for the delay. 40 unfortunately seems to be unable to connect to War3 Champions today, so it looks like we're having to switch over to KK. Hopefully just an issue for one series, or ideally only one map. I think they're going to keep it for the series though. And we're like lovers, separated by a great sea. He can't come to us, we can't come to him, because right now we can't get on KK.
Use mine. I might have a solution. Angeline is freaking great. Wait, we're trying to get there. We're trying to get there. Okay, I try.
I looked at the Chinese streamers. Were able to connect.
Yes.
That's something at least.
Okay, okay, okay. Yes, I'm in.
How'd you get in?
I got an account from Angeline. He says, I got 3 phone numbers. Use mine.
He's like Kevin Banks. I got 3 phones.
I might have to stream it to you then.
Okay.
I don't know if, like, I don't know if it works. No, has that same problem, but I can share my screen with him.
All right. Looks like the lobby, not the labby. The lobby is being set up.
Okay.
We got the players in, so that's the most important thing. At least they got it working.
So hopefully
Got a bunch of observers in as well. Could you make it to the lobby?
I'm not in the lobby.
Okay.
But I will.
We got Yu Jiao in, Angeline, Bingtang, BBC, Yumiko. Yumiko is streaming on Huya. Seems like he might be the only one left streaming on Huya.
True.
They seem to have so much competition going on between these different streaming sites in China. For us, it's mainly just Twitch and YouTube.
Dude.
And the wonderful Kick platform, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Rumble live stream. Okay, I think the players did the picks and bans already. Getting ready for the first map soon. Admin's asking for a moment still. I guess they want to make sure that the observers are able to join. Autumn Leaf is going to be our first map, by the way. Of course, in recent months, much of the meta was about the MK. We saw him moving a bit out of popularity again, with a little bit more Archmage showing up on some maps. Specifically, Hammerfall, I think there we began seeing a bit of a shift. Stock has been playing very interesting in this matchup. Very, very interesting. MK first, Blood Mage second, sometimes with tier 3, sometimes not. But he wasn't playing tier 3. I saw this yesterday in the Gladiator Cup. He went tier 2 all in with Sanctum and Rifles. But get this, no casters, but just breakers immediately. Breaker, Rifle, all in quickly with MK Blood Mage. And that worked out quite well yesterday. What's the result of that again? Yeah, that was the series that Sok was able to win. Another close one. It was a 3-2, going to Sok in the end.
I think
There also was Moon versus Labby yesterday.
Is that? That's not me. Okay, I'm an observer. Okay, okay, I'm in. I might have to share it with you. Video stream coming up. No in-game yet. But I think we got...
Champ.
Yes, I share with him.
Okay, looks like we're slowly starting to get this ready. I said the prediction a while ago already, so all you Gamba addicts, if you didn't get in yet, you're gonna have to get ready for map 2. It's almost a 50-50 split right now. 51% betting on Moon, 49% betting on 40. If the game is this close, then we are in for a treat. And I said, by the way, a couple of days ago already, players I'm looking forward to the most, seeing on the new patch, known to be innovators, known to be brilliant minds for the game, for the new unknown terrain. Oftentimes, Moon one of them, LawLiet one of them, Sok maybe one of them, Infi one of them, and Moon now in this game. Fortitude, not so revolutionary very often with his gameplay, rather sticking with the standard and relying on mechanics. So now, the brain against the hands in our next game.
Alrighty, we got things sorted, and an interesting color combination that we see on KK for the first time in a while. Blue versus orange on Autumn Leaves. Nice, 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 nice. Once again, for the standings in Super League, this is of course very important. Here it is. Fortitude wants to attack the top 4 still. This is his last game. And he can get a max of 5 points. So 43.5 is the limit if he demolishes Moon. Moon himself still very, very low chances to qualify as top 4, even though that just got a lot harder. Can only tie with Labby, but then he won the direct encounter for that. Also, he can't drop a single map. If he drops a single map, he can't make top 4 anymore. This is, of course, a lot about prestige as well. And we get a rehost.
Oh, AG.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right then. Well, I feel like some of these Super League play days have been a little bit too short lately, where the game's finished too quickly. Today we're gonna have a nice and long day. Even beyond the Super League, by the way, guys. After this, normally we always have... All right, I want to look this up if we have some Gladiator games today. I would assume so. Or, wait.
Well, worst case, we got Dach Inferno later. There also, we are approaching the playoffs, similar to Super League. It is basically the German Super League equivalent, right? And we got some playoff spots to hand out. Today, Kevin versus Teko, banger match. Also, Human versus Night Elf, if you fancy that. And Leon is playing versus Phoenix, so another Human versus Night Elf. I got an error message that my Warcraft crashed, but my Warcraft is now opening. The game never seems to amaze me.
Yeah, And Inferno League stream should be starting around 7 p.m. tonight. Up until then, there should be some action from the Gladiator Cup, which I'm certainly going to be covering. I think it's going to be 40 versus 1-0, which is pretty sick. Live FoCuS. And Infi versus Sock as Org, if I see that right. That third game, we probably won't have the time to cover. But yeah, we're going to have a nice long day today.
Dach starts 8:15.
Oh, okay. Then we might have the time, actually.
We'll see how far we can push this year. Not only 703 consecutive streaming days, also 12 hours consecutive streaming on this beautiful Tuesday. I don't have... Why is...
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, the game is started, but it's a black screen right now. And I select...
Oh, there it is.
In
There it is.
OBS, I select Blizzard Era, and it displays Warcraft 3 Reforged.
That is quite fitting.
It is quite fitting. We got Fortitude versus Moon on the way, everybody. Second last playday of Super League. Both can still, under miraculous circumstances, make top 4. And even if they don't make top 4, it's still about the seedings. We open things up with Demon Hunter versus Mountain King. And I gotta say, this is a little bit of a surprise to me already. 40 was a big fan of Archmage Paladin. Might go into the way of Sock now, who displayed a beautiful Mountain King Blood Mage yesterday or the day before. I want to see more. The day before it was. I want to see more of that. Will 40 be influenced by Sock? Currently, he's influenced by laziness, as this worker is not moving now, as he got the resources for the farm. For Moon, no surprises. It is a Demon Hunter.
A player's forces are under attack.
Like every game and every day, the Demon Hunter is the hero of choice. This is not to say to criticize the Night Elves, which I would never do. He just seems to be the best at everything right now. He's the best in the early game with Immolation. He's the best in the late game with Mana Burn. He's the best tank in the game with evasion, armor, items, and rejuve. You know, he's a decent hero. He's not bad.
That sounds balanced. But thankfully, the Night Elf units suck, especially the one that can boost your army damage by 25%, heal your units to the fullest in 2 seconds, and morph into a very strong fighting unit. Right? 40 has to stand against that. It took us 2 minutes and the Night Elf slander begins, but let's put it to the side, everybody. We can't lose all the Night Elf audience. We got Moon with an Expo. I would like to say counter Expo, but it is faster. So is the counter Expo even the counter Expo? Is it just the Expo and the human is the one with the counter Expo?
Yeah, it's seen by 40 immediately, by the way. I saw Sock also playing against Life yesterday. I feel like Life, they had a really good timing as well in the expansion. Life, interestingly, went for 2 archers and then expansion. That second archer can push the footy away, ideally hiding the Expo a little bit. There's absolutely no hiding being done right now. This Tree of Life took some damage already. 40, I wonder if he's going to try to cancel, as we now see both heroes in level 2, and some phenomenal items on this Demon Hunter.
Right on. More tankiness, more damage, both coming together. We have Immolation to defend Footman and Militia or creep faster. Mountain King makes it to the side. Relatively passive MK so far, especially for Autumn Leaves. No blows exchanged as yet. It's a for now free Expo for Moon, and it's a for now free Expo for 40.
And I would say that's good news for Moon normally. If you can keep somewhat even in supply while you have the better tech as Night Elf, which of course with tier 3 we're going to be seeing for him. I think Moon is looking pretty satisfied with this outcome so far. On the way now to tier 2. Got the 4 archers. Got the Moonwells right next to that Expo. Archers though should be easy to kill now with the dust.
And the Stormbolts, of course. Nice to get boots and dust at the same time. No circlet. I mean, the resources are finite. Usually, I am very critical of passive Night Elf players, as I think aggression is the way and you gotta stop the humans' expansions, or make them as expansive as possible. Does it change the equation if the Night Elf is the one to expand? I think then it comes down to if they build more than 2 production buildings or not. They're slowly starting to learn that 2 production buildings are slower than 3, and then you can play against timing pushes nicely. Fortitude posturing up, but also not doing immense damage. But with Bash, these archers seem very vulnerable.
Tree of Life now rooting. If the Expo can start mining at 6 minutes, that would be a tremendous timing indeed. Yeah, I think we have a bit of a philosophical and taste difference, I guess. I always love the passive play. I always love the expansion play. I love it when Nights just concentrate on having their own safe counter Expo build. And this one, I think, was very safe. I was a bit worried with it being spotted so early by that footy, taking some damage, but Moon with good creeping. Ironing out the build, seemed to get that up safely where there was really not much of an option to do anything about it. Shredder now. Oh, this could be a big pickoff. Trying to catch the Shredder with the footies. A Bash here would be so great. A Surround would do it as well. And he got it!
Ooh, can he fight out there somehow? There's no Stormbolt available. Needs some Bash. Gets that kill. Denied by Moon, so no extra experience on 40's side. But what a gigantic loss. So expensive. DK at the age gets bashed here as well. Is he dead? No. But a nice surround. Massive losses for Moon in this early game.
Yeah, that was a huge play right there. Not easy to close that one, by the way. There was no Stormbolt, obviously, setting up the surround. The footies, same move speed as the Shredder. Excellent control and movement there by 40. The TP is now forced out as well, so the next Stormbolt could be deadly.
A player's forces
Always
are
is, man. Always is. Somewhere in Czechia, Czechia is still waking up, sweating deep at night. Just as purely afraid of Stormbolts still 10 years later. Mountain King close to level 3. Moon got the Naga as so often. Trying to get the Demon Hunter to level 3, but it's still a long path. Got the Robe of the Magi, nice little boost, but the Ancient is falling. And Fortitude got level 3 from parallel creeping on the left-hand side. No fortification, not too many Moonwells in range, and just so many footmen.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, looking like a play a la Infi. Not committing in yet because it's waiting 10 seconds. Then we have the first heal scroll. Now it's really looking like an Infi play. Getting ready to utilize these footmen to their full potential, while the Demon Hunter is still not level 3, by the way. He is far from his full potential.
Exactly. Going for the Knolls now. 40 contesting once again with so much mana. Is he in range? Does he have the time? Can't snipe it. Going for the Naga though. Going for the high value targets. There is a staff, but it's on the Naga. Zeppelin potion. Needs to invest a lot to keep the second hero safe.
That Zeppelin is so clutch right now. There's absolutely no anti-air at the moment in the human army. That Zeppelin might be the mid-game saver. Could even be used to try to go for an attack against the human Expo. And look how the momentum is shifting. All of a sudden, 40 on the back foot, worried about his own economy.
Oh, dodges the bolt. Beautifully done with the zap. It was telegraphed a little bit. Now mana is getting burned. You want to use it for immolation, but yeah, there's too many towers. Nice timing by Moon also. The guard tower just finishing, and he evacuates, and he's diving into the main where there's a blood mage ready to be killed with that archer blocker. Moon, you sweet soul.
Super fast tier 3 by 40, by the way. He never used to do this in the past. I wonder if this is just his new approach, or maybe he feels like, this is going to be so annoying. The Zeppelin's going to buy so much time. I can't go for the tier 2.
Moon, what are you doing?
Oh my god.
He forgot the
Moon!
Demon Hunter.
He forgot the first hero, Neo. He forgot about the first hero.
What can I say? Why are Niders not winning tier 1 tournaments?
And the Expo's going down as well. There's too many footies here.
Bro, Moon went from hero to 0 in a second.
Of Wisp going down. It's painful as it is. He has to save the Expo, but he can't do it. Well, good luck on the next map, I guess.
I have no words.
Yeah, well done here also. Should be worth mentioning that 40 identifies that the Zeppelin drop is annoying, but not that scary. In the main base, he can call Militia. Doesn't have to defend with everything. He realizes, hey, I have a bunch of footies and a strong MK. Your Tree of Life is not far away, and it's pretty vulnerable as well with you busy in that Zeppelin. Or should I say, not busy in the Zeppelin in the case of the Demon Hunter. And Fortitude here executing when there is the opening. Very well done by him.
Well, let's see how the series progresses. Hopefully Moon just needed a little wake-up call. Everything about this was so well done, man. The Naga save with the Zeppelin was amazing. The drop was amazing. He caused so much trouble. Diving into the base, okay, wouldn't have killed 40, but surely do some damage. The surround on the Blood Mage was so nicely done. And then he forgets the number 1 unit that you got in the game. It's just how these Night Elves operate is fascinating.
Yeah, that was a bit of a painful one. Good thing, I guess, that we have a full best of 5 here. First series of the day also saw Sock taking map 1 very convincingly, but then a strong comeback by Labby. A little bit aided by Sock making some flaws, of course, in between. Not many flaws to be seen there on map 1 by Fortitude, even if it wasn't a very long game. MK Fast expansion, very popular on the human side on certain maps. I would say Autumn Leaves may be the number 1 MK Fast Expo map right now. But the following maps might be a different story. It's going to be Moon's map pick coming up next. And unless it was vetoed, I would be expecting some Twisted Meadows now.
Yes, that would be awesome. Not sure where we're getting. Yeah, I'm not yet in the lobby. Hopefully they're not forgetting about me. But yeah, that was a little bit of a gift. We've seen the return to like big macro wars between Infi and Moon. And when like things between 40 and Infi are oftentimes similar in their approaches. If macro or pushes at least. So yeah, I'm very much hoping for that as well. Also hoping that they're not starting without me.
Yeah, I think the lobby is not quite yet hosted. Maybe they're looking for the right map.
It
If it takes so long to host the map, then I've noticed it might be Turtle Rock.
No, it is. It is Twisted.
It is Twisted. Oh, nice. Yeah, the king of Twisted tank lane, I feel like, is Infi. I've seen so many of those games in the last few weeks. In the Gladiator Cup especially, he's been abusing these Night Elves with mass tanks. But it also seems like many Night Elves have gotten better against that style. You know, for the longest time, we thought you need Panda, Breath of Fire against tanks. But now many Night Elves also have been able to do it with a Naga, running around the map with good positioning, and importantly, minimizing the abilities for human to expand. And 40, he used to be a big tank player as well, but I feel like he's not doing that so much anymore.
The general, yeah, has been rotated out. Even more Griffins than tanks now, but maybe a little bit of a resurgence. We've also seen a lot more Panda before, like after the patch. Everybody is trying to bring him back after he got buffed a little bit. We'll see, man. Will Moon go into Zeppelins again? Will he maybe pick a game off of LawLiet and go for Glaives against the expected expansions? Is there a possibility for a Warden now that the Panda is back as well? So many options. And of course, you always have to have it in the back of your head that Tavern Heroes got buffed and Moon used to love a Beastmaster play with high tempo. On map 1, the philosophy was a little bit different, but that doesn't mean that on the upcoming maps it has to be the same. We're loading in. We got 16 out of 24 players ready. So we're getting there, everybody. Almost. And now the clock is ticking and we go game 4. Moon with a little bit of a gift towards 40. But maybe that was just the start of the journey and maybe Moon is just warming up. He needs to improve quite a bit. Otherwise, this is going to be a disastrous series, I want to say. Upper left-hand side, Moon on Moon Meadows. Bottom right-hand side, 40.
All right, if we're looking forward to a long game today, this might be that. Doesn't have to be. I've also seen some surprisingly short Twisted Meadows games recently, but normally this is the matchup that goes the longest. Normally this is the map that is played the longest. Both in competitive and also just in game time, pretty much. After going through a few changes, Twisted Meadows was slightly altered over the years, became a better map, a less random, weird map. Man, things used to be so random on this map. Random spawns, random tome of experience, and also green capped at the start of the game that you couldn't really creep. Since then, this map has been perfected, sculpted into perhaps the greatest map of all time.
It is, of course, undeniably the greatest map of all time. It is a Demon Hunter who might be the greatest hero of all time against yet another Mountain King. This is pointing towards another expansion. Could also be, like, if you play it like Starbuck, a cheeky tower push, before he gets inspired by that. Doesn't want to rule it out. It's not very likely, though. We have an Ancient at the little null spot. With Mountain King, you don't want to go for that lab there, I guess. Or maybe you do. It is very harassable. You gotta creep extremely clean, and that's gonna be the first task
Player's
for
forces are
40.
under attack.
Yeah, you used to go for the Merc Camp in the past, but look at both players not going for the Merc Camp. And that is because
Ooh.
no Shadow Priest anymore at the beginning.
This would be the time for the Shadow Priest at the 2-minute mark. Now it's the 3-minute mark, and where the Shadow Priest becomes available. So not during the creep, but after the creep. And that, of course, makes everything more fragile. I gotta say, I like the adjustments. There is no Archmage here to dispel anything. There's no Keeper to dispel anything. You don't need that. Dispel has been weakened anyway. So we straight up expand.
Yeah, the Seaman could do really well. This has to be immolation, I would think. 40 going for the Ogre Magi right away. This expansion may have to be paused for the time being. Great item here, though. With the Claws of Attack, some more right-click from the MK. He's gonna have one more Stormbolt, but the Demon is looking quite healthy.
Oh, Moon is bringing the heat, boys. We go Mass Huntress on Moon's side, and the Demon Hunter is terrorizing these workers, trying to go for the Troll as well. 1.8, 1.9. It is so much damage done. The Footmans aren't looking too good. The Wisp block is amazing, trying to go for more Militia now, but that is level 2. I think for Moon, the play was, if I arrive in time for the Ogre Magi, I go for Mana Burn Kill. And he got that one as well, didn't he?
Steal.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Is this just game, dude?
That is so bad. That is so bad. You need the bash here to fight against the Demon. A little bit sloppy by 40. This was not the greatest execution, especially on the last creep. Moon with a perfect anticipation. Maybe 40 thought Moon was still gonna go for the Merc, but he didn't.
Oh, damn. That was terrible. Moon also, want to shout him out for a series against Labby. What he does best at the moment here in 2026 is punishing opponents' greedy creep routes, especially when it's up against expansions. Did it versus Labby perfectly. Got huge leads. Then couldn't convert them all to victories, but some of them. And it's also a very interesting position for that second Ancient of War right next to the orange null creep. So reinforcements will be extremely fast, and I also wouldn't hate to see some glaives.
MK at least got the level 2 finally. Yeah, the glaives have been seeing a little bit more shine lately. They produce a little bit faster. No mana burn, interestingly, by the way. Is that the right choice against the Mountain King? That seems almost sacrilegious.
Well. I mean, we'll see about that. Nice blocks of all players on both sides. First it was Militia against the Wisp, now it's the Wisp against the Mountain King. Still holds the TP, but 40 doesn't have a shop yet, and he doesn't have a Shadow Priest, so healing up that Dwarf is impossible. And so he just taps out, and after 4 minutes and 51 seconds, we got a winner.
What a long game, man. Classic Twisted Meadows. Macro Expo game with the tanks. My god, we're waiting for it all day. Yeah. I don't blame him for GGing out here. This was a terrible spot, dude. No Expo, no units, no level 3, no healing, no TP. Yeah. 40. You know, there's some optimization to be done on this new patch.
I think setting up the game took longer than playing the game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. I think it wasn't extremely close either.
Yeah, you gotta
So we
get
got the
used to
series
the.
tied up.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you. You gotta get used to the new reality of Night Elves not always going for the Merc camp. Very, very cool adjustment by Moon. Of course, it was a little bit of a gamble, right? Because he was gambling on the fact that 40 is there at that time, and he's going for a fast expansion as well. But the gamble pays off, and caught 40 very, very, very much off guard.
So what are you supposed to do there these days? There's other options on Twisted Meadows. You could just go Archmage and Lab Creep. That's what we used to see for the longest time. Seems like that might be the safest option right now.
I think
Well,
you can also do Mountain King and Lab Creep. It's just
you're gonna take
it's just
quite a bit
risky.
of damage though. Yeah, it feels a bit more painful. It's all about the Demon Hunter right now, as it seems for the Night Elves. AM might play better into the Demon in late game. Yeah, this one was clearly a risky opening, and that was punished hard. Game was basically over after 3 minutes. Getting ready for the next map. This time it's going to be 40's choice. He decides on Hammerfall, where I would be very surprised to not see an Archmage.
It's very rare in Warcraft that we have build order wins. This was possibly one of them. And it is Hammerfall indeed. So is it more Mountain King? Will 40 switch it up and go for Archmage? We have seen incredible Mountain King Blood Mage combos, especially by Sok. Once again, we point towards Sok nowadays. So far, we didn't have the time really to see the beauty of that combo. But maybe now. We do get a sub
Hey
coming
Neo
in.
and Remo combo rare gem these days.
Thank you, Fake Face Chan, for 71 months. For the majority of the week, it will be dual casts here. Not tomorrow, as Remo hates Lin games and doesn't want to cast the day where we get 2 Lin games, including Lin versus Happy tomorrow, where we have to say that it's happening. But he will be back on Thursday, and so am I, of course.
And we're going to have a lot of amazing games for the rest of the week, the rest of the Super League Season 2. Happy, of course, the reigning champion. Also at the moment at the top. I wonder if there's going to be one dude to upset, one dude to kick him out. That dude, for the longest time over the years, was 40. But 40 seems to be having a bit of a rough one right now.
That's right. Just as we have a rough one getting that game to start, we had to get ready again. I had a ping of 5,000 for a bit, and I couldn't even click ready. But it seems like it's better now. It is crazy how we got 3 platforms of Warcraft 3, and none of them is working flawlessly. One doesn't track your wins and resets the rankings all the time. Some has, unfortunately, some issues with servers during certain governments. And the other is a buggy mess.
Yeah. Yeah. Good news is you never know how many more bugs might occur over time, so it's a fun little guessing game.
That's the good news?
But our
How is that good news?
it's gotta view things positive. Surprises are exciting.
Yeah?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I like that twist. Always look on the bright side of life. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. We got this going now? I think. Looking
Black
good.
screen?
Huh?
Black screen?
No, we're in the lobby. Like you load into this screen that looks like the Battle.net lobby, and then we stay there for a second, and then we got the countdown, and now it's
nice.
working, and we got the good old mustard and ketchup colors back. Let's go.
Also reminds me a lot of McDonald's. The red and the yellow. The fries and the ketchup. Or in your case, fries and mayonnaise. Gross. And regame. Okay.
Okay, I don't know what's happening here. Yeah, if the mayonnaise is yellow, like the McDonald's mayonnaise is yellow, you should maybe give that meal back. Obviously, the Danish Remulade, if that one's yellow, that's the best you can get. But no Danish Remulade at McDonald's just yet.
The Danes are the best at mayonnaise, is what you're saying?
Yes. At Remulade, more or less, but...
You guys with your emulate and You know, my name is so close to Remulate, I should love it, but I don't. I really don't.
I think you don't like it because people in like elementary school made fun of that so much.
I mean, they did. There were lots of opportunities to make fun of my name/names, and
Yes.
more than just one or two.
His last name rhymes with Pimmel.
That was hilarious for many years, let me tell you.
I think it kind of still is. But I never grew
But
up.
no, it's just, I think it truly is just the texture, the taste, mayonnaise.
Oh.
It is so fatty, dude. It's a fatty bombatti.
Yes.
It's like eating a fish that's like dripping in fat. You know, it's too much for me.
How's that a bad thing?
What do you mean? For you, there's no such
Only
thing as
sauce you
too
need is
much
that
fat.
sauce.
The
No.
more the better.
I mean, a pure block of butter is not necessarily for me. Depends if it's salted butter or not.
Okay. You rather look like you've been skipping butter for the last 2 years.
I
so
don't
I'm
eat
surprised to
butter.
hear that.
On my bread, at least.
Yeah, me neither. Don't like it.
Yeah, me neither. There's people, like, the people who mix butter and Nutella on their bread.
Yep.
Please leave.
Many out there.
Please leave.
It's the majority, I think.
It's disgusting. It's so disgusting. My grandma used to do that.
I think the problem also is they're just not going heavy enough on the Nutella, you know? I wouldn't recommend eating Nutella too much. That is kind of, you know, a poison cocktail. But every now and then getting 1 or 2 slices in, it's delicious. But when you go for it, bro, when you go for it, you go for it hard, okay? And then you don't need butter.
That is correct. I agree with that. We got the same setup here as we had before. Game 3, Moon upper left with Demon Hunter. 40 bottom right with Mountain King.
Mountain King, yeah. I am shooketh.
Shooketh. I like that word. Very much.
Shooketh. Yeah, I've seen many games recently in this matchup. I mentioned Infi earlier. I saw so many of his series recently against Life, against Colorful, against Kaho. You know, we had a million Niles out there, as we know. And on this map, I've seen many encounters, and Niles now love going for this creep route. Creep level 2 right away here normally is a defensive item. That's really good for the Demon Hunter. You open up the expo position right away. And MK already is good at countering expansions and canceling expansions. And also, he's going to take quite a bit of damage from this camp. Whenever I saw MK being played here, he had an impossible time to cancel the expo. Night Elf gets the second base up so early, whereas AM seemed to fare much better in recent games that I saw.
Yeah, we might have our different philosophies here when it comes to Harass and Expo and Night Elf versus Human, as we discussed on Autumn Leaves. But I think on Hammerfall as a Night Elf, you can have the best of both worlds. Sometimes with a Keeper, but not in this game. But you can get this Expo up. You can march across pretty much directly, especially with an item like this. My lord, Immolation, Mana Burn, and Evasion. Full arsenal for the Demon Hunter unlocked. And then you cause some terror, as I like it, at the enemy expansion while building its expansion as Remo likes it. So Moon pleases both back to Warcraft casters at the same time. I thought, oh, maybe he has second thoughts. No, there we go. Or maybe not.
It's an expo on the spot, by the way. If this one should finish, it would be a mining Night of Expansion at 5:45, which is the fastest and craziest ingredients that you can ever have. But I think it's not going to finish. I think there is an opportunity here for 40 to cancel the expansion, but it's going to come at a price. And the price will be a lot higher than it would be with an Archmage. The downside of the MK is greatly showing here, and perhaps he doesn't even get the cancel. And then Moon couldn't ask for a better early game and position to go into this map 3.
Getting burns here. Empty inventory. Oh, needs a telestaff. Got the telestaff. Footmen are arriving. Moon not following this up with a telestaff of himself. Footy's in position. He got 50 seconds to do the damage here. Moon is too late with the telestaff. And this is a guaranteed kill. Well done, 40. He got his art. The Mountain King's dead.
Oh, wait. Right,
He's
he's on
dead.
the TP.
He's
Quick
dead.
reactions by Moon. Yo, sick move. Can he maybe deny? No, he can't.
Oh my
Expo canceled,
God.
but Hero killed. I think in the end, Moon comes out on top here. What a sick reaction that was. A little bit slow with the staff maybe to come over, but then this round was beautiful. Expansion heavily delayed, of course, but I'm sure this time it will finish. And this MK now not gonna have an easy time.
Oh, another terrible early game for 40. He is not going for an Altar Revive. That's a minute without the first hero, without leveling, without any sort of control. Moon is anticipating a Tavern Revive, but has the Archer Trap set up. I love everything.
Seems like he's not gonna go for it though. MK level 2 gets rezzed pretty quick. Wait, there's no arcade tower. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not good news for these peasants.
You know, last game was 4 minutes 51. This one will be a little bit longer, but once again, Moon is in a tremendous position after game 1. He confirms now the Altar Revive. He can terrorize these workers still. The staff is ready in 9 seconds to get more mana, and the Arcane Tower still needs so much time. Moon got his ass whooped on map 1 quite a bit, but man, is he out for revenge on map 2 and 3.
Great play here by Moon, but now the MK is back, throwing out the hammer right away. I think Moon was trying to be a bit too cute for himself there. He left the archers in the middle to look for the surround a bit too long. If he had just brought them into the attack, they could have made this a lot more potent. So, lucky little break there for 40. Somehow he still managed a very fast tech, as we can see, because he didn't go for the arcane, because he greeded it up a little bit. And that paid off in the end. There was no real damage, despite how dangerous it looked. The militia call was good, the footy presence was good, and the lacking of the archers to accompany turned out to be, yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity.
Right on. Now you gotta play around the bashes, of course, with Archer's Demon Hunter, reveal, and possibly a kill. Still some catching up to do for this Mountain King, only 2.2. Tech by Moon is at 60% with the Hunter's Hall in time. Entangled Goldmine also starting with 50 seconds on the clock. But yeah, you mentioned the tech timing, and that is the big positive on Fortitude's game thus far. Now, Creepjack.
A little bit of detonate as well to burn the mana. Demon Hunter, ooh, close to getting surrounded here. We saw Shredder being sniped earlier. Bash missing, by the way.
Risky, risky business, man. Every hit can be a bash, extra damage and stun and snare on the Shredder. Don't tell me the creeps get the Shredder. No way!
Got the last hit, got the level 3. That is absolutely huge. And 40 doesn't have a great lumber economy. He wanted to go tier 3. Those plans are cancelled.
You know, these Moon games these days, the one against Labby, the one against 40 now. Tragic comedies, but very, very, very entertaining.
Going for early nature's blessing, by the way. That's interesting.
Ooh, tower push?
Unusual. Got the lures on the way, and the Naga about to join.
See, tower pushing. There's 3 wisps coming. AP Naga push.
Why, though? Isn't he favored in the late game?
Against human?
Yeah, just make lots of bears, lots of upgrades, GG.
The human army is better than your army. This is APs. It is, I think, a distraction AP push, though. To force 40 into resources so he can't tech the tier 3 too fast. Because, like, it was so incredibly scary when we saw Sok with Mountain King Blood Mage tier 3. It has to come together, and it takes a long time. So putting pressure onto 40 is nice, I think.
Yeah, he's actually going tier 3. Man, his lumber economy is garbage.
Forces are under attack.
Interesting setup. Heal scroll invuln. Seems like Moon feels a bit all in. So scared of the late game human. Rightfully so.
He doesn't have to commit fully all in here. I think he can just do pressure with the APs, threaten the towers, threaten the peasants. He could go tier 3 behind this. I don't think he's forced to put all the chips in the middle here.
Would love
He's
some
pretty low
chips
lumber
though.
though. There's no shredder for Moon, right? So that is not pointing
Correct.
towards the macro late game.
Yeah, he's not teching. He's getting dryads out for control, and now We got the Ancient Protectors up. I would still love to see some additional glaives. Like, I think, especially with everything so walled off and you really want to get rid of that expansion and towers, glaives would be amazeballs. But the Ancient of War went for a long stroll. So will he attack the tier 2 base, or the second base with the Ancient of War? Or will he use it for production is the question. Seeing that Moon is quite supply blocked, it should be... It's very much a life strat, by the way. Ancient of War, double AP. This is what life is playing on this map.
Yeah, pretty cool. I love the Ancient of War joining in with the Nature's Blessing. Here comes the TP. Staff over. Trying to break these towers now are the footies. The defend upgrade is about to finish up. And... actually, they got enough damage here.
Footy's very good with defend. We're going mass air, baby, with Griffin Aviaries. You wanted it for days, and now you finally get it. Mass air not dead, apparently. Mountain King in trouble, but access to a potion. Demon Hunter at 1/3. And Fortitude, after losing the early game and losing the hero in the early game, recovering so well. Still not out of harm's way here with the Footman also low, but he's getting more and more control the longer the game goes, as Moon is only now going tier 3.
Yeah, plan B now, tier 3 being hit, but clearly he lost lots of time. He is not going to have an orb for a long time, not going to have those upgrades on tier 3 for a long time. Also, didn't get ready for the macro with the Shredder. Of course, Foley lost the Shredder earlier. Moon could have gotten one easy, decided not to go for it. And I would say Moon now not in a great position here. Is he really that worried about tier 3 endgame human that he feels the need to all in on tier 2? Because, in my estimation, that is an incorrect worry.
Our opinions on Night Elf versus Human are polar opposite, Mr. Demo Man. I think if we go ultra late game, there's nothing that can beat Human that the Night Elves have. But I'm very...
Nothing. Literally nothing. Triple
Zero.
hero, triple orb, 3/3 upgrades.
Nope. Not against Banish Bolt. Holy Light.
Nice archmage for it though, isn't it normally?
Nope. Banish Bolt, Holy Light is up. I mean, if you go casters, it is Archmage. But there's no casters.
Yeah. I guess we're going to disagree on this one. Very interesting to see how the future is going to shape up in this matchup. But yeah, Moon obviously went for tier 2 pressure play, ended up backfiring. Now he finds himself on the back foot. But he has a good amount of gold. Same goes for the opponent. Yeah, losing the Man of War already against level 1 Siphon is not a good sign.
Nope. Triple hero up. Pally doesn't have a potion. Might die. Oh, the staff is gorgeous. Dragonhawks are coming in. Moon going for triple Ancient of Wind. For talons or hippos remains to be seen. We got the cloud upgrade against the AP. It's been a long time since I've seen that upgrade versus Night Elf.
Cloudy days over here on Hammerfall, at least for a short while. Fortitude stabilizing, building up a big Dragonhawk army. Got the triple hero. Still pretty damn low on levels, so maybe some creeping is necessary.
Chat is saying Banish Bolt is getting nerfed next patch. Oh, it's not that established yet. Just wait. Soul has to play to play Banish Bolt. Then it gets nerfed. Whenever you want to learn about the next nerfs for Human, look at the Soul 8-man streams. But yeah, there's still some leveling to do. Moon wasn't all in. He was distracting a little bit, buying time. We got 5 production buildings now. I love it. And we get a beautiful game state now. Mass Air is usually not too exciting, but when it is Dragonhawks versus Talons, my heart is full.
Yeah, Fortitude should ideally scout this and then go some gyros. Gyros do funny things with talons.
Well, you
Also,
can just
Shackles,
land
though,
them
can be
then.
used against them. Yeah, but if you land them, then you get wrecked by the Dragonhawks.
So, what you're saying is Night Elf can't do anything late game versus Human.
Oh no, they can. Just Mass orb, mass upgrades, mass giant bears, like we've seen the last couple of years. Sag.
That's not entertaining though. And of course, just poking fun. It's a very interesting game state, man. I'm hyped for this. Finally a game that goes long. We see a Tinker and my heart is even
Rockets.
fuller than it was before. He's a rocket man.
Rocket Man! I've seen Tinker level 1 so often get sniped in the late game, by the way. They get close, they get storm pulled, and they're instantly dead. But hey, we got +2 strength now.
Exactly. It's a new time with a tanky Tinker. And a Dragonhawk army going into the main, trying to snipe some wisps, but there are none. Sniping production though.
Well, sniping or tickling, you be the judge.
You know, you can't tickle people to death.
I mean, can you?
Yes, of course. When they laugh so hard, they die of laughter. That happens.
Oh, I actually read that on Reddit. Apparently there was this Greek philosopher 2,000 years ago who saw a donkey kick one of his other donkeys and he died of laughter. No joke. Reddit always is speaking the truth. Now a TP home and ready for the defense.
We need rockets! Tinker, where are they? Oh, maybe a little bit too late. It's a lot of damage from 12 crows. Crows make everything better usually, but you know what would have made this even better? More talents or heal scrolls. Oh, these rockets were a little bit too early. Maybe. Do we just wipe the entire air? It looks like it. Crows still alive. Dragonhawk still alive. But man, these crows were phenomenal alongside the Orb of Venom Demon Hunter and the rockets and the Naga. 40 is in trouble.
Yeah, there was 2-1 crows with roar.
Yep.
That is so much damage.
Yep.
Way more damage than the than the Dragonhawks can ever do in the air fight. Of course, they rely on the shackles, but here the Tinker came in. Indeed, the Cluster Rockets were a little bit late, but it's seemingly still in time. And they're getting stronger. This Tinker's about to hit level 3.
Yes.
Better rockets, better AoE, better damage. Rockets were also nerfed, like the second last patch, and nobody really exactly knows what exactly it changed. But technically, sorry, did I say nerf? I mean buff. It was buffed. But we see them all too rarely.
That is correct. Yeah, I don't even remember that. Question is, do you go for engineering upgrade for bigger AoE or do you go for more damage? I think you definitely go for the AoE if the main role for the Tinker is to disable shackles. That would be the smart choice. But we've seen Tinker players in the past not always going for the smarter
Not gonna
choices.
do it. Nope, not gonna do it. Muscle memory is you always go for the active ability first and the passive second.
You know what? I would bet a Turmbräu that he's going for passive.
Okay, I'm taking it.
Good.
By the way, I was in Rewe a couple days ago. They're not selling it anymore.
Oh.
I don't know where we're gonna get it.
Oh, don't know. Maybe you can order from the brewery directly.
In Turmstadt.
What a uncreative way to name a city.
That was just a guess. I have no idea what it's called. So we're getting gyros. Now, how many we got? We got 9 of them, getting up to 11. That could change the tide, by the way. Flag cannons is pretty good against mass air.
Yep. High-level rockets is great against gyros, but for that you need level 5, I think. And that seems a bit unrealistic. Best is probably to just fight them with Demon Hunter if there is a chance and land the crows before. And you know what? There is evidence that Moon is able to defeat 40 with master talents. It happened before. Autumn Leaves was the game. I was pogging out of my chair. So maybe you don't need crows. Maybe you just need a little Cyclonio.
Yeah, that's the super cool thing about talents. They're pretty well designed, actually. Maybe a little bit weak, some could argue, but well designed. They can be anti-air, and if that's not their use, then they can go to the ground, be casters there, and if the ground is too hard to deal with, they can cyclone them. If they could cyclone and then fly up and then shoot them, that would be super, super cool, but that would be way broken, so I guess rather not. This is going to be a very interesting fight. Very weird to micro as well.
I got the Turmbräu, by the way. Engineering upgrade number 2 on the Tinker.
God damn, okay. All right, wouldn't have thought so. That's the right choice, though. Well done.
Now, what do these gyros do without landmines? That is the question. Can you take out the unity? The heroes all up in the air as there is no dispel against this. Demon Hunter banished bold, you see it. I have rarely seen a fight like this in my life.
Yeah, this is so weird. And the Dragonhawks, sure, they can kill some Dryads and Talons on the ground, but they certainly can't deal with the heroes. Demon now level 5, use a big potion. He's looking healthy once again. We got some cluster rockets. We got more mana burn, more fog lightning. And this is 40 getting kind of owned in this fight. A bunch of gyros that are not doing nothing.
With landmines, dude, he would be so much stronger. Mountain King, Invo Potion, double heal pot there as well. Blood Mage now in trouble. We do have cannon towers.
Cannon
that
towers.
is pretty good.
Sick against that army.
Zap!
But not good against the heroes.
Gyro bombs coming in now. A solid 3 minutes too late. Block, 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 block. Banished against himself. Dispel. And the Blood Mage dies. And with that, the Mountain King will soon die as well. Rockets. How did that rocket not hit the Dragonhawk? Odd.
Misfire. You know, it was the separation stage backfired.
Ah,
Go
little
back to
duds.
the NASA lab.
Yeah, and 50 years later, you gotta evacuate the street because they find him in the ground.
And they're still chilling in orbit.
Damn, what a game, man. 1,000 gold on Moon. We got a Gyro Bomb Harass, which is not that effective, I would say.
By the way,
level-
Neo?
Yes?
Late game army for the human. Looking pretty beatable. How about that?
Yeah, how about it would be different if you would go for the upgrades that make your units attack the enemy units.
Gyro Bomb's only like 9 damage or something. It's not that much.
It's 9 by a lot, though. Now it's 9 by 0. 2-1 for Moon, conquering back this series in very cool, very entertaining fashion.
Yeah, very unusual. Exactly. Entertaining game. Moon always one of those guys to look out for. The Tinker here, brilliant choice. The timing attack, I think that 40 went for in the human base, he was expecting to do way better there. He had the mass shackles, he had the heal scrolls, he had some decent upgrades, but those, what was it, like 10 talons with roar? Man, they do some good damage. They do way more damage than the Dragonhawks do. Lots of piercing, buffed up. Well done there by Moon. And, like the smartest casters say, Nightlife can absolutely hang in the late game.
Also, very nice to see the Cyclone against the heroes. And as some other genius and beautiful casters are saying, talents make everything better. Even the Night Elf versus Human matchup.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a bigger believer of the Inner Fire Tier 3 caster stuff that Soccer's been showing. I think this is the ultimate army you can build. MK first, Expo, Blood Mage second, Caster Rifle build-up, and AM third. For Brilliance Aura, most importantly. You level the Blood Mage second, you get the Siphon up, you win the Mana War that way. Building that army and fully fleshing it out takes forever. But if you get there, with upgrades and Inner Fire and, 80 supply, it's damn good. And it's not going to get counted as hard as we saw there.
Well, 40, he had some hopes and dreams to be able to make it top 4. He can now still do that, I guess, if he wins. But Moon is getting some more and more points here. Could still go up to like 39.5. Could still climb the rank 6. Can you? Guess if he wins now, 40 and Moon would be tied, and then direct encounter goes to Moon. Interesting situation we got in the league. And then later, 40 versus LawLiet is coming up for some more points and better positioning.
Great to see you guys. Much
Yeah,
love.
exactly. So if Moon wins 3-1, they even in points, and then Moon takes the tiebreaker. So 40 needs one more map only to overtake Moon.
Yep. Okay. Who would have thought, man, that on the last play day, Moon and 40 would have the similar amount of points?
Yeah, the group stage in Season 1 looked way different, with 40 all the way at the top, Moon all the way at the bottom. Of course,
I
then
think-
Moon would do much better in the playoff stage, Ascension phase. Good to see Moon doing better here after what has been a lot of losses in recent games.
Yeah. I think people forget how atrocious...
People forget, man.
People forget how atrocious Moon Super League 1 was. He had a little bit of a redemption arc in the Ascension, but he was second last time in the group stage. Of all people! It was just like the only person worse was Fly. And then there was Moon. And then he had a good run in Ascension when it mattered most. Now, way, way, way different Moon. Crazy win streak, and there was this risk of throwing the second half of the season, but he's catching himself and is very, very, very entertaining and should be trouble to everyone who was meeting him in the playoffs.
Yes, indeed. Last playday today for Moon and for 40. They're possibly going to be very close in the points, possibly even. We're going to update you on that later. I'm looking forward to update all the points later after we're done and to see if we have some matchups already determined, possibly, for the playoffs.
Might be. Something that is determined already, that we are also in a competition and you can help us with that. We have won the early game award for best non-mainstream streamer of the year 2 times in a row, and now we got the chance to make it a 3 times. The three-peat is in your hands, everybody. !award for the link to the early game GG awards. It's also on our homepage. We got some fierce competition that we want to swat like a bunch of flies with your help. Join forces. All you gotta do, click here, enter your name here, and then click on Abstimmen, the fine German word for vote. You got 25 days, but you can vote once a week and also multiple devices with multiple IPs, however you get that done. If we all join together, we take it home once again.
3 is a beautiful number. A hat trick is a glorious thing. Just like... damn. I want to provoke you. What was that guy's name that you used to love? The football scorer in Dortmund that you then hated? What was his name again? Götze. Just like Götze used to do.
Yeah? When did he score his last hat trick?
Well, I'm not that deep in the sauce to tell you, but must have been at some point.
Must have been at some point. Yeah, it's been water under the bridge, Remo. I'm done with the soccer. It's a terrible sport anyway. Handball.
He's playing in Frankfurt now. Oh.
He is.
Isn't there a handball European Championship going on right now or something?
Yes, I think Germany is doing really good. Or was. I'm not too sure.
Wait, did you just say you watch handball now?
No, I think handball is the better sport. I'm only watching Warcraft. That's the best sport.
That is the best sport.
Yes.
Big true. Except for the Night Elves, but still very good.
I think Germany is either semi-final or grand final. Or it's done and we got second. I don't know. Ole ole super Deutschland. We lost the final. Damn shame. I was so anticipating that final. Well, second place, still good.
Lost to Denmark apparently. After that there was a big mayonnaise and remoulade party.
Oh, maybe we should reconquer it. Bring it back, I mean...
Heimensreich.
No, we don't want that lingo. Jesus.
You started it. It wasn't me.
You just said the quiet part out loud.
You said the quiet part out loud. You said the conquering part out loud.
I mean, they are part of our parliament here in Schleswig-Holstein already. We just unite, like free folk does.
Isn't free folk free because it stays independent?
Well, it is independent within Germany then.
All right. Danes, if you want to join us, go ahead.
You can choose
especially
Germany
if you
or
love
US.
Mayonnaise.
They can choose Germany or US. Nice. Ole ole Denmark.
Map 4 though, we got it coming up in a moment. We got a bit of a surprise here.
We do. It is a Keeper of the Groover, as sometimes played here on Tidehunters. We got an easy expansion, and therefore both players will be going for expansion. And against expansions, Keeper is pretty good. And these days, the Keeper is sometimes paired with a Pit Lord. And as I said, my heart was full seeing the Talon and the Tinker on map 2, and my heart would also be full by Keeper and Pit Lord. So fill it, Moon, fill it.
Yeah, in the past, in the Keeper heyday, well, the first Keeper heyday was all about Alchemist, then he got Giga nerfed, and then it was more about Panda, then he got Giga nerfed as well. So the Keeper's best friends keep getting nerfed, then the Keeper got nerfed, and All of a sudden, we didn't see much Keeper anymore. Now a bit of a resurgence, as you correctly say. Specifically on this map, right? I think on pretty much no other map we see him being played. I think it has to do a lot with the creep route here. Look how quickly he can open up this natural, creep it fast for level 2 items. And the treants here make it so that your heroes take no damage, neither do the units. So this is wonderful for the early game creep route. Of course, the question always is with the Keeper, how is he going to be faring later in our end game?
Well, for the end game, you might have the Pit Lord. And a good read by Moon, of course. There has to be an expansion. I am quite surprised to not see a single Archmage by 40. We have had some mixed openings before. Of course, if you're Moon, you gotta be afraid of Stormbolt, but 40 also not going for that. Shout out Moon for not getting the Treants stuck. Scouting, defending, Treants everywhere.
A town is under siege.
Raining, defending. Keeper hasn't been a big champion in a while, but nice to see him again every now and then. I always felt like Moon's Keeper was amazing. It was always a pleasure to watch. A pleasure now, though, not what he's feeling, is the Expo getting cancelled. MK's here with the footies, has enough damage. This should be a rather easy cancel in the end. Losing a few footmen here, though, might make a counterattack a bit painful later.
Right on. We got, oh, nice footy control by 40. Keeper's little birdies don't really hurt that much. Also hard time to catch up. Another entangle. This time it's a kill. Keeper level 3 around the corner. Will we get a shop up? Yeah. Oh, 40 only producing the town hall with 1 peasant. That cost a bit. It is already a pretty chaotic game here.
Archers all hiding, and there's no detection yet. Keeper getting 1 more footy kill, seeing the peasants here as well. Arcane Tower comes up though, mana being drained. Keeper didn't have much to give. Keeper has the lowest DPS out of all heroes in the game. And you can see that here on the right click. It's not too impressive. Deny from the Arcane Tower XD. And in the end, it seems like 40 is going to have the expansion finishing much earlier.
Okay, we'll see. Still getting some kills here. Mountain King has mana and no staff to get out. So close to level 3 for that Keeper. And then, of course, the question is, what is the follow-up? We got tech already on Moon. As so often, Night Elf techs faster, therefore expands later. Human expands faster, therefore techs later. It all evens out.
This is kind of like the typical Keeper game that I've been seeing recently. It's like, okay, you got Treants, you got Entangle. Okay, that's kind of nice. And then you run out of mana. And then you wonder, why the hell am I not playing Demon Hunter?
Well, Keeper can be absolutely fantastic. You're still stuck in the pre-Jens days, where you think Keeper can't win. And maybe also the pre-Pit Lord +2 strength games, where the Keeper also had a tough time. You'll see it all. All the pieces will be coming together. It's going to be a glorious Night Elf performance by Moon.
If Moon goes Keeper Pit Lord, I think that would be the biggest own goal of all time, because then you have literally nothing against air units.
Bigger than
Imagine.
the own goal of Tomislav Piplica, who got a ball fallen on his head into his own goal.
Doesn't that happen fairly regular?
No. I'll show you that video clip, Remo. It's glorious.
But own goals where defenders are trying to, you know...
Yes. Oh, that happened.
it
Oh,
out.
Tomislav Piplica was the goalkeeper.
Okay. Forgot to use his hands. All right,
Yes,
that's a bit
exactly.
of a different story.
Well, some people, you know, they should use their head more. A goalkeeper should use their hands more.
Where's this guy from? Thomas of Piplica?
Tomislav.
Tomislav.
I don't know the country, to be honest, but somewhere Eastern Europe, I would guess.
Yeah, sounds Polish.
Chat, you can look it up for us.
Players' forces are
Looking like a pretty good game for 40, though. He's got a ton of footies out on the map, ready maybe for the next adventure soon. Creeping up more, going for the lab, going for the shredder, maybe the shreddy face. There's going to have lots of lumber this game. Could be another long tier 3 game with, you know, air units this time. I like him a lot more. There's no Demon Hunter with Orb, or perhaps there will be. It is a Demon Hunter second joining now. So
Yeah, that is indeed interesting. If you can still get the Demon Hunter for levels, he's usually a hero for tempo, thanks to Immolation. We'll probably not see that. Rather mana burn and evasion as a fighting hero. It's also Not too often that we see an agility hero second, but you know, a demon hunter fits all roles.
Yep, Demon Hunter, always amazing. If he has some items and levels, that is the one requirement. Demon Hunter doesn't do well on low levels, doesn't do well without items. But if you can buff him up, pimp him up, level him up, then he is gonna deliver for you. And of course, makes just lots of sense against an MK especially.
What will 40 be doing? Is it again the tier 3? He tried that plenty of times. 4 archers here, now reduced to 3. These mid-game skirmishes, I don't know if Keeper Demon Hunter is made for that if you have defend on the horizon.
Yeah, if you get lots of mana on the Keeper, I would say, hell yeah, just pick him off one by one with the Entangle. I wonder if there's a way to incorporate some early shops. I love me some Clarities on a Keeper of the Grove, but we ain't seeing that just yet. We are seeing tier 3 on the human before the Night Elf side. That's how things have changed.
Oh, Demon Hunter bash! And he gets the kill. You gotta play around the bash. 40, please use the TP. He does. Keeping the Demon Hunter kneecapped here is a bit of a disaster. We're close to level 4 Keeper, but at this stage in the game, you want a roaming Keeper and you want Demon Hunter progression. And then at the moment, you see a creeping Keeper and no Demon Hunter progression.
Yeah, not looking too amazing for Moon here, I'd say. He's going for a Shredder as well, wants to get the late game rolling. Yeah, you know, I think back over the last 9 minutes in this game, and I think to myself, I wonder, Neo, I ponder, wouldn't the Demon Hunter have been better in every way?
Well, obviously, he's the best hero of them all in every single regard, except summons. But, yeah, he didn't feel it. I'm not feeling the Demon Hunter second too much. But 40 now is kicking into overdrive. This is Dragonhawks. This might be Griffins. This might be Gyros again. And not the greatest options for anti-air for Moon this game. The Keeper also getting caught. 40 bought the Zeppelin already. He might just be dead.
Oh, he dead. He dead for sure.
Keeper of the Grave.
Yeah. He's the Grave Keeper.
KOTGG.
Yeah, maybe that is his role at the moment in the meta. That's a bit too pessimistic and not quite fair to recent showings. We have seen him sometimes working out. Moon and LawLiet, the front runners right now, trying to make him work in some scenarios. I've been really fond of LawLiet's play also with lots of marksmanship archers recently. That's been very fun. But there's a reason why it's mostly demon, mostly bears and dryads. It's because they're reliable. They tend to do pretty well most of the time. This game, Moon now gonna have to play noticeably from behind.
I wonder where Moon sees the win condition. No APs, no crazy scaling Demon Hunter. We gotta say that the Keeper falling was a silver lining for solo experience DH. Could have done that with the living and roaming Keeper though, but he got punished. So where can you do damage? Moon's signature play in the past couple of weeks and months have always been roam with Dryads, intercept reinforcements. That is a little tricky with air units, I'd say. But maybe he finds a way. Dodging the invuln quite nicely. Mountain King might be forced into a TP here or into that sweet Zeppelin.
Anti-air now coming in from the Dryads. One more Storm Bolt is there. Mana Burn couldn't prevent it. The healing, though, ready to be used. He could maximize the effectiveness here very well by dropping the items. Demon has plus 300 hit points, which is quite nice. MK surely has a TP here, right? Yeah, he does. Okay. Good escape. Good catch, I guess, by Moon. And didn't have to use the invuln, so that's great if you could hold on to that for the true late game fights.
Okay, Demon Hunter level 4, Keeper back. You get, oh, Mortars Griffins.
Griffins. And Mortars, yeah.
And Griffins and Mortars and Griffins. Dude, these humans with their army compositions, they are positively surprising me these days.
I was about to say Moon is not going for triple wins this game, but I guess he is with a little bit of a delay. Now they're coming up. Gyro Scout here is going to be very, very valuable. And so it's going to be Gyros to counter the Talons, hoping to win the air fight, and then the Griffins to do the damage, I suppose.
And Mortars.
Yeah, interesting. We love the frag shards over here.
We do. Moon has still a lot of gold. He just has a lumber issue, but he has a shredder too. So this will be fixed. Plus, he saw the projectiles of mortar, so he knows that as well. Pork play would be
Player's forces are under attack.
fly the talons into the back, snipe the mortars, kill the rest. But I think the gyros have something against that, and also the griffin.
Yeah, to be honest, there's some optimization to be done with talons, right? Because now it's normally all talons are in the air or all talons on the ground. There's normally no in between. But that's probably not optimal, is it? There should be a certain number of talons required to win the air fight. And you would have to eyeball that, I suppose, and then the rest could help on the ground. Especially valuable if they have mastery. So far, not research, but should be coming soon.
Nice interception here. Holy Light required. A bit of mana burn. Nothing against that. Full inventory for Moon. Many talents. And these mortar snipes, man, they are reducing 40's damage to a minimum.
Banish here not very effective because there's plenty of dispel, of course, from these Dryads. TP out necessary from 40. Didn't get any kills here, I think.
Yeah, me neither. I thought he would just sacrifice all the crows when he morphed them and the gyros were right there, but no, even that was saved. Keeper might optimize the inventory a little bit with another heal scroll, as we are not going for Panda or Tinker. This might be a little tricky. Still lumber issues despite the shredder is crazy times. But triple heal scroll, pretty good.
Yeah, amazing, especially against that flag cannon AoE. With the Keeper having such a tough early game, I thought 40 was in the winning position, but now it is looking a bit different. Lots and lots of air yearns for Moon here, the Ancient of Wind being heavily occupied. Hippogriffs now. Ooh. To battle the gyros, I guess.
Yeah, they are a little bit of a air meat shield to a degree. What Remo is saying about the Keeper here, by the way, to put it into simple terms, the Keeper is an amazing scaling late game hero.
I'm not so sure about that. I think I'm more fond of the other saying, which is the Kepler is a puss. Which tends to be more and more indeed in that late game. Are we going to see a third hero here for Moon? I imagine not. I think he's going to stay dual. If this game goes really long and we get to level 6s, now then we're talking with him.
Ooh, that is probably the best anti-air that the Night Elves have to offer. With we got a big fight here. 40, are you looking? Every unit now is amazing. Every unit kill is amazing for Moon, reducing the gyro numbers, but he's not too confident getting backstab now as well. Crows needed versus Griffins, Hippos needed versus gyros, heal spells needed everywhere.
Oh, interesting fight, dude. He's getting sandwiched from two sides. The gyros seem to be winning the air fight, but on the left, the Griffins are having a tough time. The piercing damage against the light armor is just phenomenal. Third base has been spotted. MK is in trouble, has to TP away. And you know, when there's no Dispel, also Entangle, really good. Level 3 Entangle is actually insane when there is no Dispel.
As Remo is saying, the Keeper is an amazing late game scaling hero. But yeah, man, what?
The same issue as on the last map, though. This human army is just a little bit limited without casters. When there is the option to play, you know, the tier 3 stuff with Archimage.
I would love tanks, man. Barrage and tanks in those fights would be amazing, also for pressure on expansions and stuff like that. There's no Panda, there's no Tinker. I think this was a crazy chaotic fight, and it speaks volumes that Moon was able to handle the heat here. If you're miscontrolling this could be a wipe, and 40 wins game 4 and we go next. But Moon, with all his expertise, all his veterancy, dealing with this issue and the army composition super well.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing here. I would say map 3 was pretty easy for him to play. He had the lead early on and was able to carry it through, but now this was a tougher task. He was at a deficit from the early game. Keeper there didn't deliver too well, but now he's looking in a great position. Again, countering the air army of the opponent. masterfully, doing it slightly different on these two maps. But late game now seems to belong to him, with double level 5 about to be locked in. Oh, but those talents still, those crows. Gotta be careful against the gyros, but the hippogriffs mixed in are just so nice.
Oh, and also he split so well against the flag cannons. Beautifully done. Can he intercept more? Looks like the crows, who have, of course, a nice range here, might take the W. Do you know how to calculate this correctly is the question. We still again have 3 heal scrolls. If the heroes of Moon are in the right call, the Talon micro is gorgeous. We're missing the heal scrolls, though the hero position a bit off, but he's picking off one unit after the next. 40's anti-air in shambles. And we still got crows on the ground, and he can heal now with the heal ward. This is all so Gosu.
Yeah, that heal ward is insane. Moon looking absolutely phenomenal here. He's got a third base on the way, and 40 is looking a bit clueless right now. As if he's thinking to himself, wait a minute. This mass air stuff used to work great a couple of weeks ago. What the hell happened?
Town is under siege.
Moon is a master with these air battles are so hard to control. And, you know, usually I hate mass air battles, but with gyros, hippos, talons in the mix, that's actually really cool. And this is all without a third hero, man. 5/5 heroes, 3 heal scrolls. 40 is in a world of trouble.
I feel like the third base has been a story for many games today. Once again, we see a player here going for the third. It was 40 attempting it earlier and failing. Now it's Moon going for it and very likely succeeding. With insane upgrades as well. We talk about it a lot for the Night Elf army. It benefits so insanely well from upgrades because all good late game units have the same upgrade types. That means bears and dryads and hippos and crows and fairies even. Whereas the human has a much tougher time upgrading them all well.
2-1 upgrades currently. We got gyro bombs, which is always a bit odd when you A-click engage into air fights. The gyros are on the opposite side. These talents have free reign. And what does 40 have here? In the defense, he got a Shredder, he got the heroes, he got mortars, which are not too bad. And actually, the gyros pose a threat to this expansion without an AP, forcing Moon back. Oh, there's a fight now. Do you want to take this? I'm not too sure. Again, chaos ensues. Now the talent position seems to be better. Demon Hunter is in the mix as well. Need the heal scrolls. Once again, we got 3 of them. A couple of crows are falling, but also everything came from behind, and 40 is taking massive losses once again.
I love the mark of the Talon here as well. They can fairy fire everything up. That costs a lot of mana. But mana that you easily have with mass talons, with master training, with not much fighting happening really. We're flying around the map, we're scouting, we're looking for openings, but the big fight hasn't happened in a while, and the last one heavily went to Moon.
40 has 800 gold and he's not producing anything. Leads me to believe that he doesn't really know what the perfect answer is currently.
Yeah, I don't know either, and I think nobody really can say with confidence. My best guess is it's not this army, it's the caster army, because Moon is just countering it so well. We saw the Talon, we saw the Dragonhawks, didn't work. We saw the Griffins, didn't work. The Gyros, they do work to an extent, but...
They're trapped! They're trapped on the
they
left-hand side, and 40, I don't know if he's looking, man. Night Elves say they have bad anti-air, but not with these hippos and crow combos. Again, so many losses. And again, supply-wise, gyros are the most expensive unit in the game. You can't lose them like that. Moon with a 3-1. Moon. What a series.
Yeah, really cool. Moon here looking absolutely wonderful. But 40 looking a bit deflated. What a fall from grace, you could say. Incredible start into the season, then a bit wobbly in the middle, and seemingly so far not peaking when it's most necessary. There's going to be not much time to make up for it. In 2 days, our playoffs begin. Are we going to see a different 40 there? If not, if this is the same 40, I don't think he's going to get that far.
Now, we'll see, man. We'll see. 40 will not be in the top 4, as Labby has more points than him already and still a game to do. Lin has 2 games to do. 40 currently rank 7, I believe, as Moon and 40 have the same amount of points, and Moon beat 40. And you know what? There is now a world where FoCuS surpasses 40, and we get 40 versus Happy in the quarterfinal.
That would be epic, but also kind of sad to see him face that early.
It is quite amazing, man. Moon, very, very solid save of the season. He's coming from a 3-game defeat against Lin, against Life, and against Sock, but against 40, he was there also. Tons of show matches recently. He can be creative. We go to War 3 Champions, by the way. He can be creative on the new patch, and Mass Night Elf Air wins this series, man, with a keeper there as well. So nice, so cool. I love Moon games sometimes. When this man is on, there's something magical about him.
Absolutely. Always one of the most exciting Night Elves to watch going into the playoffs. We're going to be seeing him. I really hope LawLiet also. Well, he is going to make it. I wonder how far he's going to get. There was a bit of a question at some point in the season if LawLiet might be bottom 3, but those worries were dispelled. The bottom 3 have been determined already. Yesterday, it was Soin, Infi, Elegant, the 3 players not in the playoffs.
That is correct. LawLiet getting saved there by Life. He had some good chances there. Starting with, so that was 8 losses in a row. Then
Be right
this.
back.
Okay. The game is up. I don't know if you joined. 8 losses in a row, but also a lot of close series there with 2 points for him. Then defeating 40 So and Infi. Again, close losses against Sock he should have won. Against Life he should have won. Now we'll see how it is against FoCuS, 2 players that know each other very, very, very well. LawLiet can still surpass Colorful, but that's the only improvement that he can do. FoCuS can attack the top 4. If he scores high here today, he can get top 5 guaranteed. And then Lin is challenged there a little bit as well. Big, big, big chance for FoCuS if he performs here today. One player that's always performing, especially in the looks, is Leon. Thank you very much for the raid, my dude. I hope you're going to have a great afternoon, and hopefully we see each other later if you defeat Phoenix in Dach Inferno. Man, I'm hyped for this. LawLiet vs FoCuS, always special since they know each other so well. I'm curious what LawLiet has been tinkering with for this matchup. But yeah, the pressure is on FoCuS. Between rank 9 and rank 4, everything is possible for FoCuS, and it's all in his own hands.
Normally, this was FoCuS supposed to shine in the group stage. We had the same talking point over and over, but sadly, it comes with a lot of truth. I've seen FoCuS sometimes really impressive, but this is a new patch as well. I think FoCuS and many other orgs, to be honest, take a while to get used to the new patch, especially if the Night Elves are innovating. And speaking of innovating Night Elves, LawLiet normally they're one of the front runners. Everyone has been waiting since the patch notes, rubbing their hands together, or in the case of the orcs, being very worried if Talons might come back. They were significantly buffed if we add all the buffs in together that we received on Heroes and Master Training. I would love to see them being busted out again, but I'm still waiting. Where are they?
We got a lot of Elton John songs here today in the cast. First it was Rocket Man, now we're still waiting. Oh no, it's Standing actually. Well, Standing, Waiting, kind of the same thing. Yeah, a lot of people said it doesn't make a difference that we got this tech timing, as fortified defenses is still so good. Orcs know how to play against them. I'm rather looking at Tavern Heroes for innovation. A strong Beastmaster, a strong Pit Lord. We'll see, we'll see. LawLiet is the one to give us answers, or we see Demon Hunter Keeper versus Blade Master, Shadow Hunter. That is also possible. Tomorrow, by the way, we have the last day of the group stage where Lin will be playing twice. He is still going up against Infi. He's also up against Happy. Plus, we have the battle of 1-0 versus LabyRinth. Currently, rank 4 versus rank 5, where Labby could still get some points there as well. It's going to be the decision for rank 4 tomorrow. And FoCuS can, of course, in the distance battle for rank 4, do some prep here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Many of these players trying to eke out the last little bit of an advantage. How much thought do we think is there to avoid place 8 and 9? Place 8 and 9 is going to be played, are going to play each other on round 1 and then going to be facing Happy in round 2. You think these players are thinking about that?
I think it's too close, actually. Like, you can't really predict this well. As one map can change so much, as everybody is so close with each other here in the ranking. Like, it's, what is it? It's 5 points between rank 4 and rank 9. How are you possibly playing around that if you want to land somewhere else than 8 and 9?
Yeah, it is such a tight battle, dude. At the moment, of course, it's going to change later, or tomorrow rather. At the moment, Lin, 40, and Moon with exactly the same points, 39.5. It would be kind of funny if Lin stays at these points and is going to lose both games tomorrow, 0-3. Pretty likely, though. Very likely, Lin is going to land in 4th place. Unless he has a bad day and Labby has a great day.
Hear me out. Hear me out, Remo.
Yeah.
We were here yesterday. FoCuS
Yeah,
defeats Lin in Mirror very convincingly. Couple of hours later, Infi squashes FoCuS up the map 5-0 in Mirror.
Did you see some of those games, by the way?
Absolutely not. I saw the result, and that's all that matters. So
Crazy 2 maps, bro.
Oh.
Crazy.
okay, nice.
Torrents were countered.
How?
Gotta watch the VOD.
Dude, I got like 12 hours of casting. When do I have to watch the VOD? I have no time. Sum it up for the people.
With the help of medicine.
Oh, well, that's cool. That's nice. Interesting. Yeah, so what I'm saying is Infi can then beat Lin in Mirror as well, as he beat FoCuS already. And there is a solid chance of Happy going 3-0 versus Lin as well, as Lin kind of sucked versus Undead this tournament so far, especially versus Labby. And there is a chance that Lin gets 0 points tomorrow.
What do you give the odds for that?
Oh, high odds. Very high odds.
High odds? Bro, are you trying to be a little edgelord right now? High odds, he gets 0 maps.
Wait, how do odds work? Like, if you go for that outcome, you get a big return, is what I want to say. Is that low odds then? No, it's high odds, isn't it?
Not as low odds. High odds would be 90% likelihood.
No, that's not what I want. But,
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I mean, it would be very weird if Len doesn't get at least 1 point there tomorrow, but 1 point wouldn't be enough. Like we say, if he wants to make top 4, he has to get 4th place. For that, he would have to overtake Labby, who is right there with him, neck and neck. He has 1 more game, but yeah, if Labby does very well. What's Labby's last game, actually?
1-0.
1-0. Ooh. Oh, that's going to be a very interesting Undead Mirror, by the way.
3 amazing games, and you don't have time tomorrow. That is heartbreaking. But yeah, I love the Labby 1-0 games very, 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 very much. Gonna be a good. We're eating good tomorrow, fam. And the day after, and the day after, and the day after, and the day after. Lots of good eating.
All right, they're talking about Korea Central Server right now. We would have to go Flow TV. That would be a little bit risque.
Okay. Interesting. We go to a new room. I disconnected. Okay. Everybody else is staying. No? I just leave. And you guys can leave a Prime sub on this channel if you still have it lying around. Don't let it go to waste. If you have your Amazon Prime connected to Twitch, you get 1 sub for free. And this is, of course, the best month, as you won't get ads during the Super League finals and the Dach Inferno finals and the many more tournaments that are to come. So use it. Use it. Use it. Like Medic did. Thank you for the 44.
Medic with the resub. Thank you very much. So are we going to use Flow TV or what?
I got no clue. BBC is asking for a GN. We got the new GN. We go into the game unless they kick us out.
Oh, BBC got a 10,000 ping over here.
Yes, I
Impressive.
think this server is somehow odd. It has like the CN in, what's it called?
Brackets.
Brackets. I think this is usually just, it's supposed to be used as a proxy, but they use it as a host server. I don't know how that works. But we'll see. We'll see.
It is one of the conditions for the Koreans of ping of 4. They're basically sitting on top of the server right now, heating their buttocks. I could use some of that as well. I turned the heat down yesterday, and it's getting a little bit chilly in here. It got kind of chilly last night. Did you guys have snow, by the way?
Snow and ice everywhere.
Damn, we had no snow at all.
Really? We had like, we had 2 big snowstorms with like 10 to 15 centimeters snow. I didn't even know what to do, dude. The world was
Shoveling.
different.
Gotta get to shoveling.
I did shovel like I was in my 20s, raven to techno. That's the I was a good shuffler. But yeah, it's kind of pretty. I like it every now and then.
Yeah, I think so too. The winter wonderland look of everything's covered in snow. Very nice. But yeah, it's just been raining. So, a little bit less pretty last week or so. It's just been a downpour, one rainy day after the next. It is what it is.
Yeah. More Chinese players are coming in with a 10,000 ping. It is an interesting situation here. They try.
Try again and again.
It
Guys,
does not work.
it ain't working.
Brute force attempts. Admin is going crazy. Are you the guys with the 10,000 ping? That's a provider issue. That's a bug. Don't do it, basically.
I am normally telecommunication.
Yeah, who isn't? Aren't we all a little bit of telecommunication? Dude, did I tell you why my internet was out for 2 days recently and I had to go for backup?
You said the dude came and he fixed it.
Yeah, you know what he fixed?
What?
Stupid idiots. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't the cables in our house that was the fault. My internet went out on Monday around noon, right? So it turns out there was a technician on like this little telecommunication box on the street, and he changed some cables, whatever, some connections, and he made a mistake wiring my house to that box. So he basically cut me off from the internet, and all the technician did was to plug out the cable, put it in somewhere else, and it works again. So one dude on Monday fucked me over, and I was without internet for 2 days because of that.
Life feels suddenly very different, right, without internet. I mean, you still had your phone connection, but even without a PC, it's weird, right?
It wasn't my phone connection. I went to the neighbor and guided a patch cable through the snow from my neighbor's house to my house.
That's why you shoveled. I see.
That's why I shoveled. God damn it, man. The amount of work that goes into this just to provide you with casts, it's unbelievable.
Well, we appreciate it. I hope you guys appreciate it as well. We certainly appreciate these players heading into our last series today of the Super League. Don't forget, we have more later in the Gladiator Cup. Thank you for all the support, guys. Thank you, Supermain TTV, with the resub. And now, let's get into our third series with the first map, Twisted Meadows, a map that we love. Oh, it's FoCuS' birthday today. Oh, shit. Everybody say happy birthday, FoCuS.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Uncle FoCuS. Happy birthday to you.
Congrats.
Woo! party hat emoji. So will LawLiet give a little gift to Uncle FoCuS?
Guess how old he is.
How old he is? 39.
Yeah. 37.
Ay, ay, ay. Well,
Apparently one of his old IDs was Forbidden Love, iZone Choyuri, like Anivia. That's a League of Legends champion, right? Isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know anything about
Oku?
League of Legends,
My
except-
Dearest. These are all his old IDs.
Very
Phantom
romantic.
of Dream. Do not forget. 2019 November. 2017 0625. And Spearmint Korea.
I know the dates are when he was able to leave the army duty.
I
That's
thought
some
maybe his children being born, but no, okay. Oh, no. Also good.
very cool, very cool. Very 2000-ish names.
We are 90s and 2000s kids, aren't we? Yo, Chalaba with the 5 gifted subs, by the way. Thank you very much. Seemingly joyous on this day as well, where FoCuS is celebrating his birthday.
Chalala, love it. Thank you.
Ah, goddamn. Be right back.
Ah, okay. That sounds very painful, Mr. Remo Demo, you poor soul. Just like sometimes a Night Elf versus Orc matchup is a bit painful as well. We go for a Blade Master, we go for a Demon Hunter. It is so far set in stone. We are on Twisted Meadows. And there's a lot to creep, and there's a lot of room to grow. Maybe expansions, maybe techs, maybe chimeras. I gotta say, I'm oftentimes bored out of my ass when I see the regular Night Elf versus Orc. I admit that. It's not my favorite matchup. It's been the same for a long time. Here's the but! And we love buds. FoCuS versus LawLiet know each other so well for such a long time that they always come up with something new. It is not rare for the two that we have like Wyvern versus Chimera, some crazy master casters, tier 3 shenanigans. If this is an ordinary Night Elf Orc, I would be gravely disappointed. And both players know they don't want to disappoint me. Oh no. FoCuS with a nice little block here. This little path is usually designed to save the Whisper. FoCuS was attacking it, but not too much damage because LawLiet was in position. So nice little defense here. Both heroes end up on level 2. And the tech is progressing as well, with FoCuS being a bit faster. That is so far the nature of the game. Can he reach? Haha, you can't. There was a Simpsons Nelson. Haha. Light of the Faith. Thank you very much
The
for
journey
that
through my
sub.
heart has been a long one, but back to Warcraft is here to stay. Thank you for touching me in a grand way. Take care.
As long as that touching is all in good faith and you agree, we'll keep on touching you in the heart if possible. Thank you for the support. We got a Berserker, a unit that FoCuS loves, with the Blade Master paired for solid damage. Shadowhunter, Beastery. Ah! It's an Ancient of Wind! Let's go! Let's go! No
Yo, yo,
Dryads,
yo.
no Bears, Party Hat emoji! We go Talents, or Hippo Riders, or Fairies. The world is our oyster now.
LawLiet, please save us. Please save us from this meta. Please do it.
Bro, if he plays Talents here on Twisted, that'd be hella dumb, though.
Nah, bro, he's the genius. Hold on. Blade Master's creeping well, though, leveling well. He's got some good items. So that's the demon. Qualtadas. Very good.
Very good indeed. Demon Hunter Naga. Is he playing Hippo Riders? That'd be funny. Like, usually if you play Talents, you don't pair it with a Naga.
Yeah, especially with a new strong Beastmaster. Yeah, I think that's Hippo Riders.
What
Oh,
the heck is this Shadowhunter doing?
Okay, first wind finished. Second wind finished.
Come on. Hippo. It's Talents, really, bro.
Talents!
On Twisted. That's crazy.
Without Beastmaster as well.
Naga bringing in some good damage. There is no step. This Naga is toast. The totem is up. The Naga is gone. FoCuS defending this so well. Uy, uy, uy. Remo, this talent experiment fires back right in his face.
Hmm.
And that's, kids, is why you're not going talents with Naga on Twisted.
That's why you play Bears every single game, every single day.
Ay, ay, ay.
But why Naga? She didn't even do anything here. Beastmaster would have been way better here. Just saying.
You always know everything better, don't you?
I want to see the Beastmaster. I want to see the new and improved Beastie Boy.
Well, then you can do a ladder stream playing Beastmaster there.
Yeah, but especially, why is the choice of talents here? Like, even in the talent days, this used to be the worst talent map.
Yes. That's why I said it's hella dumb. It's so much open space where raiders can attack them, and yeah, that's usually not what you want. You want tight chokes. That's why we saw talents a little bit on springtime for a while. But yeah, it's the opposite of what you want.
Yeah, and it's also very good for orc expansions and very good for hit and run, this map. So it's a bit puzzling.
It is. It is. Well, maybe that cures some PTSD of orc players in the from the 2000s. You know, a smacking defeat against talents might cure some wounds.
LawLiet trying to expand with master talents after losing the first few fights. We call that greedy in the business, but maybe need something greedy to work out here to have a chance to win. Right now down by 16 supply.
You know, with talent supply doesn't matter that much usually. We got Serpent Wards against them. We are going for a War Mill now, so fortification will be possible on the orc side, and then talents are even worse than they already are. So we got that 15-second timing buff for the talents. So the talents are ready in 15 seconds instead of 30. Will FoCuS play around this timing well enough?
Well, he's not facing them yet. He's facing a gold mine, or an expansion I should say, that he will easily cancel. So not much lost here really. Just a bit of resources for LawLiet. He's continuing to creep, trying to strengthen his heroes. Demonter has amazing items actually, but not quite yet the orb.
Well, can't have it all, just most of them. Trying to creep now. Cyclone against the High Priest. That is rare to see. On the other side, orcs just brute strengthening against the golems. Gets a nice little vamp aura. But yeah, talents. Not the crazy game winners yet. I wonder how LawLiet envisioned this game.
I imagine a bit different. He got the Scourge Bone Champ as well. Those will be sold. He's got the orb now. Normally, we need to have a triple hero. The game plan usually with talents always was, I'm going to win with heroes in the end. My heroes versus your heroes, maybe. Or ideally, my heroes versus none of your heroes. Because I keep spinning them up in the air with the Cyclone over and over.
That's right. And then we all know how strong a Demon Hunter can be. Limited Dispel on FoCuS. He does have 3 walkers. He does have the Adept upgrade, but still, it's an AoE Dispel instead of a single target Dispel. And it is a Tinker. And we are still working on reinforced defenses.
Yeah.
15 seconds to cause trouble.
Close call. Peons trying to come in with the repair quickly, trying to buy time. Likely they can't save this burrow. But for the rest, the reinforced should be finished. Almost perfectly timed is the reinforced. A little bit late. Or, yeah, one's gonna fall. But in the meantime, we got raiders in the main base. And this is one of the big strengths of Orc nowadays in this matchup. Reinforced on tier 2.
Right on. That's why talents fell flat, and raiders are of course still great. He went for pillage before hitting the base. I am incredibly proud. We do see some damage against the bunkers, against the burrows, despite reinforced defenses. So that's 1, that's 2, maybe even 3. And a tree of life right next to the stronghold. This FFA strats, we go base race.
Happy birthday, FoCuS. I wonder who appreciates this more. FoCuS has a TP. After taking out the Tree of Eternity, is it time to go back? Maybe not. Maybe it's just time to destroy the rest of the buildings first.
Well, guys, I promised you an unusual Night Elf versus Orc, and this is what you get. And this is one of the examples why they call me the Prophet.
More pillage money for FoCuS, but he might be losing every peon. He might never be able to make any more buildings or units if all those peons die, which seems like they are going to.
Okay, but that's the last building, isn't it? No, it's not.
Wait, what's the last one? Ah, Ancient of War, I see. 2 West escaped.
Okay.
LawLiet could maybe win this base race.
He can win this for sure. Oh, but
Forces are under
LawLiet is revealed, right? Now that the tree is gone. No, he builds a new tree. He's not revealed.
Yeah.
Oh
Also,
my
it takes-
god!
Yeah, it takes 2 minutes. He wasn't revealed yet.
And the counter is reset as well with the tree. FoCuS can never rebuild a peon after this.
Okay, okay.
You still gotta fight it somehow.
They both got 0 supply capacity. That's kind
Yep.
of funny.
Every unit that falls now will fall forever. LawLiet is still attacking the buildings. Now he switches to units. Demon Hunter, hurt, has an inbull, but of course no redo here.
Yeah, no healing for the demon. That's a big problem. That's why we're seeing so many bears as well. Rejo is so sick on him. Not gonna have it this time. FoCuS might be looking for the hero kill. The Immo Potion now over Mass Cyclone. Talon still have some decent mana here, but they're gonna run out at some point.
Oh, Demon Hunter is still alive somehow. He's dealing with the Raiders now. That's 3 food down, 6 food down. How is this still a game, man? FoCuS wins the fight here. Pretty damn close, we have to say. But the Demon Hunter was about to fall, and then with Blade Master Shadow Hunter up, it would have been one Talon after the next, as the mana was also drained. Ah, one of the coolest Night Elf Orcs that we've seen all year.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't all that close. I feel like this is still very much in the experimentation phase. We haven't seen Talons in a while. They don't look very optimized right now. The Naga push, for example, did absolutely nothing. The map also doesn't seem to be the best for it. But I hope this is a bit of a sign of the things to come. Maybe one day we're going to have more than just one strategy in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the Night Elf players will be very inspired by the game that we've just seen.
Yeah, you know, that's the worrying thing. FoCuS, come on, give him one of those.
Nah. It's about the gifts that LawLiet hands to FoCuS here on FoCuS's birthday. I would like next up is Turtle Rock. I would love to see Talons on Turtle Rock. It's gonna be a way different game, as the map layout is just so different. So many more chokes, different creep pattern, everything. This is the Talon map. LawLiet just confused TM with TR, I think.
Yeah, this is where in the past we indeed saw lots of Talons. Back in the TC days as well, we saw lots of shockwaves being played with some beautiful splits and so in the past. But I think nowadays it's mostly about Shadowhunter. Shadowhunter is way better early in the mid game with Hex, and then he scales super well into a Talon counter with Serpent Wards if you're in a good position. Can only be countered well by the Night Elf if he positions really well and the heroes take the shots from the Serpent Wards. But Orcs has so many tools these days, way more than they used to have back in the Talon heyday.
Shots.
B2W
Master
money,
Mogambe,
B2W money,
thank you.
B2W rare.
We still try to get some Chinese observers in with a 10,000 ping. They try again and again and again. Like me and some exquisite Hamburgian clubs for many weekends. All the same here. No, you can't enter. No, you can't enter. I can say though, ping wasn't the issue. Rather, my face MMR.
Maybe it was the shoes, Neo. Maybe the problem is that you only have one pair of shoes. Or, well, a certain pair of shoes multiple times.
That is correct. I have
Those Chuck Taylors.
three pairs of Chucks.
Wait, you really legitimately have only 3 pairs of shoes?
Well, do house shoes count?
No.
Then I have 3 pairs of shoes, yes. Do flip-flops count?
That's crazy to me. You have probably more suits than shoes.
No! Dude, I have one suit. One got ripped by moths.
Oh, I had that as well, dude. That was my best, most expensive one. The gray from Hugo Boss.
Ay, 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 ay. And you know how
goddamn moths, dude. That was so painful.
and you know how great Germans look in Hugo Boss suits.
Oh yeah, dapper.
Goddamn moths. Yeah, I tried to have it repaired, but that Taylor dude looked at me and laughed.
Yep. Same experience. Yeah, he was like, okay. I mean, we can try, but it's gonna be very expensive and it's gonna be looking like shit. And I was like, all right,
Yep.
that sounds wonderful.
It's like this Taylor was super awesome though. He said, okay, we can try that, but it's like taking 3 hairs off your ass and plant it on your head. That's the equivalent. It's like, okay, I get that analogy. Let's not do it.
I heard after that, by the way, that a good counter to stupid moths is have little sacks of lavender, I think it was lavender, in your closet, and that repels them, apparently.
Dude, before I hang anything lavender smelling into my flat, I would eat the suit myself.
Really? What do you have against lavender?
I can't stand that smell. That's the tiniest little bit of lavender and I jump out the window.
How? It's just a nice smelling flower or weed or whatever.
And do you like maybe different people, different tastes? I can't
but you're saying it like right now. It smells like diarrhea.
It's very extreme to me. I would take diarrhea over lavender.
Yeah, come on now. Don't get crazy, bro.
I would never exaggerate anything.
Keeper's getting crazy, by the way. I should say LawLiet's getting crazy. He's going Keeper first, baby.
Keeper, let's go. Oh.
FoCuS, of course, following the standard. Keeper, and then what? There was a time where we saw Keeper talents as well, as some may recall.
Especially in the hands of LawLiet.
Keeper Beastmaster, man. I need to see it. I need to see it.
Well, we're creeping alongside the turtles. We tech. And of course, we gotta observe the bottom right-hand side. Is there a Hunter's Hall or not? We're all hoping for not. Isn't it crazy how 20 years ago we would have pawked out of our chairs for Dryad Bears in this matchup, and now we're praying to every single god there is for talents.
Yeah, you know, you don't know what you have until it's gone.
Well, or it's best if you don't go for one strat all the time, but mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, that would be enjoyable. Keeper has been suffering in many years. Has been looking more and more like the puss that people were describing him to be. Big Master, though, he's getting stronger. He lost a Grunt, however, in the middle. He's getting both shop items here from the Ogre Magi. Imagine if he had double Rune of the Watcher. That is something that I'm so glad is gone. Thank goodness.
I am very glad that we get 5 range units. There is, of course, patterns to be recognized. If you go more than 4 archers, then Dryad Bears is very unlikely. It's 6 archers, you know? Again, not seeing a Hunter's Hall at that stage of the tech is an indicator, but it's not a reliable indicator, as sometimes it can be forgotten about. But 6 archers, that's an indicator for mass range at least.
By the way, steal here, but also, why is there no item carrying creep indicator anymore?
Because this is Turtle Rock 1.6.
True.
And the 1.6 version doesn't have it applied. On every other map, there is a item indicator. But we keep it vintage though here, right? Old school. Soon we're going to be playing Turtle Rock on 4x3.
And we're going to go back to tower push meta every game. Who's excited?
Well, not every game, but a tower push every once. We got mirror image. I just saw it. There's no crit.
Yeah, it's really good against Entangle.
It is.
Potem second.
Oh, kitty, 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 kitty.
Bruh. What is up with that? This is Hippo Riders.
Love how Remo said yesterday he's never using the word bro, and here it is, bruh. Potem can be a crazy damage dealer. This is the Jens Fluence.
The Jensfluence, that's good.
I love the Jensfluence.
Hopefully he doesn't have the Jensfluenza virus.
I want to be affected by the Jensfluenza.
Yeah, we all know Neo. It's no surprise.
He's so good.
The town is under siege.
As
Well-
always, the issue for Night Elves is when you don't play bears, you have very little healing. I think that is the #1 reason why bear play is so tempting.
You know what, man? Theory crafting a little bit. Keeper with Orb, Entangle, high-level Searing Arrow, Fairy Fire, third hero with Orb, Marksmanship, Archers. Give me all that damage. LawLiet is the living glass cannon.
If you could put an orb on the bottom, though, why are you gonna go, you know?
Searing Arrow 3 is crazy.
Searing Arrow?
Remargo.
Yeah, it also takes level 5.
I'm theory crafting. You know, I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm dreaming.
Yeah, you know, Starfall is also nice. How about that? Let's get level 6.
Now you're being unrealistic.
A player's forces are under attack.
Dude, I'm so much more excited about this game than the past 200 Night Elf vs. Orcs that I watched.
Yeah, and FoCuS gonna have to think on his feet. Nobody plays like this. You could call the Chinese Night Elves a little bit robotic in their strategic variety. The cool thing here is also you can fight with the archers on the ground, and when they're low HP, you could theoretically load them up on the hippos. You know, save them that way.
True, true, true. And it's coming. Hippo riders coming. No talents, just mass, range, air. Only 2 units at the moment can attack air. I like.
FoCuS is looking very confused right now. Like, what do I do here?
LawLiet surely in for the entertainment here. For him, the only difference is if he's ranked
15
12
more
or
to go.
11. So yeah, why not end the regular season with a little bit of funsies?
The nice thing is, Serpent Wards, pretty good against Hippo Riders.
Correct. Kind of fragile though. But yeah, LawLiet still has 3 Hippo Riders, but yeah, there are, without tier 3 or any marksmanship upgrades, kinda trash-ish. Keeper was begging for that hit.
Yeah, Hippo Riders, of course, 4 supply units. Quite a few went down there.
It's crazy.
Are they 85 experience, by the way? I don't even know that. Probably.
Ooh, I would think so, but I don't know. But yeah,
A player's forces are under attack.
it's a funny game. Pitlord
Yeah, to actually do some decent late game damage, though, you need marksmanship. But it's only tier 2 here,
Well,
not tier 3.
the damage boost can come from Fairy Fire, and we're bringing that. Talon seconds.
Talon Hippo Riders.
Yep. That's the damage
Alright.
amplification that you need.
Dude, what if you play marksmanship with Fairy Fire?
Even better, you know?
Crazy Town?
Nah. I used to like Crazy Town for one song. You know, the butterfly song? Come my lady, come my lady. You my butterfly. Sugar.
Maybe? I remember.
And then they had
Wait,
this
what-
follow-up song.
When they called O-Town? Wait.
No, O-Town was like a pop boy group kind of thing. The follow-up song to Butterfly was Revolving Door with the lyrics, "My ladies come, ladies go like a revolving door."
A town is under siege.
Beautiful.
That was Crazy Town, you're right. You're right.
That's Crazy Town.
Crazy Town.
A player's forces are under attack.
That's crazy, bro.
That's crazy. I like that focus fire here. We got Searing Arrow 1, we got Flute, we got Slippers and Claws, we get Crow Form.
Yeah.
For
Gotta scroll the
what?
beast as well. So by the way, I knew you were wondering. In Direct Strike, Hippo Riders absolutely destroyed walkers. By the way.
Well, you probably got some damage amplification. We do have some damage amplification here as well with
Oh, the burrows.
with
those burrows in
Roar.
trouble.
And all of a sudden, you know, not much times 25% is not much, but it's still more. And these burrows are in trouble as it was game 1. Nice little block here by LawLiet as well. FoCuS can't enter.
Destroying all those burrows. How many peons does he want to kill? Seems like he doesn't have much time as the orc is coming in on the approach. One Talon. Not quite getting the kill there on the Raider. Good save by FoCuS. But FoCuS is giga supply blocked.
Yep.
Still has a big army though at 50, with which he could maybe take a decent fight.
And now, you know, what Moon is to Twisted Meadows, LawLiet is to Turtle Rock. We're gonna grow these trees of life now. There's one already on the upper right-hand side. There will be more.
Yeah, I'm sure he would love to clear out these corner camps. Spawning position red and so on. LawLiet has a very tiny army right now. This is actually a vulnerable time for him.
Yep. He has another TP as well. He's not that rich. He's also not producing any more units. He doesn't have Cyclone. FoCuS might be ripping his head off here now.
No TP out. That's a lot of kills. Raiders on the chase. Might be the choice not to go for the keep because he's gonna TP. Oi, 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 almost getting decapitated.
2 crits in a row also. You talked about the small army by LawLiet, eh? Remember that from like a minute ago? This army is now 4 talents.
Yeah. And he sold the Catgas pipe with talents, which sounds like insanity. But he doesn't have tier 3 yet. If he had master training, then this would be a different story. But with no tier 3, no master training. Defensive setup here with the Ancients of War. I think that was smart. But that's always the difficult thing for Knife expanding against Orc. These expos, when they're not heavily protected, are so easily killed by Raiders.
Right on. They're not even fighting back, these trees, now as they are producing. FoCuS reads LawLiet way too well. You can do these shenanigans against other orcs that might not have faced you 500,000 times in the past 15 years, but not against FoCuS.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit rough over here for LawLiet. FoCuS' army following the standard is simply more reliable, more sturdy, more impressive so far. We applaud, of course, LawLiet's creativity and his attempts at innovation. So far, not quite leading to the result.
Unfortunately not. Maybe in the home turf with Moonwells, with the Ancient of War, if he can stretch this game a little bit, but he doesn't have tier 3, and that's a problem. And there's an Orc expansion coming. That's gonna be the next problem. We don't have Hippogriffs anymore that might fly to the bottom left-hand side. Could do that with Talon, but then Talon damage isn't that great without Fairy Fire, and you can't apply Fairy Fire to buildings. FoCuS is in full control and is enjoying this game now quite a bit, I think.
Yeah, it would seem that way. Next big item here for the Blade Master. He is very stacked already. Lion Horn, it's a nice little boost for everybody. Got some Fairy Dragons now in the mix. They are insane in Direct Strike against Walkers, by the way, but here we're not quite seeing their impact yet.
Well, well. Raiders intercept them quite nicely. They're sturdy with their 12 armor. But yeah, they're also pretty immobile. LawLiet has his hands full dealing with mirror images.
Yep. No dispel in this army. That's the great thing about Bear Dryads, you know? You got a good front line, you got good damage, and you got dispel and healing built in. You know, they're pretty good.
Don't forget about the natural buffs and the magic immunity against walkers. But yeah, there are arguments to be made that there is a reason to go Dryad Bears, but it was a lot more fun this way. And that seems to be the theme of the day for LawLiet and FoCuS. Have fun.
I'm sure FoCuS so far is enjoying the 2-0. That's 2 points for FoCuS right here. If he wins the next map, it would be 5 points from this playday today, would catapult him up beyond much of the midfield, would land him above Moon and Kaho.
He would go top 4.
He would go top 4, indeed, ahead of Labby, with Labby, of course, still having 1 game to play.
Exactly. Verse 1-0 tomorrow, where everything is possible between 3-0 and 0-3. I'm having a tough time predicting Labby verse 1-0. I'd say things went both ways in the past couple of years. Every now and then, Labby can steal some stuff there. While Labby is chanceless versus Happy, he oftentimes has the edge against 1-0, who more often than not has the upper hand against Happy. No, that is not true, actually. Who has the better performance than Labby versus Happy. It's like this weird triangle rock, paper, scissor kind of thing with a bit of a flaw in between. The admin is apologizing to the players. Second map should have been Turtle Rock, Tidehunters. Turtle Rock was FoCuS's losers map.
Whoops.
Whoops.
You know, we're all just mortals. Sometimes mistakes can happen. These two players know each other very well, and they apparently also didn't pay attention, so it's okay. It's fine.
Okay, then. We get Tidehunters with LawLiet in the ropes here. For him, it doesn't really matter. Soul Apeman gives us the ... Is he turning more and more into Happy? ...
for what? ...
for... That would be the classic Happy reply to an instance like this.
Okay, now I get it. Yeah, okay.
I still want a dual cast of you and Soul Apeman for one of these Gladiator Cups.
Gotta do it.
You want Soul to slide into your DMs?
It's been my dream for years, to be completely honest with you.
Soul is the nicest and the funniest. He's so good.
Is this also lagging pretty hard for you?
It is flawless for me, not a single spike.
Okay, that's good.
I'm still streaming to the Discord though, if you want a better experience.
Tell me if I lag in-game, then I'm gonna have to go out. Unlike Colorful, who just stayed in.
I knew it! The shade thrown at Colorful. Dude, he's always catching strays, man. For 10 years straight on this channel. Doesn't matter what he does. Always Colorful. Well. We got a Blade Master. We got a Demon Hunter. We're going back to the norm. Stufka might have been in shambles after entering all these Demon Hunter and Blade Masters already, and then all of a sudden there's a Keeper reverse. Now, will it be talents? Also, Tidehunter's got some solid chokes. It's also a map where you can play Hippo Riders and harass a little bit. Time for expansions. I think Tidehunters is a good playground for our dudes here.
You know what I haven't seen in seemingly a million years?
Mountain Giants.
Demon Hunter, Beastmaster push on tier 2, cancel the tier 2 buildings. Remember how much of a thing that used to be?
It was every single game. It was extremely
versus
boring.
Lin, WGL games.
Well, that was
Amazonian.
fun. That was very fun.
Oh, Lola's going for a very ambitious creep camp over here. Not going for the
green?
easy green. No, but if he was to be hit right now in the main base by the blade, which often they do, he would be far away.
Easy camp. But no, FoCuS wants to pimp. He wants to give some presents out to his Blade Master, just as he probably received some himself. Circlet Slippers, nice. Ring of Protection Claws, nice. Tech coming, and we start counting archers.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, I think I'm lagging. Am I lagging?
Nope, all good.
Okay, that was a long spike. Alright. Barely dodged it. Tech underway. Blade en route into the main base. Hoping to two-shot these wisps. 1 and 2. Oh, but quick reaction.
Yeah, LawLiet's Wisp positioning against this has been incredible
Forces are under attack.
for a while already. Always able to go next to the Moonwell. FoCuS had a nice answer to that on Twisted, but then it didn't work out. Blade Master's dealing with the Grunt here and the Turtle at the same time. Shout out Immolation.
In the main base though, Grunt should be able to be saved with some good movement. The peons ready to help out the big bro with the block maybe. Oh. Nice.
Well. This is all of a sudden the Burrow under attack, but the Demon Hunter also. Does he have enough damage? Lamau. Oh! Ooh.
Very close call indeed. It would have been pretty funny if the the blade was right there to backstab him. But he was dealing with the archers. And now healing is not looking great. It's looking a bit awkward for Mr. LawLiet right now.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not entirely convinced that this is now a winning position for our Night Elf friend.
FoCuS is supply block really long though. So no grunt production here for a long time. The single grunt that survived, not even getting healed. Shadowhunter is also going to be a bit late, 20 seconds. Looks like a painful early game for both players actually.
Yep. But there's no TP anymore. Can the Demon Hunter heal? It's nighttime, so he gets drops of health every now and then. Okay. Then we might even things out here. Blade Master under-leveled. Demon Hunter under-healthed. Nobody really has much. Happy there?
Demon wants to get more items. Would love to get some of those sleepers as well. He's got a nice little level lead. The cowards move. Everyone hide. Hide away from the blade.
Well, you gotta know when to pick your fights. Sun Tzu's out of war.
One more windwalk, a little bit late. Am I lagging now?
Nope.
Dude, it is spiking like crazy for me.
I'll yell at you when you lag. Don't worry, don't worry.
Yeah, just me, not colorful. It's alright.
Sweet little archer saves here. Everything at 50% is of course not as good as having everything full health, but it's definitely better than having everything dead.
Wise words, Neo, wise words. We should take them seriously. We should heed them. What is FoCuS gonna heed next? He's heading to the middle, healing up that grunt finally, that bravely survived the early game. Shadowhunter is ready for a little bit of Hex shenanigans, even bringing a heal potion.
Alrighty, a little timing between Entangle and Hex. How did the creeps get aggroed? Was that a body pull? Ah, no, it was Archer. Okay. FoCuS ready to pounce.
The guy right here from the Null Overseer. Raiders are on the way, by the way. This is always scary once we got... No, it's just chilling now. Okay. A little bit confused.
Well, sometimes you gotta take a breath and relax a little bit.
I love the Wisps here being brought. A perfect dispel against the Hex could swing the engagement.
Nice Hex as well to not even give the chance for the Demon Hunter to level. 0 XP Keeper.
LawLiet looks like he's going to go for the Mass Dryads here. Whenever we see a shop early, that means more emphasis on tier 2. Also with the upgrade already on the Dryads. Really needs to improve on this Demon though. Only one ring of protection so far. Without a level 3, we need a stronger Blind Man.
He's trying! I mean, it's not that he got these levels on inventory on purpose. Now Ancient of War position. FoCuS did a fine, disruptive game so far. Pressing all the right buttons. These Raiders will be very good against Mass Dryads. No caster is needed. On the other side, we pimped the Keeper instead of the Demon. I think LawLiet would love to have it the other way around.
I feel like the Blade items so far, though, not that great. Periap is whatever. Ankh is okay. Pendant for the Shadow is also, I feel like, okay. Not much more, unless you really have much gold for mana pots. So, FoCuS there may be a tiny bit unlucky. Can the Keeper be the hero?
Heal scroll goes to LawLiet. We have no tier 3 on any side, no expansions. Demon Hunter in the middle of the pack. Immolation, big damage. Same for Raiders onto Dryads. Who fights this better?
Looks like so far looking better for LawLiet, holding on still to the potion and that heal scroll. More Dryad slow. It's going to be at least a grunt going down.
Hard to run away from Dryads. They got some free slow. You know, some other factions must use mana for the slow. The elves get it for free. And that is working out quite nicely so far. Do we have more healing? We don't. Of course, Blade Master has an arm.
Going for the Keeper next. Oftentimes a very popular target.
Oh, so many Raiders about to fall. So many Dryads about to fall. Game on the knife set. Might have to rescue the Keeper to the other side or pass the potion. Nice explosive fights here. Shadow! Oh!
That's a kill on the second hero. Trying to get the return on the Keeper. Looks like he's going to get it. Level 3 now on the Blade. This is a brawly fight. Mana now low on the Demon Hunter, by the way. He passed the items before the Keeper died. That was really cool. But not much more immolation can be used here, it seems.
That's right. More Dryads are falling. 2 crits in a row. Beautiful. Just as beautiful as Jagielski Vilk coming in once again with the big support. Thank you for like contributing pretty much every single day. 10 gift subs today. So much love, mate.
Thank you very much. That is wonderful. Just like this map now is looking a lot more wonderful than the previous encounters. LawLiet here playing the standard, looking a lot better suddenly, looking like a lot tougher of a challenge for the Orc.
Indeed. Good, fun brawling. It's a bit like gloves off. No more shenanigans with Spirit Link and Dispel and tier 3. No, just brute force. And we'll see who plays it better now. Demon Hunter getting stronger and stronger.
Sick items for LawLiet now. He's got the heal scroll on Invuln again. He got back up to 50 supply quickly, so he had gold to spend. Big heal potion also phenomenal.
Love to see it. FoCuS might need some pillage attacks or an expansion down the road.
Scroll the Beast, pretty unlucky against the Mass Dryads. That is not going to be of any value unless sold. And LawLiet now heading across the map, looking for the next attack. He's got the double ring on the Demon Hunter. Maybe the Keeper can buy another item. FoCuS under serious pressure here.
Right on. 50-50 food still. FoCuS sees the attack coming, of course, but can't go for any additional consumables as he doesn't have a shop and he has no access to the merchant. So counterattack is the only way to play this.
Great scout here for LawLiet, by the way. He parked it there at the red camp. Saw the move coming, and in we go for the next battle. Raiders had to take on the Dryad. Scroll the Beast was used, but instantly dispelled. Yep, that didn't really do much at all. We're going for the Keeper in the back again. Blade is hoping for these crits.
Level 3, very strong. Immolation, always strong. Dryads not trying to get away from the Raiders, so the damage uptime is massive. Potion used on the Keeper. He's safe. He got more consumables where that one came from. Blade Master level 4, skilling immediately, but it feels like these Raiders are falling apart because there is just no sustain in the fight.
Hex looking a bit desperate, getting dispelled once again very quickly. Another Shadow Hunter, melting fast against the right clicks. That's another kill. The Blade is hurt, showing himself again. Is that a death sentence maybe? Dryad is there for the block and it's a GG. LawLiet on the board.
Boom! We prolong our series here. No 3-0 gift. And Baron jinxed it. FoCuS coming for the top 4. Gotta rethink that. Losing half a point here. Does that change much? I can still go top 4. Actually, a win is enough to get 41 points. But LawLiet not giving this up without a fight. Once you switch from wins to lore, unfortunately, the success returns to the Night Elf side as well.
If you go from wins to lore, I promise you will win much more.
Oh, that was strong. Didn't expect that from you.
It is sadly the truth right now that Rise and the Bears are just looking like the best units, and the competition is not seemingly fierce. We applaud LawLiet for trying, but for the rest of the series, perhaps the norm now, the standard will be followed. Springtime to be our 4th map.
Yeah. Is that now LawLiet's losers pick, or was Tidehunters LawLiet's losers pick and they evened that out already?
Whatever. Just play the maps. We're fine.
Who cares about maps,
Yeah.
right? No impact
Who
on the
cares about
game.
tournament integrity? It's okay.
Integrity. Well, Integrity Farm is over in South Park, and now it's over in Super League as well.
Ain't that just the way of the world?
We go back to Chinese servers. So Mr. BBC can watch. Mr. BBC is dictating the ping for the players. That's how much influence he has.
He is the true influencer. Why did Float TV not work? Was it desyncing?
I think Chinese really, really, really don't like it. They don't trust the Flow TV.
I love Float TV, except for the desyncs. You know, that's not the coolest, but
So except like 60% of the time on these matches.
hey,
Hey!
sometimes we get lucky and
Yes.
it doesn't happen.
As Lothar Matteo says, sometimes you have to be a little bit lucky.
That sounded like the smartest thing Lothar Matthäus ever said. Is that the quote? You have to have a little bit lucky, right? Isn't that what he said?
Maybe, yeah, probably. Probably. There's
The
a lot of
Lothar.
wisdom. It's a lot of wisdom. The Loda.
What is he doing?
TV expert for football. And
Oh yeah, he's a sharp mind. I appreciate that. they
well, he
hired
knows
him.
a thing or two about football, that's for sure.
Yep. Then not so much about other things.
I mean, we're talking about Warcraft all day and not doing rocket science. You know? It's kind of
Good
the
old
same.
Loda.
Huh?
Good old Loda is just what I'm
Good
saying.
Loda. Do you see yourself as a rocket scientist?
Oh no. I mean, rather a rocket scientist than a astronaut. You know, it's.
Oh yeah.
Some other people have fun. Fly up there, see what happens. But I think I'm going to stay grounded. You know,
Would you rather
stay
go
grounded,
up?
stay humble. That's me.
Would you rather fly up to space or dive real deep in a submarine?
Those both sound awful.
Right? But you have to choose.
How deep?
Bottom of the sea.
Yeah, which sea? North Sea?
The
I'm taking North
the
Sea.
deepest sea.
Okay.
As far
The deepest? Oh,
yes.
Shit.
I mean as much as you can survive, obviously. You will survive.
Oh, wait. It's guaranteed that I survive, is what you're saying?
Yes. No.
Yeah,
wait.
then it's-
I mean,
What?
theoretically, the boat can sustain the pressure
Alright, okay.
like this
But
deep.
But there's a good chance of accident.
I mean, I don't know how safe boat travel is.
I mean, I'm sure you heard about the submarine. You know,
Yes.
recent reports have been a little bit sketchy.
But you also heard about that spaceship that blew up in the 90s or 2000s? Challenger? Kaboom?
Challenger, yeah. That was a challenging time.
It was. Wasn't much of
Yeah,
it.
I don't know what's statistically more catastrophic, but I'm gonna go with space. Let's go with space.
So you go
If I'm-
space? Yeah, right? You go space.
If I'm gonna die in a horrible accident, then at least give me a good view of space and stuff.
And some fireworks, right? It's better to go down with
Fireworks, yeah.
fireworks than just get crunched.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You'd want to
I
die like
agree.
a sardine in a little can. That sounds like shit.
I very much agree with both your choice and your reasoning behind it. We too go to space.
Players' forces are under attack.
Go to space. Back to Warcraft. Mars station coming next year.
We have to cue the Command and Conquer video thingy. You ever played that campaign? Red Alert 2 or 3 it was, where the Russian president is saying that we are going to space. So good. So trashy.
I was about to say, they never talked about Mars, but I played Red Alert 2 a million times. I don't quite remember that one, though. I gotta be honest, I don't remember much of that dialogue. I do remember how wonderfully schlocky and awesome Yuri was, though.
I was about to say, it might have been the add-on. And then you actually go to the moon.
Soviets in space. Oh my god.
Reset! Thank you for the prime, my dear. And heavy
Oh,
metal
Creep
as
Jack
well.
here. Big moment in the early game. Blake got it. Not the item, though. Demon claims the Scroll of the Beast. That's possibly the worst one. But a big experience swing.
Alrighty. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Both equipped with slippers, both equipped with circlets. Both ready to brawl.
One archer kill here seems to be all he should be able to get, but he claims it with success. FoCuS can keep on pressing into the main base and just drain some of that moon juice.
As we oftentimes do, and maybe attack some wisps as well.
Oh, he forgot about making a moonwell, didn't he? LawLiet floating lots of resources here.
Saving it for worse times, like a squirrel.
What do you mean, though? You're losing out on efficiency. It's night right now. Need that moonwell.
Well, now might not be the best time with the Grunt and the Blade Master here. We could surely use
Wait
that
a minute.
Moonwell juice now.
Yeah, if only there was another moonwell. Wouldn't that be nice?
Focus pressure. Really, really sweet. Trying to lure focus away now, which kind of works to a degree, but there's... oh no, now it's not working.
Ooh, this is so
Holy
bad.
moly, this game is a disaster.
This is so bad. Big time. Yikes.
Crit
One
and he's
crit
dead.
to close the day.
You gotta
Maybe.
play around the crit.
Just a matter of time. GG.
You gotta play around the crit. That was a very, very, very one-sided affair. FoCuS 3-1, man, showing once again that he is in good shape. That is for him a temporary rank 4, and this is a lot better than expected for LawLiet. There was not much to be gaming for, but it's looking good for FoCuS, dude. It's looking real good. Who would have thought that at some point of the season he would be top 4, especially one day before it all ends?
Peaking towards the end, he is very, very likely going to be overtaken by at least one player. Oh, I forgot. Labby is facing 1-0. Okay, so if Labby takes one map maximum, FoCuS would actually be 5th, top 5. Who is number 5? Facing
12, right?
number 5 is facing number 12. That's right. That's right. And then going up against 4th in the next round.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so
it could be a rematch against LawLiet if he takes 5th.
ooh, that is true. Yeah, for LawLiet, it's set. Definitely rank 12. Couldn't surpass Colorful, which would have been a possibility here. Also, catching up to Sock would have been a possibility. So, LawLiet guaranteed 12. Colorful guaranteed 11. Sock guaranteed 10. Kaho guaranteed 9. Moon Fortitude, we have to see what's worth more, or if there's this triangle between Lin 40 and Moon. And then, is it map score? Is it direct comparison? How do you do a direct comparison tiebreaker? We do not know. And of course, Lin can break these tiebreakers by winning a single map or two in the 2 games he has to do today. Labby has it in his own hands. He can score big against 1-0 tomorrow, and then Lin would be under quite some pressure. And FoCuS has to hope for 1-0 to own, for Infi to own, and for Happy to own. So Lin doesn't get any points.
And if Lin has a bad day, that could that happen? I guess it could happen.
It could happen.
Could happen. You never know. You never know.
Ooh,
All right. I'm going to be casting the Gladiator Cups now. Game's coming up soon.
All right, what do we got as the first game?
We will have 40 versus 120, Life versus FoCuS, and Infi versus Sock.
I'm joining you for 41-0.
Okay.
The joy.
Just trying to find the game name. I got it.
Except if Mr. Apeman is in for a dual cast, then I'll gladly hand my seat over to Soul. Yutia was saying something again. Let's just.
I'm not 100% sure that this is 40, by the way, because it's Chinese letters, but I think this is what 40's name normally is.
It could be colorful also.
Or is it colorful? Oh, okay. Oops. It might be colorful, actually.
Okay, if it's colorful, then I'll give it to you and prepare the German broadcast where we have Kevin playing Teco later, as well as Leon versus Phoenix. Should be good, should be good, should be good. And then you get ready to take over.
Dufka, are you here? Is this 40 or is this colorful? If anybody knows, it's you.
I mean, it's colorful on the player seat.
Ah, okay. Okay, it is colorful, apparently.
Okay, okay. It is colorful. Mr. Yangfeng is there as well. Yangfeng news, Dufka.
Big true.
Alrighty, so while you get ready, since LawLiet season is over, I would say similar to Soin, he left a lot on the table. There were so many 2-3 games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 series went 2-3. Imagine he wins them. Then he has 12 points more. Then he's currently in the running for top 4. He just wasn't clutch enough in the important moments, versus Moon, versus Colorful, versus Labby, versus Sock, and versus Life, running out of steam there in these fifth games. Could have done a lot better. I think there is room for improvement in the playoffs, depending on who he's facing. FoCuS, Labby, or Lin. It's gonna be tough, but he has some chance, man. He owned Fortitude 3-0. Can surely do this again. Against Labby, it was also very close. Can definitely eliminate him. LawLiet is for the other players, LawLiet can be a pretty bad worst seed.
I didn't quite catch what you said, but I'm sure it's all true, and I am ready to start taking over. As our games for today are not done yet, boys. We have the Gladiator Cup games now, the show match series continuing. Also, of course, later on tonight, the Dach Inferno League.
Exactly. Warcraft 3 all day, baby. Greatest game of them all. Mr. Remo Demo, it was a pleasure to dual cast with you once again. I will miss you dearly tomorrow. Matches for tomorrow, just real quick. Lin versus Infi, 1-0 versus LabyRinth, and finally, after such a long time, Happy versus Lin. Tomorrow is another day of festivities for Warcraft 3, so is Thursday with the first day of playoffs, Friday for the second day of playoffs, Saturday and Sunday for the big conclusion of the $32,000 Super League, our little world championship that we got here for the past couple of weeks. Now show matches, hopefully some fun. Enjoy, Mr. Remo Demo. Have a fine rest of the day. We see each other later at 8:15 for Dach Inferno. I count you down. I count you in. I'm going off in 3, 2, 1.